Chapter 1 After the breakup, picked up by the schoolflower schoolmate. Dad. When Jiangchuan University's schoolgirl sister, who was known for being high and cold, shouted out these two words towards herself. Zhang Feng's brain, all of a sudden what? After that day, Zhang Feng had a beautiful daughter who was 2 years older than himself. And she's actually his own. Zhang Feng, let's break up. Zhang Feng looked at the familiar and unfamiliar girl in front of him, and his heart suddenly throbbed. Why? He murmured and asked. Just, don't like you anymore. Chu Manglin, a white dress, fingers wrapped around the hair, carelessly said. Why? Zhang Feng repeated mechanically. Don't like is don't like ah. Chu Manglin, face impatient, must I say so, understand? When I was in high school, I didn't know what to do before I liked you, and then I went to college and realized that in addition to your studies, you don't have any good points, so why should I continue to like you? Zhang Feng, a burst of tinnitus, he cannot hear anything, ears only noisy people and whistling wind. Indeed, he is only good at studying this one advantage. He could have gone to a better university, but for her, he chose a mid-range 985. Now, everyone is in the same university, all the same starting line, he has lost even the last advantage. The crowd gradually gathered around to watch the not-so-new farce. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Chu Manglin, without any attachment, turned around and prepared to leave. Crooked, why were you so dull in college? A clear and pleasant voice cut through the clamor of buzzing whispers. The crowd followed the sound and then altogether sucked in a mouthful of hot air. Only to see a beautiful young girl with a high ponytail walking in style. The girl's face was like the bright moon, her skin was like congealed fat, and her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her upper body a white casual short-sleeved, loose but still hard to hide surging. A pair of white eye-catching long legs from the hot pants out, feet on a pair of pink and white sneakers. The daylight-like girl picked up her steps, brilliant and flamboyant. Jiang Kier? Someone recognized the visitor. Jiang Kier, Department of Economics, Junior, President of the Student Union, for 3 consecutive years in a row. Jiang University schoolflower. The goddess of goddesses, the figure that countless people were haunted by. But why would she appear here? It also looked like she was familiar with this dumped man. Chu Manglin stopped her steps and looked in surprise at Jiang Kor, who was walking towards Zhang Feng. Of course she knew Jiang Kor. She had just enrolled in school and had joined the student association, where she had made a lot of contacts. It was precisely because of the many men she came into contact with that she felt more and more that Zhang Feng was ordinary and eventually dumped him. However, even in the student union, Jiang Kier was the most dazzling one. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also very capable. Chu Manglin had always regarded her as an idol role model. She had once had the honor of speaking to Jiang Kier, and this matter was often taken out by her to show off as a talking point. However, so ordinary and inconspicuous Zhang Feng. Who was dumped by her? How would he know Jiang Kier? Chu Manglin suddenly felt that things were starting to go out of her control. The onlooker's eyes also glowed. Things suddenly became interesting. Crooked, why were you so dull in college? Jiang Kier put her hands behind her back and asked with a crooked smile. Zhang Feng looked at the schoolgirl beside him, who was as bright as a summer day, and coldly said, "Look at the jokes aside." So fierce scared the child. Jiang Kier held her arms, trying to put on a look of fear. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. "School sister, are you looking for trouble?" School sister? Jiang Kier slightly froze, then covered her stomach and laughed out loud. "Yes, that's right, school sister. Call a few more times school sister to hear it." Jiang Feng. Zhang Kuer laughed so hard that tears came out. She wiped the corners of her eyes, then reached out and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. "The end of the world, where there is no fragrant grass, dark flowers, and a village. Don't be discouraged by bye. The next one is better." The girl's ponytail fluttered, light shot from behind her, like a valiant heroine. Zhang Feng feels that he is completely confused. This self-cooked schoolflower in the small head, in the end, what is thinking? 1 second she was molesting you, the next second she was comforting you. However, the heart did feel better. "Although I don't know why you came to comfort me, but thanks anyway." Jiang Kor clasped her fists and smiled. "You're welcome. You're polite with your own daughter. However, looking at the dad's young and dumb look is quite fun." Looking at Zhang Feng and Zhang Kuer, who were chatting happily, Chu Manglin's heart felt like ants were crawling. She had just dumped Zhang Feng, and then a woman who crushed her in every aspect came out to find Zhang Feng. How would that make others look at her? Wouldn't she become a clown? Chu Manglin clenched her teeth and stepped forward, going and returning. Jiang Feng, I didn't expect you to know Sister Koer? Chu Manglin smiled sweetly. Don't call it that, disgusting, we're not familiar. Jiang Kor glanced at her. Chu Manglin's smile froze, laughed dryly and changed the topic. Jiang Feng, I don't even know, hey? When did you meet senior sister Jiang? Jiang Feng, you may not believe me when I say it, I just met her, besides, who am I to answer you? Jiang Feng coldly said, no comment. Chu Manglin's face cannot hang, but she did not want to give up, so jokingly said to Jiang Kier. Jiang's sister, you do not know it, in fact, Jiang Feng, he is very boring, all day long to watch those cartoons. Are adults, who still watch cartoons, right? She does not care why Jiang Kier will lose heart crazy close to Jiang Feng, but she does not allow Jiang Feng and Jiang Kier have any intimate relationship. So she came to degrade Jiang Feng as much as she could so that Jiang Kier would lose interest in him. I see. Jiang Kier said. Chu Manglin, huh? I said, I watch anime. And, to correct you a bit. Jiang Kier expressionless look at Chu Manglin. That is not called cartoons, called anime, trouble on a field of boring opinion, how much to understand a little basic knowledge, or seem very stupid. Chu Manglin laughed dryly, so I am just kidding, there is no need to be so serious. Well. Jiang Kier looked at her coldly, reveal other people's privacy and ridicule to make fun of this cannot be funny. The girl's pretty face is cold, like an iceberg, cold wind cold, very different from the tenderness of a moment ago. Chu Manglin took a step back and gulped. She suddenly realized that Jiang Kier's eyes at this moment were very similar to Jiang Feng's eyes when he was angry just now, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Jiang Kier withdrew her sight, turned her head and hugged Jiang Feng's arm, her icy expression turned into a sweet smile. Let's go, long goodbye, I'll treat you to coffee. I'll buy you a coffee. Jiang Feng froze. In such a moment of concentration, Master Jiang was dragged away by the slender-legged female goblin. Chu Manglin looked at the figures of the two people gradually walking away, her eyes were lightless and she stood frozen in place. Her current feeling was like, after you broke up with your boyfriend. You have been powdered girl group love beans, suddenly ran out to carry him away the same. How a grass word. Chapter 2, Do you want a daughter-in-law? The people around you ate melons until they were full, and couldn't wait to share them with others. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. If the university is a small society, then Jiang Kier is the hottest actress in it. Shock. The school goddess Jiang Koer was captured by a freshman. Koer. My Koer. Fairy, how can you move your mortal heart? Both of them seem to have the same surname, Jiang. They must be siblings, right? Right? For a while, gossip was flying, shocked, heartbroken, and unwilling to face reality. Inside the Overlord coffee table store, everyone coincidentally looked over in one direction. There was nothing else, because Jiang University's #1 school flower, Jiang Kier, was actually dating a boy. Over the past 3 years of enrollment, the men who pursued the Jiang school beauty were like crucians in a river. But let's not talk about capturing her heart, we haven't seen anyone succeed in even asking her out for a meal. As a result, now, unprecedentedly, Jiang Kier actually talked and laughed with a boy, and her demeanor revealed intimacy. It seems like the relationship is very unusual. Jiang Feng noticed the jealous and uncomprehending sights of the people around him and smiled bitterly. It was no wonder, after all, the pretty girl on the opposite side who was biting a straw. But Jiangchuan University's #1 school flower Jiang Koer. At this moment, Jiang Koer didn't care about the bystanders in the slightest, she was concentrating on holding the cup, puffing out her cheeks, trying to suck out the pearls at the bottom of the cup. Coughed Jiang Feng coughed, that school sister, what exactly is it that you are looking for me? Cough 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 cough. I didn't expect Jiang Kier to cough even harder than he did, as if he was choking. Jiang Kier put down the cup, drew out a tissue and wiped her mouth, and smoothed her breath. In the future, don't call me a senior sister, or either laugh at me or be struck by lightning eye. Immediately afterward, she raised her eyes to the sky somewhat sheepishly, and folded her hands in front of her chest. Her mouth whispered Ba Buddha, Amen, bless life infinite heavenly Father, Dad forgive me. Jiang Feng scratched his head. He found that this Jiang schoolgirl was not as high and cold and unapproachable as rumors had it. Instead, she was a bit naive and cute. Then Koer? Jiang Feng asked tentatively. The girl on the opposite side nodded her head, her eyes narrowed in a smile like a crescent moon, looking very happy. It's been a long, long time since I heard you shout at me like this. Jiang Koei rested her cheek with one hand, the corner of her mouth was smiling, but the bottom of her eyes showed a trace of nostalgia and despondency. Seems to chant softly, seems to sigh, seems to dream, gently a murmur. Dad. Jiang Feng froze, the pupil earthquake, the CPU directly burned. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Who? What is the situation? Why is the school flower looking at me and shouting Dad? Jiang Qir looked at Jiang Feng's dangling appearance, did not hold back a snort of laughter. Hey, old Jiang, how do you look dull ah? The afternoon sunlight through the street window, like a golden veil, enveloped the girl who smiled softly. The girl's eyes were arched, her hair was long and waist-length, and the tips of her hair were gilded by the light with a faint golden glow. If there really was a god in the world, it wouldn't be as beautiful as this, would it? All the people who watched the scene thought in unison. The girl's laughter, Jiang Feng also gradually calmed down, analyzed a pass, came to the conclusion. This niece play me. Although the way to call someone's father to prank me, it's very strange, that's all. Jiang Qir suddenly reached out quietly and pulled out a piece of Jiang Feng's hair. It's Jiang Feng angry eyes, what are you doing? There are some things, there is no way to be believable without laying out the evidence. Jiang Qir put the hair into a small plastic bag and put it into her bag, and also gently patted it with her hand. I take your hair has a big use, when the time comes to return you a surprise. Oh. Jiang Qir blinked her left eye, adorable, turned over a large number of people. This face, the killing power is really amazing. Take hair also, don't grip bangs, Jiang Feng complained, in case of baldness how to do? And la Jiang Qir waved her hand, you will be 40 or 50 years old, hair is still very lush, do not have to worry. Jiang Feng cut, how do you know? You are not a fortune teller. Although I'm not a fortune teller, Jiang Qir smiled mysteriously, I know where your future wife is. Where is she? Jiang Feng felt that the schoolgirl in front of him really looked like a charlatan pretending to be a charlatan. However, if there really was such a beautiful con artist, I guess there were quite a few people who would rush to be cheated, right? Jiang Qir was lying on the table, waving her small hand towards Jiang Feng with a mysterious little face, signaling him to come over. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment, but still came over. Two people's heads came together, muttering. The people next to them had no idea what they were saying. But combined with the intimate movements of the two people, as well as vaguely heard words such as wife. Real hammer. Originally, everyone will still believe, as a result, now. Heavy truth, like a giant stone hammer general, wrapped in the wind of gossip, ruthlessly smashed into the hearts of all the male students of Jiangda University. Those nights, the neighborhood bars were full. However, no matter how noisy the outside world was, it did not affect the secret conversation between the two. Who is my future daughter-in-law? Jiang Feng didn't believe it, but there was no harm in hearing about it, right? Jiang Qir smiled a little wryly and a little cutely, she's in Jiangde. How old is she? Jiang Qir shook her head. It can't be a graduate student, right? Although I like the Imperial Sister Department, but I am only a freshman. Jiang Qir continued to shake her head. It can't be. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched, could it be a female professor? Jiang Qir snapped her fingers. Jiang Qir snapped her fingers, although not loud, but Fan has it on the line. Jiang Feng's angry mouth is crooked, what the hell do you count? Professor that are how many years older than me? Jiang Qir shook her finger, have you forgotten the widely circulated saying in Jiangde? There is a kind of female professor called Su Qingyu Su Professor. There is a kind of cold called your mom thinks you are cold, and there is a kind of female professor called Professor Su Qingyu Su. Su Qingyu, at the age of 22, when others are still attending college, she has already graduated with a doctorate and has become an associate professor at the university. Genius girl, junior class of China University of Science and Technology, 18 years old, went to the United States to study, straight doctorate, 8 years of school system, 4 years ahead of graduation, after returning to China, but also directly by the University of Jiangchuan special appointment as an associate professor. In addition to the genius-like brain, but also has the beauty of the stars, its beauty and Jiang Qir is not equal. Jiang Qir is the first school flower of Jiang University, while Su Qingyu is the first beauty of Jiang University. Compared to Jiang Qir, Su Qingyu had more of the glory of a genius girl's accomplishments, with the special bonus of her teacher status. Professor Su Sai Gao. Su Qingyu? Jiang Feng froze. The dream girl of all the boys in the school, the brightest pearl of Jiang University, Su Qingyu with both intelligence and beauty. My future wife. He. Zhang Feng began to walk away, his mouth was crooked with laughter, and his saliva almost flowed out. TSK Zhang Kor looked at Zhang Feng with a disgusted face, but still reached out, took a tissue and gently wiped the corners of his mouth for him. Chapter 3 Genius Girl. Zhang Feng came back to his senses and coughed lightly, although I would love for you to say it's true, but this kind of thing isn't possible law. Instead of believing that Su Qingyu is his future wife, it would be better to believe that Zhang Kir is his future daughter. How is it impossible? Zhang Kor shot up, startling Zhang Feng and the people around him. Zhang Kor grabbed Zhang Feng's arm. Come with me. Where to? To get my daughter-in-law. Basic Teaching Building A, Classroom A301, overcrowded. The latter classroom is full, the seats are empty. What's even more exaggerated is that outside the classroom, the front and back doors are crowded with people, stretching their heads to look at the beautiful silhouette on the podium. Su Qingyu was wearing gray and black short sleeves, her arms were white and curvy. Long hair hanging waist, slender waist with a white skirt, long legs hidden in the skirt. Under the hem of the skirt reveals a section of slender ankles like white jade, feet on short heel crystal sandals. Pink toes and curves of the perfect arch, as if a work of art is blasphemous. Some people, just standing there, are as beautiful as a painting. Make way. Zhang Kor pulled Zhang Feng towards the crowd. Beauty opened the way, and the crowded crowd made way for schoolgirl Jiang. Zhang Kor smiled and thanked her. Zhang Kir smiled and thanked her. She just smiled at me. Nonsense, she smiled at me. Don't argue. Who's the boy that Sister Jiang is holding? Let go of that boy, come at me if you have anything. Ooh, I want to touch Kagom's hand too, it must be so soft and fragrant. Ooh. The two of them walked into the filled classroom and looked around. Sit so full. Professor Su's charm is really horrible like this. Zhang Feng marveled. This way. Zhang Kir pulled Zhang Feng to the back row corner, and the two people next to her directly stood up to give up their seats. President, fortunately. Zhang Kor nodded her head, hard work. The two people gave up their seats and walked out of the classroom side by side. Before leaving, they also reluctantly glanced at Su Qingyu. Professor Su is so good looking, even better looking than President Jiang. Nonsense. It's clearly senior sister Jiang who is the best looking. By the way, do you think that Professor Su and President Jiang look a bit alike? I don't care, Sister Jiang is the most beautiful. The two brothers left noisily, so Zhang Feng and the two of them sat in their seats. Zhang Kir blew on the air conditioner, her legs stretched out and crossed, squinting comfortably. Zhang Feng looked at her. What for? The student council president sent two people over to grab a seat, is there a problem? Abuse of power, are you this? Zhang Feng mentally spat. He clasped his hands, Lord Kor is really handy. Humph. Su Qingyu's class had always been hard to find, and there were even people who got up early at 6 o'clock to take up seats. It has also spawned a business, with people paying money to come and ask others to occupy their seats, as well as auctioning off seats after getting up early and occupying them. One can only say that college students can do anything. However, it all boils down to Professor Su's irresistible charm. Zhang Feng looked at Su Qingyu on the podium, and his heart suddenly stopped beating for a beat. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like a quiet lake, and her nose and cherry lips were beautiful. She quietly lowered her eyes, like a fairy who had mistakenly entered the mortal world and did not eat earthly fire. At the moment of seeing her, it was as if the river of years had stopped flowing. All the beautiful words in the world, as if they were made for her, could not describe her beauty. As for the figure, 7-headed, or 8-headed. Doesn't matter, what matters is. She's so good looking. Good looking, right? Zhang Kor smiled and said. Zhang Feng nodded frantically. In the past, he had only heard that there was a super pretty female professor, but he just took it as an exaggerated rumor and was too lazy to get up that early to see it. Now he only hated that he didn't have 2 extra pairs of eyes. Zhang Kor saw him in this state and came to his ear and whispered. Your future wife, oh. Zhang Feng jolted as if waking up from a dream. He turned his head and snapped, Claire, you really don't want to joke about this. Although I am willing to die if I am allowed to marry such a wife, but even if I die, I can't marry Professor Su, right? That's not a matter of wanting it or not, it's not even a matter of being able to. It's like, if someone tells you that you will marry Sakurajima Asako and Dome's sister together in the future, you also think that this person is bullshitting, right? Zhang Kor smiled wryly, how do you know if you don't try? She suddenly stood up and shouted, "Teacher Su, are you still short of class representatives?" Su Qingyu's plain hand slightly paused, raising her eyes to look at the girl who stood up at the back row of the classroom. When the line of sight touches her face, her eyes move slightly, and a hint of doubt flashes across the bottom of her eyes. Su Qingyu looked at her for a moment before speaking. Her voice, how can I put it? Like spring water tinkling, and like a jade ring clinking, crisp, pleasant to the ear, and soft as moonlight. Do you want to be? She looked at her as if she was looking at her other self. It's not me. Zhang Qian patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, it's him. Zhang Feng stood up stiffly, and the entire class, as well as everyone outside the door, all of their eyes converged on him. Su Qingyu looked at him for a few moments before nodding her head. Well, it's okay, what's your name? Zhang Feng. Su Qingyu looked at him again, as if she wanted to memorize him. Good Zhang Feng. The corner of Zhang Kor's mouth curved and she snapped her fingers without sounding. Plan pass. However, this time, the whole class couldn't sit still. Teacher Su, I also want to be the class representative. I'm the same. Teacher Su, I want to be your canine. Su Qingyu didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the students underneath. The clear eyes were empty until the clamor gradually subsided. At this moment, a needle could be heard and it was as cold as frost. One class representative is enough, there is no shortage now. She spoke calmly. The class bell rang at the right time, breaking the stagnant atmosphere, and the air flowed again. Alright, class is in session. Classes were starting, but college students usually didn't attend. The last row of the classroom, as expected, turned on whispering mode. Well, why did Mr. Su just get angry? The aura is so scary. A girl next to Zhang Feng whispered. Her best friend chimed in, yeah, reminds me of my elementary school female teacher, very pretty one. But as long as she didn't speak and stared at us, the students underneath all didn't dare to make any more trouble. Listening to their whispers, Zhang Kor poked Zhang Feng with her elbow. What do you think? Zhang Kor poked Zhang Feng with her elbow. What do you think? Zhang Kor stared at him, her cheeks puffed up, a look of I'm angry puffer fish. Zhang Feng laughed. I do think that she was just gawking just now. How? Zhang Kor perked up her ears. Of course she knew that Su Qingyu was just fuming, this was her mom's habit. When things are not decided, the first days. But Zhang Feng obviously saw Su Qingyu for the first time. How did he guess? One word, genius. Zhang Feng put up a finger. A person who gains something is bound to lose something. Do you think she went all the way up the ladder and just worked with a skill like the class teacher's death stare? So, she was just geeking out just now. It all doesn't matter, you guys mess around, I'll just daze for a while. That's probably what this young Ms. Su's heart says. There was also intuition, right? Zhang Feng looked at the silhouette on the podium, her red lips slightly opened, telling the mysteries of physics and math, but the students underneath were like listening to heavenly books. It was as if he saw the girl burying her head in front of the sea of books and problems day after day. The room was filled with books, and the dust in the air glittered and danced in the sunlight. Genius? Geniuses are probably quite lonely, right? Although she was a genius, she was somehow heartbreaking. Although I am not qualified to say this is. What do you think? Zhang Feng said. I don't know. Dao. Zhang Kor skimmed her mouth and said sourly, I only smell the sour odor of dog food. Zhang Feng? Chapter 4, the two of us talked to each other. Zhang Kor looked at Zhang Feng, and then turned her head to look at Su Qingyu on the podium. TSK. No way, this can make him blind, right? Could there really be such a thing as a heart-to-heart? It's worthy of being you, Dad. A class, listen to the dizzy head, this college math is simply not human learning. After class, Su Qingyu habitually packs up her lesson plan and prepares to leave, but her footsteps suddenly give way. Zhang Feng? She turned her head and said, her side face like a painting. I'm here. Come with me to the office. After saying that, she turned around and left. The students blocking the doorway hurriedly made a path. Oh no, you guys are still at the door? It's been one class pro. Zhang Feng couldn't spit in time. If he didn't catch up, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Go on, Junior. Zhang Kor violently pushed him. She clenched her small fists, her eyes bright. Go for it. I'll be outside the office to assist you. Zhang Feng squeezed out of the classroom and caught up with Su Qingyu in front of everyone's envious eyes that wanted to kill. Teacher Su, let me help you with your lesson plan. Thank you. Su Qingyu handed over the lesson plan, the hand holding it was slender and slender. The fingertips are white, the nails are pink and white, no nail polish or anything like that. Clean and plain, like warm jade. The sound of the heels clattering echoed in the ears, like a natural musical movement knocking on the heart, so that people cannot help but accelerate the heartbeat. Two people walked into the office. The office was empty at the moment. Zhang Feng and the young Su Qingyu didn't look like a student and a teacher, instead they looked like two students who had sneaked into the office. Su Qingyu sat down on a chair, crossed her legs, and tilted her head to look at Zhang Feng. Under close viewing, Professor Su's beautiful face was like a storm, making Zhang Feng's breath catch. Don't just stand there, find a seat and chat. Su Qingyu pointed to the chair beside him. Zhang Feng moved over the chair and sat down. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes looked at him. In the future, you will be responsible for sending and receiving after-school homework and erasing the blackboard. Is there any problem? There is no problem. Zhang Feng was very spirited. The simple 3 sentences ended, and all of a sudden there were no more words. Then, Zhang Feng saw that Teacher Su, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room, had a pair of clear eyes that started to be lax. Launched into a daze again? Zhang Feng wasn't in a hurry, so he quietly admired Professor Su's beautiful face. This eye, this nose, this small mouth, this collarbone, tsk. The same pair of eyes and mouth, how come people are so good looking? A few moments later, Professor Su came back to her senses and looked at Zhang Feng in a confused manner. Why are you still here? It turns out that we've just finished chatting. On how many sentences are needed to appoint a class representative? The answer was 3 sentences. Zhang Feng scratched his head. So I'll go? Wait a minute. Su Qingyu looks like she suddenly thought of something. Who is that girl who came with you today? Her name is Zhang Qir, we are friends. Zhang Feng replied. Oh. Then 2 people, you look at me, I look at you, no one speak. Outside the office glass window, silently, poked out a small head. Zhang Qir lying on the window, looking at the office inside the wide-eyed 2 people, angry straight stomping feet. This pair of uncaring parents. She gently knocked on the glass, and Zhang Feng, who was directly across from her, noticed the suspicious head. Then he fixed his eyes on it. Hua! Schoolgirl Jiang was looking at him with gritted teeth. Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his CPU was running at high speed, and after holding his breath for half a day, he asked in an awkward chat to break the ice. Teacher Su, do you usually have any hobbies? Su Qingyu blinked, although she did not understand why her class representative asked this, but still honestly answered. Nothing special, occasionally listen to songs, exercise. Zhang Kor covered her face. How did this make it look like a blind date meeting? Looking at Su Qingyu in front of him, who was only 3 years older than himself but had already become a postdoctoral fellow, Zhang Feng's curiosity and desire to find out was instantly aroused. Teacher Su, I'm a bit curious, did a genius girl like you ever go to an ordinary elementary school? I did, but I jumped 3 levels in a row. And don't call me a genius girl. Okay, genius beauty girl, may I ask how old you were when you went to college? Su Qingyu slightly puffed up the right side of her face to show that she was a bit angry. But still, she answered a bit nicely, 15 years old. Zhang Kor covered her face with both hands. How did this become a fan meeting again? Right. Zhang Feng took out his cell phone. Ms. Su, let's add a micro message, something you directly command. Su Qingyu nodded, it seems like it should be added. Scanning the code to verify and pass the friend, Zhang Feng sent a hello cat head emoji. Su Qingyu returned the same cat head, hello. Looking at the naive and cute cat head on the cell phone, Zhang Feng's mouth curved slightly. I didn't realize that Professor Su looked high and cold, but in reality, she wasn't mean at all. Zhang Feng was giggling when his head was suddenly knocked hard. Zhang Qir flashed behind Zhang Feng, pulled him up and smiled at Su Qingyu. Teacher Su, we're leaving first, something to talk about. Zhang Qir leaned over and whispered in Zhang Feng's ear. Tactical retreat. After the 2 people left, the empty office regained its silence. Su Qingyu does not care about this cold atmosphere, she has long been accustomed to the silence and loneliness. Ding dong. A message came from her cell phone. Su Qingyu subconsciously clicked on it. Teacher Su, today there is some excitement and offense, I hope that Teacher Su will not mind. The main thing is that I have always admired you, Mr. Su, and today I got my wish to become your class representative, and I can't hide my excitement for a moment. Teachers, you can order anything you want, and I can give you 3 meals a day. The green chat box was so long that Su Qingyu almost froze. She tapped the screen with her finger, sending out a d sound. It's okay, I didn't mind. That's good, see you next class, Ms. Su. Zhang Feng, emoticon, cat waving bye-bye. Su Qingyu, same emoticon pack, cat waving bye-bye. After waiting for 10 seconds and seeing that the opposite side did not send another message over, Su Qingyu pressed out the screen. Black crystal-like screen, reflecting the woman's beautiful face. That has always been cold and expressionless white porcelain face, more than a trace of seemingly mixed colors. Like anger, like pleasure, like melancholy. Zhang Feng. Looking at the message in the cell phone screen, Zhang Qier let out a sigh of relief. She took the cell phone and lightly knocked down Zhang Feng's head. I'm really convinced. What are you doing just now? What were you doing just now? It's like checking the family register. Zhang Feng snatched the cell phone back. I don't want you to care. Zhang Qier clasped her hands on her chest and looked disdainfully out of the corner of her eye. If it wasn't for the fact that I just took your phone and sent you a message to apologize for you and saved the day, you would have become a nymphomaniac in the eyes of Ms. Su, do you know that? No way. Zhang Feng thought back to the previous conversation. Just now the two of us obviously have a good conversation. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that, he said. Chapter 5: How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with You. Zhang Qier held her forehead. Can't you see that Ms. Su is angry? Saying that, she slightly puffed up the right side of her face and glared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, just now teacher Su seems to have appeared with this expression too. It's weirdly cute. It's a sign of anger. Idiot. Zhang Qier class is in session. You remember, when Miss Su is happy she squints her eyes, when she's angry she puffs up her face, and when she's super angry she... Zhang Feng, what will happen? Will kick. Ha, I thought what would happen. Turns out it's just kicking. Zhang Feng was fearless. Zhang Qier looked at him with pity. Mr. Su is a black belt in Taekwondo, the official kind, and a kick can break 7 solid wooden boards. Zhang Feng laughed dryly for a couple of seconds. Don't worry, I will never, ever make Mr. Su angry again. This is not from the heart, this is called respecting the future daughter-in-law in advance. After this battle, I found that your kung fu and flirting with girls is worrisome. Zhang Qier made a tactical summary. So? Zhang Qier snapped her fingers without ringing and smiled brightly. The next period of time is going to be a special training for you. Jian University Library, corner table and chair. Isn't it going to be special training? What's the point of bringing me here? Zhang Feng's head started to spin as he looked at the wide array of bookshelves. The intelligence of college students is comparable to that of apes, and places like the library have always been off limits to the Scarlet Tribe. If you can read 10,000 books, you can flirt with girls like a god. Zhang Qier walked over with a large pile of books in her arms, unloading them onto the table with a muffled thud. These are the secret martial arts books that I have hand-picked for you. Zhang Qier clapped her hands, wiped the fine sweat on the corners of her forehead, and laughed. Now there is still an afternoon plus evening, and tomorrow morning is also Mr. Su's class, so I strive to see as much as I can today. Zhang Feng looked at the dozen or so books in front of him that were built into a small mountain, and the corner of his mouth twitched. How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with You. College Student Love and Marriage Guidance Program. How to Harvest the Heart of a Rich Woman. Genius on the left, wife on the right. National Rich Woman Directory. Zhang Feng? What the hell is this last one? Zhang Feng just wanted to open it to take a closer look at the address book, but Zhang Qier reached out and snatched it. I got the wrong one. I'm not allowed to look at this one. Let me have a look. Zhang Qier held the book in her arms. Don't give it. Zhang Qier kicked her legs around, prancing from side to side, saying she wouldn't give it to him. Zhang Feng looked at the book that was held dead in the arms of the young girl. There was nothing to do but give up helplessly. Cheap, if you don't give it to you, keep it for yourself. Zhang Feng bristled. The movement of the two people drew a lot of gazes, and after realizing that it was Zhang Qier, their gazes gradually became shocked. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Schoolmarm Jiang is actually in the library with a guy? Who is that guy? I'm going to chop him to death. There are 3 sacred places for college students to fall in love: the library, the grove, and the cafeteria. The goddess Jiang, who never touches a single leaf, is actually here in the library with a guy? No, why should he? Everyone is indignant, but the most pathetic one is the following guy. He saw his goddess sitting with a guy at the milk tea store, talking and laughing, and his heart was broken. When he went to class later, he saw the two of them walking into the classroom together, and his heart was broken a second time. He went through 2 heartbreaks of the Tao, was reborn in fire, and came to the library to get strong, vowing to impress everyone. Then he had his heart broken a third time, the kind that won't stick back together. Woo woo. He ran away crying, carrying the broken strength of a man, envious and jealous to the point of madness. Jiang Feng noticed the sights around him before realizing that he might have disturbed someone else. In a hurry, he pressed down on Jiang Qir's head, trying to calm her down. Okay, no more fooling around. As if her bloodline was suppressed, Jiang Qir instantly quieted down and sat down on the chair somewhat obediently. Jiang Feng realized that his behavior was a bit over the line and hurriedly withdrew his hand. After a long time, he saw that schoolgirl Jiang didn't pounce up and bite him to death in annoyance as expected. Only then did Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. No, is this still the cold and overbearing schoolgirl Jiang? So well behaved? The crowd spat in unison. You know, there was once a person who blocked the downstairs of the women's dormitory, holding a large bouquet of flowers to express his love for Jiang Qir, saying that she wouldn't leave if she didn't say yes. As a result, he was kicked to the ground by Jiang Qir, and then the heroine didn't even look back and left. This dude was on fire on the school forum that day, and was known as Brother One Foot. If Brother One Foot saw how well-behaved schoolgirl Jiang was now, he would probably have to spit out 3 liters of blood, right? Originally in the library, there were people playing with cell phones, sleeping, boinking, and everything but studying. Now, all neatly aligned, open the gossip mode, uploading photos to capture the various forums. All JNU boys want to know, the photo of this dog in the end is who? This Fong should be executed. While Jiang Feng was burying his head in the sand, a storm was quietly brewing. How to chase a rich woman. The cover is written in big gold letters. Hard work doesn't always lead to success, but when chasing a rich woman, success is right next to your pillow. Jiang Feng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he held this thick book that was comparable to a textbook for a specialized course. Does this really work? Jiang Qir tilted her head on the table, her hair hanging down from the side of her ear to the edge of the table, poking out her little pink and white ears, like an elfin girl who had appeared in the forest. Teacher Su is a rich woman, so it should work? Jiang Qir tilted her head to look at Jiang Feng. No, what do you mean it should? Also, Professor Su is really a rich woman? Jiang Feng felt that the girl in front of him was pretty, but how she looked was not reliable. Jiang Qir buried her face between her arms and said listlessly, Miss Su's family is ranked in the country. Or an only daughter, if you marry her, the rest of your life will endure the misery of not being able to spend the money. Said, the girl's voice is getting more and more lethargic, lying on the table, closed her eyes and confused. I will take a nap, call me at mealtime. Jiang Qir muttered in a daze, twisted her waist, changed to a more comfortable position, and directly opened to sleep. Young people's bodies are just fine, fall down and sleep. Jiang Feng spat out a sentence and turned back to the treasure dictionary in his hand. At this moment, it was no longer an ordinary book, it was a ladder to the peak of life. Books are the ladder of human progress, Gorky honestly does not deceive me. Turning over the book, Jiang Feng's eyes were resolute, starting school. Chapter 6: The Little Fox Who Returns Favor. 2.5 hours later, Jiang Feng lifted his somewhat sore neck and moved it around. After a lot of hard learning, he felt like he had opened up his Rendu air chakra at the moment, and the 9 yang divine power had been practiced up to the 7th or 8th level. Despite his mental and physical exhaustion, Jiang Feng's eyes were glowing with disdain. To put it in a word, I want to talk about 10. Jiang Feng looked at the time, 5:40. It's time to eat. He turned his head to prepare to wake up Jiang Qir, and suddenly froze after seeing the scene in front of him. The tong light of the setting sun shone through the window screen that was lifted by the wind, shining on the quietly sleeping girl. The long eyelashes were distinct, the nose was small and delicate, and the cherry-like mouth was slightly open, revealing the hidden shell teeth. Jiang Feng, suddenly a little reluctant to wake her, his heart inexplicably flooded with a sigh of relief. The child has grown so big in the blink of an eye? What the hell? Why do you feel like an old father? It was inexplicable, obviously Jiang Qir was 2 years older than him. Jiang Feng rubbed his face and hurriedly dispersed this strange feeling. Well. Jiang Qir rubbed her eyes, confusedly opened her eyes, and after seeing the silhouette in front of her, she vaguely muttered. Dad, is it time to eat dinner? It's time for dinner. Wait, what the hell is Dad? Zhang Feng was inexplicably shocked. Zhang Ke was also startled awake, blinked, and then vigorously patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. It's old Aid La. You heard wrong, warning you, don't want to take advantage of me AO. Jiang Feng couldn't make sense of it. You like to eat with Buster? Get lost, you're the one who eats with Buster. I'm going to step on you. Zhang Ke wanted to step on his foot, but Zhang Feng dodged it. Aga Zhang Ke propped her hands on the table and frowned. My legs are numb from sleeping. Quickly come and help me. Zhang Feng hurriedly went forward to support Zhang Ke's arm, only to be stepped on by her swift and sneaky attack. Zhang Feng didn't feel any pain, but the murderer who stepped on her face bared his teeth. No, your leg is really numb? Zhang Feng was so angry and funny. The leg sleep numbness still dare to step on others, really tiger? Zhang Ke bit her little face frowned, but still hardened. This girl will do what she says. Do what you say. Zhang Feng helped her to stand up. Zhang Feng helped her to stand up. Count you great. Zhang Ke glanced at his feet and asked, does it hurt? Ah. Zhang Feng reacted and laughed, it doesn't hurt at all. Zhang Ke puffed up her face, huh? This makes me lose face. Zhang Feng cooperated, it hurts like hell, it feels like my feet are going to be ruined. Zhang Ke nodded, then I'll treat you to dinner tonight as compensation. Zhang Feng helped the limping Zhang Ke leave the library. The moment she walked out of the library, Zhang Ke breathed a sigh of relief. So close, almost exposed. Luckily, I borrowed the topic and muddled through. It's still me. Although she had planned to tell Zhang Feng the truth, but not now. At least, have to wait until dad and mom two people a little substantial progress after. Zhang Ke looked to the side of the young man. At this moment, the side of his mouth had not yet sprouted a nasty beard. He was even 2 years younger than her. Really looking forward to it. By the time you know the truth, what kind of expression will you have? Zhang Ke directly brought Zhang Feng to Zhang University's most luxurious restaurant, Xinhua Building. Usually, when Zhang students had birthday parties or classmates' dinners, they would choose here. It was a little expensive, but there was a reason why it was expensive. Inside the box. Zhang Ke took the menu and waved her hand, ordering 5 dishes in a box. Enough is enough. Zhang Feng quickly stopped her, just the two of us, if we order more, we won't be able to finish it. Zhang Ke handed the menu to the waiter, turned her head and smiled arrogantly, I have money. I know you have money. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Zhang Ke moved her chair up with both hands, her little but not leaving the chair, crab walking like, moved to Zhang Feng's side. What are you doing? Zhang Feng was alert. Get closer, so you don't have to turn the table, you can eat all the dishes. Zhang Ke clapped her hands and glanced obliquely at Zhang Feng, why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Zhang Feng, I'm really afraid that you'll eat me. Before, I had been dragged along, and I didn't have time to think at all, but now that I had calmed down, Zhang Feng gradually realized that something was wrong. What happened today is too suspicious. The school's famously cold schoolgirl suddenly intruded into the life of a passerby, and said she would help him chase girls to get a wife. This doesn't make any sense. Even a novel wouldn't dare to be this ridiculous, right? Zhang Feng looked at the girl waiting for food beside him. She was a bit bored at the moment, putting her chopsticks on her pouting lips. Her hands were resting on her face, swaying around. Was schoolgirl Zhang this childish? Wasn't it the outside world that said she was high-strung? Or is this actually not her, but a leprechaun in disguise? Zhang Feng suddenly stretched out his hand, pinched Zhang Ke's face, and accidentally touched off the chopsticks on her lips. What are you doing? Zhang Ke stared over angrily. She wasn't angry about being pinched, but she was angry about dropping the chopsticks. Zhang Feng retracted his hands and leaned back, a big jump. Demon, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Quickly show your original form. Yes, there's only one explanation. That is that Zhang Ke is the little fox who came to repay her favor. When she was 8 years old, Zhang Feng had indeed saved a little white fox. So 10 years later, she cultivated into human form to repay the favor. And to help herself find a wife. Zhang Ke froze and looked at him, then helplessly held her forehead, angry and laughing. Although I don't know what kind of stuff you're blindly thinking about, the truth is definitely not what you think it is. Zhang Feng was skeptical. You really aren't the little fox who came to repay the favor? Zhang Ke's mouth twitched. Should I say no? Dad's imagination is really a mud truck hitting Anima. The sky is the limit. No. Jiang Kor firmly denied. Alright, Jiang Feng resumed his seat. Since you're not here to return the favor, Jiang Feng stroked his chin, then why are you helping me so much? We've just met, haven't we? Jiang Kor choked. How can I get away with this? Damn it, just now it would have been better if I had simply admitted that I was the little fox who was repaying the favor. Greeting Jiang Feng's probing eyes, Jiang Kuer's big eyes darted around. She suddenly stood up, righteously, her hands crossed her waist, valiantly. My generation of youth, the road sees injustice, pulls the knife to help. I just can't stand to see some people start and end their lives, and I decided to give you a hand. Chaste goddess ruthlessly hit the face of the ex-girlfriend. At this moment, her long hair was fluttering and her body seemed to be glowing. Jiang Feng's eyes widened, and his nose actually turned a little sour. The heroine is righteous. He held Jiang Kier's hand, his eyes showed sincerity and touching. If you do not abandon, today you and I too righteousness can be good. Jiang Kier dumbfounded, this or not it, ethical a bit of a problem. Kier, I heard your voice next door. A similarly school flower level of beautiful girls pushed the door in, after seeing the scene in front of them, on the spot frozen place. Chapter 7. See you tomorrow. The girl has a head of shoulder-length hair, delicate features, fair skin, and large eyes that are full of doubts at this time. Who are you? Jiang Kor felt bad. Shu Yan, you listen to my explanation. No need to explain, I understand. Shui Shuyan smiled and through a look of understanding finished, turned her head and ran, not forgetting to close the door. I don't know what to say. Jiang Kier pushed open the door, but she didn't realize it. Jiang Kier pushed open the door, but only saw Shui Shuyan's silhouette running downstairs. Jiang Kier rubbed her brow and muttered, this is trouble. That is? Jiang Feng asked. My roommate. Jiang Kier closed the door and sat down on the chair. After going back, she was sure to be tortured by them. Jiang Feng also thought of those 3 sons in his dormitory. I hope they don't know that he and Jiang's schoolgirl almost tied the knot on this matter, or else they will definitely be envious to pout him. The 2 people were thinking a lot, and they were both a little sad. Excuse me, your dishes. The waiter put the dishes away and pushed the cart to leave. Who cares? Jiang Kier's small hand waved, holding the chopsticks, like holding a sword. I stern, the sky is big, dry rice is the biggest. Jiang Feng nodded his head in the same way, let's eat then. For a while, the 2 eaters were not happy, swallowing all their worries into their stomachs. On the other hand, Shui Shuyan excitedly shared the scene she saw in her dormitory group. Shui Shuyan, guess what I saw? Shindi, guess if I guess? Yang Shui shared a link. It's a post that's been spun like crazy on the campus forum. Content, the Jiang school flower or taken down. Who is the name of this flower of the high ridge? Shui Shuyan? Yang Shui, I've already swiped it. Shuyan, you're lagging behind in information. Shui Shuyan, damn it. Shui Shuyan, but I saw it with my own eyes, I witnessed it live. Shui Shuyan, at that time, that boy was holding Claire's hand and looking at her with affection. It felt like he was about to cry. Shindi, woohoo, is he in an idol drama? Yang Shui, what did the boy look like? The photo on the forum is a bit confusing. Shui Shuyan, quite handsome. And I don't know why, but at first glance, I think he looks a bit like Kuer. Shindi, this is the so-called husband and wife look, I understand. Yang Shui, you understand on again. Shui Shuyan, hee, Kuer is still hiding something from us, we can't let her off lightly tonight. Shindi, yes, interrogate her overnight. At Jiang Kor. Yang Shui, confess from leniency, resist from severity. At Jiang Kier. Jiang Kier? Jiang Kor, begging to be spared. JPG. The entrance to the men's dormitory. People coming and going in and out, their gazes drifted coincidentally to the tree at the entrance. Simply because a super invincible beautiful girl was standing there. Although her opposite stood a boy, but this does not prevent the majority of wolf friends sneak a look at 2 eyes. Looking at the perfect girl and then looking at the guy, everyone's heart is full of regret and indignation. What an iceberg snow lotus stuck in the concrete. What right does this kid have? If she were my girlfriend, I'd be willing to drink Michelle Ice Orange Foot Wash. 2 people are looking at each other and saying something. I can't hear them. I guess it's love talk between young lovers. Jiang Feng was carrying the thick book How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, and Jiang Kier was looking back at him. The expressions of the 2 people were indescribably serious, and the lights of the dormitory colored each other's pupils. Tonight go back to read well, but do not sleep too late. Tomorrow morning get up and clean up their own, in order to meet the best state of exam. Zhang Kor admonished. Zhang Feng nodded, his expression resolute. I know. Zhang Kor patted his shoulder, and Zhang Feng pounded his chest. The two nodded silently, like comrades charging together. A tacit understanding, no need to say more. Then I'm off. Bye. Zhang Kir turned around, walked 7 or 8 steps, and looked over sideways. She straightened her arms and waved, smiling and shouting, see you tomorrow. After saying that, the girl turned around and ran away. Her hair under the streetlight was like a cloud of smoke, and she disappeared into the crowd in the twinkling of an eye. See you tomorrow. Zhang Feng said softly. Crap. 619 men's dormitory, suddenly erupted pig-like shouting. What do you groove? I groove Zhang Feng, fat little froze, not right, I do not groove him. Fatty shook his head and hurriedly raised his cell phone, not, you guys look at the school forum. What's so great about that stupid forum? I'd been mixing with the posters. A long-haired man carelessly slides his cell phone, suddenly stares wide-eyed and spits out a word. Crap. No, why are you guys so excited? The muscular guy working out on the bed with push-ups is baffled. Here. Fatty pestles his cell phone in front of him. He was doing push-ups, his hands went limp, his face slapped on the bed, and only after a long time did he spit out the next word, groove. Wang Lin propped himself up and climbed to his feet with a dumbfounded look on his face. Really? Zhou Hao, also known as Fatty, laughingly said, there is a picture of the truth. Anyway, I look like the real thing. Wang Lin fell into a huge shock, staring blankly at the phone that was turned crazy post. Several photos are a boy and a beautiful girl's photo. The photos were a bit blurry, and the camera angle was a bit far away. But the boy, in the eyes of their acquaintances, could vaguely be seen as Zhang Feng. And the girl, everyone had heard of her long ago. Zhang Kur, the schoolflower of schoolflowers, the goddess of goddesses. For freshmen like them, that was simply a legendary figure, a princess far away in the sky. Now, you're telling me that Zhang Feng is talking to her? What's the difference between this and a princess eloping with a pork seller? Wang Lin looked at the long-haired man. Li Song, what do you think? Li Song pushed down his glasses, the lenses flashed a cold light. The real can't be fake, the fake can't be real. Nonsense. Zhou Xiaofang and Wang Dezhuan roared in unison. What's the noise? So loud? The door of the dormitory pushed open at the right time, and a Zhang Feng walked in. In a flash, the 3 dormitory brothers turned their heads to stare at him in unison. Chapter 8 Dormitory Interrogation. A Zhang Feng felt bad. I still have something to do, I will come back later. Don't try to run. Zhou Hao, stop him. Li Song shouted. Zhou Xiaofang took an arrow step and directly hugged Zhang Feng's waist, perfectly utilizing the agility of a fat man. Zhang Feng grasped the door, desperately forward mayfly chrysalis. Let go of me, I really have something. Wang Lin directly jumped off the bed, clenched his fists and laughed. It's the matter of Zhang's schoolgirl, isn't it? It's okay, you'll have something to do soon. The arm full of muscle wrapped around Zhang Feng's neck, a hand pulled him into the dormitory. The door slowly closed, gradually hiding the teenager's desperate face. The moment the door was completely shut and even locked, Zhang Feng, who knew he had nowhere to run, sighed helplessly. All right, let go of me. I'm not running. Zhou Hao spread his hands and scowled at him, smiling lewdly. Zhou Hao smiled even though Wang Lin, a big muscular man, also hemmed and hawed at him. It was weirdly creepy. Zhang Feng sat back on his chair and reached out to unscrew the water cup, but realized that there was no water inside. I'll take it, I'll take it. Wang Lin took the water cup and went to the water fountain to get Zhang Feng a full cup of water. Zhang Feng tun drank half a cup of water, a white mouth, cool. Line. Zhang Feng looked at the dormitory 3 sons eagerly awaiting the look of Ao. Light said. What do you want to ask on the question? Zhou Xiaofang took the lead to raise his hand, but was Wang Dezhuang a buttocks directly top fly? Wang Lin opened his mouth. Zhang Feng, are you really with Zhang Kor today? Zhang Feng nodded, yeah. See, I told you it's impossible and so on. Wang Lin turned his head stiffly like a stuck robot and looked at Zhang Feng blankly. What did you say? Zhang Feng, I did get together with Zhang Kir today, but... Before he finished, he was interrupted by a mournful scream. Wang Lin, a 1-meter-8 strong man, at this moment issued a sharp burst. No, buddy. You ah. Taking advantage of the gap between Wang Lin's mental breakdown, Zhou Hao came up. Jiang Feng, what about your girlfriend? This morning, Jiang Feng said that his girlfriend went out after looking for him to say something. At that time, Xu Manglin had not yet mentioned breaking up with him. Jiang Feng lowered his eyes, his expression suddenly sullen. Broke up? Broke up? Li Song, who had been silent, stood up and walked straight over. Jiang Feng, we can't do that kind of thing. Jiang Feng shook his head. What do you think? First of all, Jiang Feng raised a finger. Care and I are not the kind of relationship you think we have. In fact, it's only the first day we met. Secondly, Jiang Feng dropped his hand. I'm the one who got broken up with. Ah? The three people in the dormitory looked at each other. Although they don't know what happened. Wang Lin patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Split up then split up. That woman wasn't a good thing in the first place. Right, old Li? Li Pure Love Warrior Song instantly changed his statement. It's good to split up. It's just being broken up with. Who hasn't been dumped? Said. Lao Li suddenly fell silent, expression sunny to cloudy. Gloomy not. Zhou Hao asked suspiciously, that you and the goddess Jiang? Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. I can't tell. In short, it's a mess. I can't say it. I can't say it. Wang Lin waved his hand. Barbecue tonight, my treat. Forget it, it's really not necessary. Jiang Feng looked at the books on the table and laughed. I have to get up early tomorrow for class, so I have to go to bed early tonight. Ah? The three of them looked at each other. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 is wrong. It's really fine. Jiang Feng repeated. Ha ha ha, nothing is good, right? I'm going to wash up. You two go or not? Wang Lin made a wink towards the two. Li Song, I'll go too. Zhou Hao, I'll do the same. The three dogs sneakily carried the wash basin and went out. Inside the water room, the three people spoke in unison. Something is definitely wrong. No matter what, if he can do something like waking up early for class, what else can he not do? Li Song, how about following him to class tomorrow morning? Zhou Hao, yes, do we have a class tomorrow morning? Wang Lin, who knows? Li Song, I'm sure there is. Jiang Feng is in the same class as us, the schedule is the same. Well, that's fine, otherwise it's quite a loss to get up early. Jiang Feng closed the thick book of martial arts secrets and let out a long breath. Inside the dimly lit dormitory, only a warm yellow lamp remained, like a bonfire in the darkness. The remaining three had slept exceptionally early today, climbing into bed before 11:30. Jiang Feng turned off the dormitory lights and turned on the small table lamp in order not to disturb them. But at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. These three don't have classes tomorrow morning, why are they sleeping so early? Jiang Feng did not know why. Turn off the light, wash up and go to sleep. In his sleep, the teenager did not know what he dreamed of, his mouth smiled a little crooked. Hey, Mr. Suhei. The words are divided into two ends, Ko side can be miserable. Jiang Kor quietly pushed open the door of the room, and quietly put her head inside, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes to detect the enemy. Inside the dormitory, the three girls are busy with their own business. Yang Shui was watching beauty videos, holding a powder puff and patting it on her face, presumably learning new makeup techniques. Xindi was playing agriculture, her small face was red, looking like she was angry at her teammates for red temperature again. Shui Shuyan is reading a book to prepare for tomorrow's class. Well, the identification is complete, the king of the volume 1. Zhang Qir saw that as usual, the alert radar was lifted, and gently pushed open the door and walked in. She minimized her presence and gently closed the door. But in the next second when the door closed, the three people directly dropped the matter at hand and shot up. Xu Yan blocked the door and released Qin Di. Yang Shui stepped on the stool with her feet and waved the flag. Shui Shuyan, in a white gauze nightgown, put her hands behind her back and smiled as she blocked the door. Qin Di stepped on the stool and opened his arms to open a banner with 8 big words. Confess to leniency, resist to severity. Zhang Qir, Sigma. The momentum of the swiftness of the General Jiang was chopped under the horse. 3 people surrounded in a triangular position. Jiang's schoolgirl trembled, weak and helpless but cute. In the next second, she was lifted onto the bed by the combined efforts of the 3. Ha 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 ha. The 3 hands roamed around Zhang Qir's delicate body, scratching and scratching. Don't scratch, ha 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 ha. Zhang Qir laughed so hard that she couldn't come up for air, and could only sheepishly and feebly wave her hands randomly, trying to push away the 6 claws. However, it is difficult to beat 6 claws with 2 fists, it is not helpful. Say. Who is that man? Haha no, I cannot say. Say no, say no. Ha, spare me ah ha ha ha. Chapter 9 No, buddy. Tossed and turned for a full minute, see Jiang Qir dead also do not let go, the 3 people can only helplessly give up. In fact, it was just playing around, torturing some intelligence gossip. But I did not expect this girl actually so stubborn, from beginning to end, froze a word did not spit out. I can only say that it is a pity not to be a spy. Mouth is so hard. Yang Shui laughed and teased her, just don't know by someone kiss, mouth is soft or hard hello. Shui Shuyan waved his hand, dispersed, retreat, another day to apply. Xin Di is very cooperative, mighty. On the bed, Jiang Qir lies limply on all fours, her hair is disheveled, her temples are slightly sweaty, and she is panting heavily. Genus was bullied. Damn. One day I will return the favor. Jiang, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, Kagome swore in her heart. The next morning, at 7:50. Sleeping you're paralyzed, get up and get high, sleeping you're paralyzed, get up and get high. Zhang Feng was woken up by an earth-shattering, heaven-defying ringtone. I'm not. Whose alarm clock is this? Zhang Feng's eyes were sleepy, and he sat up, his eyes wide open, like Zhang Huaimin, who was woken up by Su Shi. Zhou Hao and Li Song were also woken up, both dumbfounded. Only Wang Dajian slept as if he was dead. And the sound of the alarm clock was coming from the cell phone next to his pillow. Such a phenomenon often occurs in dormitories. A person's alarm clock can't wake him up, but it will wake up the remaining 3 people. And the 3 people who are woken up will be forced to act as the alarm clock to wake him up. Sister, I become a clock boy. Zhou Hao walked to the side of Wang Lin's bed and reached out to push him. Wang Lin, wake up. No movement. Wang Dajiang. Get up. Still no movement. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, jumped up, and gave him a slap. Pia. Crisp and pleasant, with a lingering sound. Wang Lin sat up violently, half asleep, and shouted, no robbing my rice. The 4 of them put on their clothes in a hurry and washed up, then pranced down the stairs. As they descended the stairs, Jiang Feng's brain gradually kicked in. He looked at the 3 musketeers who were running wildly together beside him and wondered, by the way, why are you guys waking up early? It's not like you guys have morning classes? What? Wang Dazhuang's eyes opened like copper bells, and his feet slipped in shock. Fortunately, his motor nerves developed, stabilized his body. Li Song froze, no class? Why did you say yesterday that you had to get up early for class? Jiang Feng also froze, I do have class Only this class bar, it is very special class. 3 people. Before the 3 people could clear things up, their legs subconsciously walked out of the door of the dormitory building. Just as they went out the door, the light shook their eyes. Not the light of the sun, but the light of the goddess. In the morning sunlight, the girl with long hair to her waist stood plainly, in a college-style uniform. A pair of long legs wrapped in black silk peeked out from underneath the pleated skirt, with even flesh and bones in perfect lines. At this moment, the girl's hands were hanging in front of her body, carrying a brown book bag. The side of the neck is slender, the jawline is soft and coordinated, one word, the side of the face is invincible. She expressionlessly looked at the surrounding students passing by, as cold as an ice mountain, no one can get close to her. Suddenly, the young girl glanced sideways. Upon noticing the 4 people standing in the doorway, she suddenly turned around. Her original icy expression melted like winter snow, revealing the brightest summer sunshine. Lao Jiang. The girl waved her hand this way with a smile. The crowd was surging, like a girl from a cartoon with smiling eyes. This scene was too good to be true, like a dream. Oh, Li Song suddenly hid his face and cried. Wang Lin, old Li, what happened to you? Li Song choked and said, nothing, it is just too beautiful, it is like I was slapped by the beautiful. Jiang Feng, not so much. Okay, let's go. Jiang Feng stepped forward. Go? Where to go? The 3 of them collectively saluted, their eyes followed Jiang Feng. The 3 of them collectively saluted, their eyes followed Jiang Feng. They watched him, walked to the girl who looked like she was glowing with light, and stood still. Good morning. He said. Good, what good? You just went up and hit on her like that? You overslept again, right? Look at you, your clothes are not dressed. The girl stood on her tiptoes and reached out to straighten Jiang Feng's collar. This time, to the dormitory, three brothers and sisters' CPU dry burning. Nanny, is the information true? The girl took 2 steps back, scrutinized it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Now is no time, wait for tomorrow Saturday, I will take you out to burst a little. Zhang Feng, thanks. Thanks Hammer, thanks. De Zhuang. Zhou Xiaofang reacted, isn't this the school flower Zhang Qi? It's the Zhang Core from that post. Wang Lin also reacted, right. I didn't recognize her just now, she looks so much better in person than in the photo. Li Song wiped his face, as if he had changed his face. 1 second he was crying, the next second he was shocked. So, it's all true. Is your roommate suddenly talking to the schoolgirl? No, buddy. We woke up early on the morning 8, the result you tell us no morning 8. Number 8 a.m. even if it's not, but you're still making me watch this? It's so hard to get up early for once, but you made me lose so completely. Blanche. Coke bottle. The three of them stepped forward in a murderous manner. In the next second, Zhang Kor's gaze faintly swept over. Instantly, the three wolves turned into huskies in seconds. Good day, sister-in-law. The three greeted in unison. Actually, in order of age, the order should be Li Song Lang Lin Zhang Feng Zhou Hao. But, right now, Zhang Feng, who captured the schoolgirl, is the deserved big brother. No way, no way. Zhang Qi hurriedly waved her hand. Zhang Feng was helpless. I told you guys, it's not that kind of relationship. You think I'm blind? It's like we become a family. Good, no. The three of them were smiling and laughing, they didn't believe me at first glance. Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but Zhang Qi grabbed his arm. It's too late to explain, Li Song, Zhou Hao, Wang Lin, we're leaving first. Hey. Before the three of them could say anything, Zhang Feng was dragged away by Zhang Qi. Strange. Li Song mumbled, did we tell her our names? Maybe Zhang Feng said it. Doubt flickered in his mind. What to do? Zhou Xiaofang looked at the two of them. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Wang Lin quietly followed. A strong man of 1.8 meters, tiptoeing like a cat to the ground without a sound. It's hard for him to come here, so he can't get up early for nothing. Follow behind and spy on the enemy. Li Song smiled and followed. Oi! Zhou Hao opened his short legs, wait for me. Chapter 10 Fever. Isn't it going to class? Why did you come to the cafeteria? The cafeteria is on the way to the teaching building. But not many college students eat breakfast. If you get up early and aren't late for class, you're lucky to have time for breakfast. As for those who don't have to go to morning classes, who the hell wakes up early to eat? Therefore, even if they were on the way, there were only a few people in the cafeteria. There is no rush. Zhang Qi looked at her watch, there was time. Zhang Qi stretched out 3 fingers towards the cafeteria auntie, comparing it to an okay finger. Auntie, 3 beef buns, 3 portions of soy milk. 2 ready to eat, 1 packed. $9. Drip. Zhang Feng took the breakfast handed over by the aunt and casually found a seat. Zhang Qi sat across from him and reached out to touch a bun. Hoo. It was a little hot. Zhang Qi held the bun and changed hands back and forth, and also puffed up her mouth and blew to cool it down, like a goldfish. Ha! Zhang Feng did not hold back a laugh, immediately met the opposite side of the school flower a blank stare. Laughing Hammer oh. Did not. Zhang Feng stifled laughter, just did not expect, the original goddess like you, will also eat cafeteria ah? Compared to the far away in the sky, do not eat the earth's fire goddess. He still preferred, so real cute and a little naive Zhang Qi. God gold, goddess, and not really God. Zhang Qi was a bit happy to be praised as a goddess, but still tensed her face. Besides, our school cafeteria is still cleaner than the breakfast outside. Hold your tongue, hurry up and eat. Zhang Feng, oh. 2 people no longer speak, began to gaga dazzle rice. Through the glass window of the cafeteria, the outside can be clearly seen, face to face to eat the pair of men and women. Oldly, what do you think? Wang Lin hid behind a small tree. It's hard for a small tree to hide a bear behind it. Li Song did not hide at all, the tree is so thin, can hide a ghost. He pushed his eyes, I think it's about right. Waking up early for class and eating breakfast together, what else can this be if not a college couple? Zhou Hao interjected in a low voice, But, didn't Jiang Feng say no? Li Song sneered, little fat, you are still too young. Sometimes we cannot listen to what others say, but look at what he does. Wang Lin hid behind a tree and probed left and right, sniffing and sticking out his thumbs. Old Li has a point. Zhou Hao seemed to understand and nodded. Alright, stop chatting, enemy mobility. Follow up. Just now I wanted to ask, what is this packed one for? Jiang Feng looked at the packed breakfast in his hand, puzzled. Class hungry to eat? Eat, just no eat. Zhang Qier slapped him. This is for your daughter-in-law. Oh what Zhang Qier Commander-in-Chief sent word. Now there is still a while from the class, you wait a while to go to the office first, send breakfast to Ms. Su, be sure to let her eat. Jiang Feng blinked, you rice poisoned? Jiang Feng blinks, you poisoned the rice? Jiang Qier glared over, the latter didn't dare to be poor anymore. But what if Ms. Su ate in the morning? Jiang Feng asked. Don't worry, she often doesn't eat breakfast in the morning. You know really well. That's for sure. Jiang Qier crossed her arms and was bullish. With me here, no accidents. Inside the office. Su Qingyu was wearing a sleeveless chiffon shirt today, revealing white lotus root-like slender arms. Legs folded, a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk extruded from the hip skirt, feet stepped on a pair of black-red soled high-heeled shoes. Long hair like waterfall, face cold, the whole person looks imperial. Su Qingyu at this time slightly knitted willow eyebrows, small hands gently rubbing the flat belly. The stomach is a little difficult, regret Otto. If I had known, I would have eaten something today to pad it out. Knock. Su Qingyu looked at the door and was surprised. How did you come? Jiang Feng raised the breakfast in his hand, came to bring breakfast to the teacher. Well. Su Qingyu blinked her moist eyes. For some reason, her heart suddenly felt a little warm, and along with it, her stomach didn't seem to feel so bad. I don't understand, I guess it's a fever blah? But she was very principled, she couldn't accept anything from her students, even if it was just a small breakfast. I'm a teacher, how can I accept something from a student? I can't take it. Su Qingyu refused, but still stared blearily at the breakfast bag in Jiang Feng's hand. An imperial sister with a slender waist and long legs and a good temperament, showing this kind of adorable expression, it was really a bit cute to the point of being foul. Jiang Feng, whose heart was pierced, directly shoved the breakfast into her arms. Here you go, all for you. I'll go buy more if it's not enough. Teacher Su, consider this a small token of appreciation from the student. No. Su Qingyu face struggled. Teacher Su. Jiang Feng, you can't go hungry in class. Consider it for the quality of the class, you eat it. Jiang Feng's words coaxed Su Qingyu to feel bad for not eating. Su Qingyu looked at the teenager in front of her, then looked at the buns of soybean milk in her arms, and slowly and hesitantly nodded her head. Just this time, oh, no more gifts in the future. I am a teacher, I cannot accept things from students. Perhaps just destroyed the principle of some weakness, Su Qingyu's voice at the moment soft and sticky. Don't worry. Next time, I will also send. Jiang Feng smiled as he watched Su Qingyu holding the bun and eating it in small bites. Cherry lips slightly open and close, revealing the teeth and tongue, biting down a mouthful of white buns. How can? The ancients said that a show of beauty is worth eating. Sometimes watching a beauty eat is pleasing to the eyes and is happier than eating it yourself. Su Qingyu chewed, the right side of her face bulged a little, and when she noticed the teenager's gaze, her pretty face reddened slightly. Don't look at me. She raised the soy milk to block her small face. Oh, Jiang Feng accidentally looked dumbfounded. Then teacher, you are busy, I will wait for you in the classroom. Well. When she heard the teenager's footsteps gradually go away, Su Qingyu then breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her somewhat hot little face and thought. Sure enough, it's a fever. Chapter 11, Getting Teacher Su's Belly Big. Hey! You got Miss Su pregnant, remember to be responsible. Jiang Feng, who was giggling, was startled by Jiang Qier's words. After reacting, he said back, lousy stunt. No one plays these days. Hey! Is that so? Jiang Qier was slightly stunned, but obviously we still have this stunt at that time, ah? Could this be the so-called Renaissance? Jiang Qier tilted her head. Jiang Feng. Sometimes I really can't figure out what's going on in this little girl's head. Forget it, let's not talk about the Renaissance. Jiang Qier patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and laughed. Just now there is a hand-ah, Ms. Su can be rigid, you actually let her compromise in 3 or 2 sentences. Zhang Feng laughed, secret book is not for nothing. Zhang Qier smiled and looked sideways at the young man beside her who was 2 years younger than herself. This wasn't something that could be learned just by reading secret books. I still remember when I was in elementary school, I had to come home from school and write homework for 2.5 hours first. This is the school side of the regulations, but the regulations, no, all understand. That is not just to go through the motions, to the parents to see, to the teacher to see it. But Su Qingyu took it seriously. Every day, she is always watching over her, supervising her homework. Sometimes she doesn't want to write anymore, even if she cries and screams, she can't shake Su Qingyu. Although Su Qingyu is also heartbroken, but the rules are the rules. Grandparents, no one can persuade. In the end, Zhang Feng stepped in, and the two of them talked all night. Then they changed it to an hour. If you finish your homework ahead of time, you can rest early. At that moment, Zhang Qier knew. Mom just listened to Dad. Should I say it's a gift, or are the two personalities too complementary? In short, Zhang Feng, that's a proper pair of Subasu. Precise strikes, knife blasts. Zhang Feng was a little uncomfortable by the smiling Zhang Qier, wiped his face. My face stained with soybean milk? Zhang Qier retracted her gaze, hands behind her back, slowly said. No, stained is my worshipful gaze. Zhang Feng is unknown, but still cannot help but straighten his chest. I'm not sure why, but I can't help but straighten my chest. There are more powerful. I'll show you later. The teenager's fighting spirit was full, walking with a tiger's wind, and his eyebrows were flying up. Zhang Qier's mouth curved and her eyes filled with smiles. Child psychology, it really is an unbeatable way to deal with men. The two walked into the classroom, today because it was an early class and it was still early. So it didn't reach the exaggerated point of overcrowding like yesterday. The two people found a center seat and sat down. What they didn't notice was that there were a few uninvited guests quietly coming from the back row. Wang Lin stared wide-eyed at the pair in the center. It turned out that it was really coming to class together. Li Song looked at him, otherwise you think? Wang Lin hemmed and hawed, Zhang Feng just said he was taking a special class, and I thought he was going to learn English. Zhou Hao pushed Wang Lin, don't talk, the teacher is coming. Just come, hey? Wang Lin stared fiercely at the figure that walked into the doorway. Cold, overly delicate face, perfect body, at first glance thought it was a star walked in. No, 10 times better looking than a star. This Wang Lin stuttered. Zhou Hao added, this is Su Qingyu, Su teacher. Saying teacher, she is actually only 3 years older than us. Li Song pushed his glasses, the corner of his mouth slightly curved. I said why Zhang Feng is so active in class, so it's because he came to see a beautiful teacher. Wang Lin, that's not right, is it? Isn't he talking to schoolgirl Jiang? Does he still want to step on 2 boats? Zhou Hao pulled the two of them back. We'd better not think blindly, Zhang Feng is probably just here to accompany Zhang's schoolflower to class. Li Song laughed and said. Li Song laughed. To be able to have a Zhang Qier is the blessing that old Jiang has cultivated in several lifetimes, and to want to marry Professor Su, that is estimated to have saved the earth in a previous life. Wang Lin agreed. If Zhang Feng and Zhang Qier fell in love, it was magical, but it was acceptable when he calmed down. But Zhang Feng falling in love with Su Qingyu would be like someone saying that he had rubbed his hands together to make a nuclear bomb. The sky was the limit. This matter is beyond human power. Don't you worry, Miss Su and you are destined for each other. Zhang Qier patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and whispered encouragement. I don't know why Zhang Qier is so nervous about this, but I don't know why Zhang Feng is so nervous about this. Zhang Feng didn't know why Zhang Qier was so sure that he and Su Qingyu were a pair. Obviously he was an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. But Zhang Qier believed in him more than he did himself. This confidence, where did it come from? Zhang Feng looked at Su Qingyu on the podium, his eyes lost in thought. Getting lost in thought. Limits and convergence is the simplest and most basic chapter. First there are a few guidelines that need to be understood. Su Qingyu was talking about calculus, her lips opening and closing, spitting out arcane mathematical formulas and theorems. Wisdom and beauty, fused in her body, were embodied to the fullest. Where exactly was the simplicity in this? Perhaps, to Teacher Su, this is like how we view elementary school math. Just as the crowd was being repeatedly ravaged by higher mathematics. Teacher Su on the podium, however, was a little unsteady in her Tao. From just now, she had noticed a gaze that was always motionless as she looked at herself. Turning her eyes to look, she found that it was her class representative, a teenager named Zhang Feng. At the moment, his eyes were lax and affectionate, a pair of peach blossom eyes that looked at a dog with deep affection, staring at herself without blinking. What's the situation? Could it be that I'm wrong somewhere? Su Qingyu used 0.3 seconds to recall what she had just spoken. Coming to the conclusion, didn't misspeak even a single decimal point. She quietly moved 2 steps to the left. As a result, Zhang Feng's line of sight on the opposite side of the room shifted slightly to the right as well, as if he had turned on autofollow. Don't look at me, AC. As much as she wanted to say that, there was no way to open her mouth in class. Under the gaze of the teenager, for some reason, Su Qingyu's heartbeat accelerated a little, and her body temperature was slightly higher. This doesn't seem to be a fever? Is it shyness? Emotions that had never existed in the previous 20 years of life began to grow. Even though it was just a minuscule bit, it still made the girl a bit overwhelmed. In her panic, she almost spoke incorrectly. Su Qingyu slightly puffed up the right side of her face and stared back along the line of sight of the teenager. Su Qingyu, stare. The light path is reversible, so when you look at her, she will also see you. Zhang Feng, who was lost in thought, woke up with a jolt. The lax eye distance refocused, and what was reflected in his eyes was Su Qingyu's upside-down face. Still slightly bulging the right side of her face. How is this still angry? Zhang Feng immediately read it. Chapter 12 Didn't. There is. Eat. Jealous. He hurriedly showed an apologetic smile, trying to extinguish Teacher Su's fire. Although he didn't know what had happened, the look in Teacher Su's eyes indicated that the matter was definitely related to him. Su Qingyu was even more enraged when she saw Zhang Feng smiling at her. How dare you laugh at me? She stretched out her green jade-like index finger and pointed it at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, you answer this question. Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng stood up and looked at the blackboard, densely packed with formulas and words. LMTN. Then there's a bunch of n's behind it, a bunch of n's on the numerator, and still a bunch of n's on the denominator. This one should be, with the pinch-forcing theorem, right? Zhang Feng replied tentatively. Split the split term for the limit, find the minimum value, and then deflate for the limit, resulting in the maximum value. The maximum value and the minimum value are equal, through the clamping theorem, the result 3? After saying the result, Zhang Feng looked at Su Qingyu on the podium. Well, Su Qingyu was a bit dumb and answered correctly. Did I misunderstand him? He was listening carefully to the class just now? No wonder he was staring at me all the time. Su Qingyu wasn't angry anymore, and was even a little embarrassed for having wronged a student. She nodded, her gaze a little soft. Not bad, keep it up, sit down. Thank you, Miss Su. Keep it up? Keep what up? Zhang Feng is not sure. Zhang Qier poked Zhang Feng with her elbow and whispered, you can do it, ah? Just now I saw that you've been lost in thought. Zhang Feng twisted his head to look at her, whispered, I actually previewed a little bit of the new lesson yesterday, just a little bit. Zhang Qier's eyes widened, admire, chasing a girl to the point of having to preview a new lesson, there is no one else. Zhang Feng side-eye, laughing at me? Absolutely no, true feelings. Zhang Qier's right-hand 4 fingers stood up and sent 4 ways. Su Qingyu had just finished telling the complete process of the question that asked Zhang Feng, when she turned her head to see him and a girl whispering, and still very close. He. Didn't know why, she was suddenly a bit upset. It must be because of the duties of a teacher, right? Yes, that's right, never because of personal feelings. Su Qingyu lifted her chin, her eyes unkind. Zhang Feng, come back and answer the next question. Saying that, she wrote a long question on the blackboard, occupying almost a quarter of the blackboard. Mei Kaifeng, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded this time. No, this is beyond the syllabus, right? Teacher Su Zhang Feng smiled bitterly, I want tea. Su Qingyu's mouth slightly curved, if you don't know, listen well and don't talk to others. No. Zhang Qier rested her cheeks, quietly observing the frowns of her parents in the classroom, and couldn't help but laugh. The classmate next to you, what are you laughing at? You stand up and answer. Zhang Qier, huh? But luckily she was already a junior in college, and her own grades were good, and she barely made it through the questions. Well, don't chat with others even if you know how to do it, others still don't know how to do it. Aha! Jiang Qier nodded her head obediently. You two sit down. Su Qingyu turned her head and began to explain that long question. The long hair was like a waterfall, unable to hide the curves of that beautiful body. The slender wrist shakes the chalk, revealing the beauty of intellectual elegance. But what no one can actually see is that when facing the blackboard, Su Qingyu couldn't help but lightly bite her red lips, her cheeks slightly red, and her eyes blank. She just now, what was wrong with her? The rationality that always carried out her life was suddenly driven away by a sudden impulse. Repeatedly asked the same person. Even she herself did not know where the anger. When he asked him down, he was still a little happy, like a little girl who had succeeded in her pranks. What am I? What's wrong? Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Li Song held up his glasses and spoke. What is wrong? Wang Lin crossed over to Zhou Hao and poked his head over. Zhou Hao also twisted his head underneath. Li Song, I just asked the students next to me, and they said that before, Mr. Su had never asked another student a question. Damn yes. Li Song raised two fingers. Just now, Teacher Su not only questioned Zhang Feng, but she also questioned him twice. 2 times. A full 2 times ah. Li Song suddenly got excited. What does this mean? Wang Lin and Zhou Hao looked at each other. It means something is wrong, very wrong. That's right. Li Song went on to add the information he had probed. And I also heard that Zhang Feng is also Ms. Su's class representative, the one who was just appointed last class. His Zhou Hao and Wang Lin spoke in unison, greatly shocked. Even though Zhang Feng definitely had nothing to do with Teacher Su, just having Su Qingyu treat her differently was already unimaginable, alright. The three of them coincidentally turned their heads to look at Zhang Feng in front of them. At this moment, Zhang Feng's figure suddenly became inscrutable. Zhang Feng has awakened some kind of scum system? Zhou Hao spat. What system? What system? Wang Lin was confused. Li Song explained, is the net article inside the golden finger, but there is a system of the text I do not love to see. Oh. Wang Lin scratched his head, half understanding. He gets sleepy when he reads novels or other textual things, but comics are okay. Li Song fumbled with his chin. Awakening system or something is too much bullshit. However, I do remember that yesterday Zhang Feng brought back a book to the dormitory. The name seems to be How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me? Wang Lin. Zhou Hao. Could it be that? The three people immediately couldn't sit still. The moment the bell rang, the three of them directly grabbed the door and left. Zhang Feng heard the movement at the back door and turned his head to look. But he could only vaguely see 3 fast to blur backs. Do you have diarrhea? In such a hurry? Zhang Feng shook his head. The youth at large still need to eat on time and nourish their stomachs properly. Ah. Wang Lin, Zhang Feng's epiphany definitely originated from that book. Zhou Hao, no wonder yesterday, Zhang Feng said something about a secret martial arts book or something like that. Li Song, it's like the Half-Blood Prince's potions notes from Harry Bertram. Wang Lin? What prince? What notes? Li Song. Wang Lin, never mind, it's not important. Punch. For the secret book. Punch. For the secret book. The three people ran wildly towards the dormitory, even Zhou Xiaofang's short legs were flung up. Along the way, countless people looked sideways. Slow down, the cafeteria hasn't opened yet. Look to the child hungry. Poor baby ah. Wang Lin, they do not care about this. The secret of Kung Fu is right in front of us. All slander and misunderstanding are just clouds. When I learn the secret of Kung Fu, I will dominate the martial arts world and the Zhangde. Wahahaha. Wang Lin let out a villainous, cheerful laugh. Passers-by lamented, look at this kid, he's starving like crazy. College classes are usually 2 classes combined and counted as one big class. Some classes would even be 3 classes in a row, and such classes were either water classes or extremely important classes. Between classes, those who go to the bathroom, and those who play with their cell phones swipe their cell phones. There are also those who go to the toilet and swipe their cell phones. Good opportunity ah. Zhang Qier suddenly said. What good opportunity? Zhang Qier pointed to Su Qingyu sitting on the podium. Raiders, good opportunity ah. Zhang Feng? Boing boing, yellow fish is so hungry. Can you reward a free for love power generation to put together some meal money? Chapter 13 3 times. Dumb Jiang Kier pointed to the high math textbook. You go ask 2 questions, let Mr. Su explain to you. This 1 to 2, not close a little distance again? Jiang Feng suddenly realized, Ayo. It's also because of Kor's skillful tactics. Jiang Kier hugged her chest, Go on, cheer up. Jiang Kor clenched her fist, her eyes bright. Jiang Feng, in Jiang Kuer's encouraging gaze, carried his textbook forward, like a swordsman who carries his sword into battle. While gradually approaching the podium, Jiang Feng's heartbeat accelerated somewhat indisputably. Su Qingyu's legs were folded, her eyes were clear and cold, and she was looking intently at the paper in her hands. Teacher Su? Jiang Feng walked to the woman's side, and with a light call, drew Su Qingyu to raise her head. The country's face was so close that Jiang Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Something is wrong? Su Qingyu put down the paper densely written with formulas in her hands. Some of the formulas on it were a long batch, just like the Taoist runes, which were mysterious and difficult to understand, but contained the truth of heaven and earth. Jiang Feng curiously said, What are you doing, Mr. Su? Nothing, trying to prove Kussner's conjecture, trying to see how difficult the problem that has plagued the math world for so many years is. Su Qingyu spoke lightly, as if the others had said I want to play a game today. Jiang Feng clenched the textbook in his hand. Suddenly, he felt that the topic he wanted to ask was good if only. Su Qingyu tilted her head and looked at him, What's wrong? Jiang Feng looked back and realized that Jiang Kier was looking at him expectantly. Mard, spell it out. Teacher Su. Jiang Feng pointed to a question and said, I don't understand this question, can you help me tell it again? Su Qingyu swept a glance, immediately said, Can you see Said, Su Qingyu's small hand a finger, began to carefully explain up. Jiang Feng listened carefully, Su Qingyu's whispers echoing in his ears. Her voice was very nice, like listening to immortal music. Even if he let him listen to it over and over again for the rest of his life, he would never get tired of it. Su Qingyu's explanation was very delicate, and she would stop every now and then. She would ask Jiang Feng with a sideways glance, Did you get it? That upside-down cheek was close at hand, and her cool voice was relentlessly whispering. The tip of her nose came with a nice aroma, like gardenia blossoms, and like a pear tree under the moon. A pair of autumn water eyes like a quiet lake, slender eyelashes suddenly rustling a tremor. At that moment, Jiang Feng's heart was touched fiercely. It was like a nuclear bomb exploding in his chest and fireworks exploding in his heart. Marry her in this life, he thought. Do you understand? Su Qingyu said. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Just a moment ago, I was mesmerized, only heard half, seemed to understand. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment, nodded and said, This way, I have an academic conference to attend later after class, you accompany me to go together, on the road I will give you. Jiang Feng, What? You are not willing? Su Qingyu's fine eyebrows were slightly raised, her eyes looking askance. This little look, simply the same as Jiang Kier. Very willing, flattered. Ding bell. The class bell rang at the right time. You go back, listen carefully in class. Okay, Ms. Su. Sitting back in his seat, Jiang Feng's face was grave. What's wrong? Jiang Kier looked over nervously, as if this wasn't Jiang Feng looking for a daughter-in-law, but her big life event in general. You said, Jiang Feng asked, is teacher carrot student love allowed in our country? Jiang Kier. Holding back half a day you want to ask this Jiang Kier, I thought something had happened. Scared me to death. Why do you look more nervous than me? Jiang Feng was suspicious. Jiang Kier choked, held back for a while before suddenly pouting and complaining. Well, it is my emperor is not anxious, salty carrots and light worry. After saying this, she inserted her small hand and stopped talking. The girl's look hidden in the waterfall long hair, vaguely see very sad look. AI. Jiang Feng saw Jiang Kier aggrieved to cry, immediately coaxed. Is my fault, Kier adults you adults do not take into account the small man, forgive me it. Good Slightly brisk tone broke into the ear, the young girl's face to hold back the smile reappeared in the line of sight. Jiang Feng was a bit convinced. Is this woman some kind of imp? This superb acting, this handy routine, is simply undefendable, cheating people to death So Jiang Feng helplessly spread his hands, you can answer my question just now? Is it against the law to have a teacher-student relationship? Jiang Kier looked to the podium, Su Qingyu, laughing. Of course. Jiang Feng's heart hangs up. It's not against the law. Jiang Feng's heart just hanging down. But well. Jiang Feng just put down the heart hung up again. Teachers carrot student love and public order and morals is not promoted or even boycotted, you see people Yang and Little Dragon Lady too. Jiang Feng hanging heart finally died. However, you and Mr. Su age difference of only 3 years, the female big three, hold gold brick, so this point is not a problem. Jiang Feng's dead heart came back to life. You can die after finishing in one breath. Jiang Feng rubbed his chest and soothed his little heart. This set down has exhausted it. Sorry, see your reaction is really a little fun, did not hold back. Jiang Kier's small hand on Jiang Feng chest pat, close to whispered. Hard work you, little guy. Podium, the whole witnessed the two flirting Su Qingyu. The chalk in her hand, suddenly, broke. Jiang Feng, you answer this question. The girl on the podium had cold eyes, and the girl under the podium forced a smile. Jiang Feng, huh? Again. It's a pity that old Li wasn't there, otherwise he would have shouted his heart out for the whole class. 3 times ah. 3 times. Found it. Li Song held a book so thick that it was comparable to a specialized course, his glasses reflecting a deadly smile. Zhou Hao and Wang Lin came over, scrutinizing the legendary secret books of martial arts. How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me. Wang Lin read the name of the book, and it is really this one. Zhou Hao was skeptical, does it really work? Li Song's sinister smile, whether it is useful or not, open to see not know? Said, slowly lifted the title page of the book. At this moment, it was as if a golden light crossed in front of the eyes of the three. A divine book. It's all bubbling with golden light. Golden legend. Zhou Hao shouted excitedly. That's damn because the cover is a hot gold font. Li Song shouted back. Oh. Chapter 14 Reverse Head Touching Kill. From questioning Jiang Feng, Su Qingyu never glanced this way again in a lesson. Teacher Su won't be angry, right? Jiang Feng was a bit worried. Jiang Kor muttered, should not be angry, you see she did not bulge face. Jiang Feng was speechless, isn't this judgmental approach a bit hasty? Jiang Kor, there's no way out, you'll find Miss Su after class and apologize yourself. I have something to do over there in the student union, so I won't be accompanying you for a while. Jiang Feng stared at her with wide eyes. It's true that when something goes wrong, you run faster than anyone else. I really have something. Jiang Kier smiled at him. Don't worry, as long as you apologize, Mr. Su will immediately forgive you. Oh. Jiang Feng does not believe in her bullshit. This is the same as a roommate at the end of the semester with you said, do not review the sure to pass the same. Whoever believes it is a fool. But do not believe that there is no way. Teammates cannot be relied upon, only their own head on. When the bell rang, Su Qingyu immediately packed up her things and left. She seemed to have forgotten all about her previous agreement with Jiang Feng. Mr. Su, Mr. Su. Jiang Feng rushed to catch up. But he didn't expect Su Qingyu to hear Jiang Feng's shouts and walk even faster. The sound of high heels echoing in the hallway, the girl's hair was blown away by the wind, and a few strands of hair fluttered behind her head. Jiang Feng? Really angry ah. Jiang Feng was also anxious, and jogged to catch up with Su Qingyu. Teacher Su. Su Qingyu's footsteps did not stop, as if there was no such person beside her. Jiang Feng reached out and grabbed Su Qingyu's wrist, stopping her. Teacher Su, I am sorry, I shouldn't have not listened carefully in class. At this time, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Su Qingyu's toes seemed to have signs of moving. Not good. To kick someone. Jiang Feng hurriedly let go of his hand and took 2 steps back, his hand blocking in front of him. After waiting for a moment, there was no expected pain coming from him. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Su Qingyu was holding her grabbed wrist, her cheeks were scarlet, and her clear gaze was locked onto Jiang Feng. It seemed to be hesitating to come on. Jiang Feng immediately from the heart, sorry Teacher Su, I was in a hurry. Su Qingyu sized him up, her watery eyes as quiet as a pool. After a moment, this slowly nodded. Forgive you next time, do not be like this. After saying that, Su Qingyu turned around and left. Jiang Feng stood in place, remorseful. Not only did he not succeed in apologizing, he was almost beaten up. This time, I've lost my wife and my army. The clattering sound of high heels ended abruptly, and Jiang Feng followed the sound and looked. But he found Su Qingyu standing at the corner of the stairs, looking at him with a strange face. Come on, didn't I say I forgave you? Hey! Ouch! Jiang Feng hurriedly followed. The two walked side by side through the crowd in corridors. The 10 a.m. sunlight poured into the school building, reflecting the four sides of the windows, as well as the boy and girl's silhouettes. It looks like a small couple going to and from class together on an ordinary day. The girl was holding a book, the boy was carrying a backpack, the sun was shining, and the wind was blowing through the forest. The two people walked towards the parking lot. On the way, Su Qingyu retold Jiang Feng the question from class. Do you understand? She asked softly. Jiang Feng nodded and smiled. I understand. That's good. Su Qingyu similarly exuded a smile. Teaching a student a question was a happy thing. This was also the reason why she chose to become a professor instead of a mere researcher. I'm sorry, Miss Su. Jiang Feng apologized again. Which thing are you referring to? Su Qingyu looked at him sideways with a smile. I shouldn't keep talking to others in class, and I shouldn't grab the teacher's hand. Jiang Feng bowed his head and admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude. The teenager bent down and lowered his head, his handsome face hidden under his bangs. Su Qingyu hurriedly reached out and helped Jiang Feng up, looking at the teenager with gentle brows. In fact, it's normal to talk a little in class, and many people still play with their cell phones and don't listen to class. If others I would not care, but you are my class representative. I am a little bit strict with you, you do not blame me. Jiang Feng shook his head. How could I blame you, Mr. Su? Then. Su Qingyu smoothly rubbed Jiang Feng's head, messing up the teenager's broken hair. The girl's hand was as soft as a bone, and resting on her head had a reassuring magic. The teenager lowered his head, the girl held her head high. The two of them looked at each other and both saw their own reflections in each other's eyes. Wait a minute, reflection? In the next instant, Su Qingyu's hand flicked away like an electric shock. Realizing what she was doing just now, her small face was as red as a frost-dyed red leaf, and she explained in a slightly flustered manner. Well, no, I didn't mean anything else, just getting used to it. She had a samoyed. Usually when it did something wrong and sulked, she would pet it. Then it would stick out its tongue and be happy again. Over time, it got used to it. While that's how things are, it seems like a different story when you really say it. I treat you as my dog, rubbing my head in passing. How to say this is not right, right? Su Qingyu momentarily speechless, small face suffocated red. Jiang Feng waved his hand and comforted. It's okay, Miss Su, I don't care. I don't care, I'm just so happy. He even made up his mind not to wash his hair for the next 3 days. You really don't mind? Su Qingyu tilted her head and asked. I really don't mind. That's good, Su Qingyu laughed. Jiang Feng also giggled along. Okay, here it is. The two stopped in front of a Porsche Taycan. This car was overall mahogany red with a streamlined body, simple and elegant. Teacher Su, you won't say this is your car, right? Jiang Feng was shocked. This car landed less than $1 million, right? Su Qingyu nodded. Last year graduated back to China, my father sent me a gift. Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. What is this top white rich beauty? Backward. Jiang Feng turned around front and back and praised the front face and tail of the car. If you like it so much, you can be allowed to drive it for a lapo. The corners of Su Qingyu's mouth lingered with a light smile as she looked at Jiang Feng. Really? Really, as long as you have a driver's license. Yes, I do. Jiang Feng just put his hand on the handle of the car, his brain suddenly calmed down. Or forget it, it would be bad if it crashed. Su Qingyu walked to Jiang Feng's side, pulled open the door. Very imperial lady pushed Jiang Feng in. Although open, there is insurance if you crash. Sleeveless chiffon shirt within a pair of jade arms resting on the door, just blocked Jiang Feng's retreat. Soft long hair hanging down, resting on the surging chest, occupying all the line of sight above. Further down, the suddenly narrowed waistline and undulating hip line barely revealed a partial view. From the pitifully small part of the field of view, it was clear that the underground garage was empty at this time. Jiang Feng sat in the car, weak, pathetic and helpless. The girl was excited, bending over to explore the car, her hip skirt and black silk outlined elegant curves. The space in front of Jiang Feng was occupied by Su Qingyu, and the girl's aroma filled the entire space in an instant. What is she doing? Masaka. Zhang Feng was so nervous that he stuttered. Teacher Su, aren't we going too fast and it's not good to be here? Chapter 15 Innate Royal Luo Sacred Body. Okay. I'm sorry. Su Qingyu drilled out, stood up and clapped his hands. This way it hit the fire. By the way, what did you just say? The girl in the passenger side turned her head and looked at Zhang Feng with anticipation. How to describe this kind of anticipation? If I have to describe it, it's like a little girl who can't wait to share her toys with her new friends. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. More than $1 million of toys, there is no one else. Zhang Feng similarly turned his head and looked at Su Qingyu. I really open? Su Qingyu nodded her head and clenched her fist, her eyes bright, rushing. Parking lot, cannot be rushed. Zhang Feng rolls to hang a gear start, the vehicle slowly drove away from the dark garage. Su Qingyu on the co-pilot clapped his hands and praised. Very stable. This is the way to continue, do not be nervous, automatic transmission is very good to drive. Zhang Feng gradually increased the gas pedal, but the overall speed was still very low. However, Su Qingyu on the co-pilot was very facetious and let out a gasp every now and then. Teacher Su, you don't have to be so cooperative. Su Qingyu shook her head. It's the first time I've sat in the co-pilot of this car, and it feels quite new. Said she opened the window and stretched her hand out tentatively. The wind slipped through her fingers, like sand that she couldn't hold. Su Qingyu smiled and narrowed her eyes. She stomped off her high heels, her legs curled up on the seat, and her small hands grasped the car door. Slowly, poking her little head out halfway, revealing a pair of big, clear, budding eyes. Zhang Feng maintained the speed of the car at 20 to 30 mph. He used his afterglow to glance at Su Qingyu in the passenger side, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but overflow with smiles. Really unlike a female professor, he thought. It seems that since leaving the classroom, Su Qingyu stopped pretending to be mature. Even though the professional skirt and shirt emphasized her temperament as mature, sensible, and charming. However, she would still inadvertently reveal her girlish simplicity and naivety. Come to think of it, although she was an imperial female professor, she was only 22 years old. Even due to the loneliness of the genius, her heart is still simple. It is not too much to say that she is a bit childish. Zhang Feng's heart was touched fiercely again. I Luo an innate imperial Luo holy body. Su Qingyu's long hair was blown by the wind, fluttering like a veil, and the mantle of light was like a tent, gilding her with a faint golden glow. The girl who looked like a glowing light opened her mouth and tried to instill a mouthful of wind, and as a result, her cheeks were blown up, living like a puffer fish. Ha ha. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Su Qingyu curled up in the passenger side, very small, and looked back at the teenager. By the way, do you still have class today? She asked. Zhang Feng categorically said, no class. At a time like this, there is no class even if there is a class. He didn't read books for nothing. Su Qingyu hugged her legs and buried her small face in her knees, only revealing a pair of big eyes. Then is it okay for you to be my driver today? She asked tentatively, like she was worried about being rejected. Teacher Su, didn't I tell you before? I'm your class representative, so I can cover your food, drink, housing, and transportation. Su Qingyu tilted her head, her long soft hair hanging down on the seat, with black silk and a skirt. The whole person was lustful and cute. Pure desire wind girl unknown. Class representative turned out to be so powerful? Package awesome. Su Qingyu applauded, and her eyes were full of smiles. Here, this is my home. Zhang Feng, in accordance with Su Qingyu, pointed out the road, drove to a kilometer away from the school Jiangdu Mingmen. When he saw this modern high-rise, Zhang Feng's mouth opened into an O shape. It should be known that Jiang University is located in the first ring of Jiangdu, and the surrounding housing prices can easily go up to $100,000. And in all of this expensive location, only Jiangdu Famous Gate is the most expensive. Jiangda, naturally, is named because there is a big river next to it. Jiangdu Famous Gate is less than 1 kilometer away from Jiangda, built alongside the river, located in the first ring. There is wind and water, excellent feng shui, unique. Not to mention that it is a whole high-rise building is all big flat, a layer of 680 square feet, all your home. As for the big villa you said. Who still lives in big villas nowadays? Do you? I don't anyway. It's stuffy and inconvenient, so neither I nor the readers live there. Zhang Feng swallowed and asked, Mr. Su, how much did you spend on this house? Su Qingyu tilted her head and thought for a while, probably, less than 100 million? Specifically, I have to check. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand, no need, I have understood. Su Qingyu took the car keys to lock the car, turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, go up to rest a while. This is not good, right? Zhang Feng excused. Su Qingyu drummed up the right face, well. How still angry? Zhang Feng immediately said, I must go. Su Qingyu's face flattened out, revealing a shallow smile. The two people, one after the other, walked to the first floor hall. At the front desk at the entrance of the hall, there stood a man and a woman wearing uniforms with medium to high face value. Su Qingyu stood slightly at the doorway, and there was a soft sound of dripping. Face recognition has passed, honorable head of household, please enter. Su Qingyu stepped in, Zhang Feng followed behind. Suddenly, the uniformed man reached out and stopped him, no lack of sizing up in his eyes. Sorry, you don't have face recognition yet. Su Qingyu turned her head back and knitted her brows, he was brought by me. The uniformed man turned his head and revealed a warm smile, looking sunny and handsome. Okay, Ms. Su. Zhang Feng glanced at him without saying anything more and walked into the building. The glass doors closed. The woman in a similar stewardess uniform attire smiled and poked the man beside her. What? What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see that Ms. Su has a husband? They are the kind of people who welcome guests at the front desk in high-end residential areas. Naturally, they sometimes have the dream of getting rich and becoming rich. But this one here is really daring, he actually dares to hope for Ms. Su. What's the difference between that and a toad wanting to eat Chang'a's meat? Man sneered, I do not look like her boyfriend. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly, Miss Su so long, but only brought such a man home, not boyfriend can be what? The man's eyes are dark, his tone is indignant, what does he have? Why would Ms. Su look at him? I don't know what to say. Look on you ah. The woman laughed, our kind of people don't toad want to eat swan meat, fly on the branch to become a phoenix, honestly welcome guests. This job is easy and money, cannot be found elsewhere The man was silent and looked back at the brightly lit hall. The high-grade marble floor is light and crystal chandeliers are understated and luxurious, embellished with unattainable dreams. He was silent for a long time and swung his fist hard at the air. Chapter 16. My house is quite big. Due to being stopped, Zhang Feng lagged behind a bit. When Zhang Feng walked up to Su Qingyu, he just happened to see her finish a phone call. What's going on? The academic conference over there has started? Zhang Feng asked. Su Qingyu was going to attend a national mathematics conference in Jiangdu today. It happened to be on the way, so she let Zhang one-day driver Feng send her home to change her clothes. No, the official conference will not start until the afternoon. Su Qingyu shook her head, inexplicably well behaved. Oh, that's good. Zhang Feng put down his heart. It was the first time he drove someone to such an important occasion. If he was delayed, he wouldn't be able to repay Su Qingyu's favor of borrowing a car. The elevator stopped at the first floor, fingerprint unlocked and opened in response. The elevators here are all one staircase one family, so there is no problem of traffic jam at all. Let's go up and see my house. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Feng actually heard a hint of a little girl showing off. It was like the feeling of showing off one's Barbie doll and how big the small house one lived in was. However, Zhang Feng was not sure if Su Qingyu had played with Barbie dolls when she was a child. Zhang Feng just walked into the elevator, and a light sentence suddenly came from behind him. My house is quite big. Zhang Feng stumbled and almost shouted out the sentence Jia do la. Fortunately, the person who said this sentence has white skin and beautiful waist, long legs. Zhang Feng only pressed his legs to escape. Miss Su, don't say that in the future, okay? Why? It's easy on the butt. Just as Zhang Feng and Su Qingyu were riding the elevator to the upper floor, a middle-aged man with a big belly rushed to the lobby door in a hurry. Supervisor, what brings you here? The female receptionist greeted him with a smile. The male receptionist didn't say a word. He looked down on this obsequious supervisor, who was also ugly. The supervisor took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead, and pointed at the male receptionist with a gasp, saying, You're fired, pack up your things and get out now. The male receptionist's eyes were stunned, incredulously asked, Why? Why? The head of the household is not satisfied with you, a phone call and you have to get out. Who's not happy? I can change whatever I've done wrong. The male receptionist lost his arrogance and begged anxiously. Do you really think others don't know what you have in mind? Dare to the tenants of the wrong idea did not arrest you even a good thing. The big-bellied supervisor waved his hand at him as if he was driving away a fly. Get lost, and don't appear within a kilometer of this neighborhood again. Otherwise, we'll think you're attempting to harass the head of the household and have the right to exercise self-defense. In a flash, the male receptionist's face turned ashen, and his usually self-proclaimed handsome face lost its luster. The male receptionist was silent for a long time, slowly turned around and left towards the distance with heavy steps. A Phoenix man's dream is shattered, just because he stopped the wrong person today. Time back to 2.5 minutes ago. Su Qingyu dialed the phone of the general manager of the building. I don't like the male receptionist at the door today, so change the one with better eyes. Yes, Miss Su, you can rest assured. Before the flattery on the other side finished, Su Qingyu hurriedly hung up the phone. Simply because she heard Jiang Feng's footsteps approaching. After the two walked into the elevator, Su Qingyu gently exhaled. So close, thankfully it wasn't heard by him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good in case he thought I was mean. As for why that person was replaced, there are 2 reasons. First, when she normally sees that person, she instinctively feels a bit uncomfortable. Especially the look in his eyes, there was always an urge to kick him. But kicking someone for no reason was a bit bad, she gave up. The second and direct reason. Because he stopped Jiang Feng. Stopping my class representative, what's wrong with that? She, Su Qingyu, had to help her class rep out. Su Qingyu stood behind Jiang Feng, looking at the teenager who was kept in the dark, smiling sweetly. And through the reflection of the elevator mirror, Jiang Feng caught a glimpse of the girl behind him, looking at him with a smile like she had succeeded in her plan. He immediately broke out into a cold sweat. What's the situation? There wouldn't really be a jia once the door opened later. That kind of thing don't. Ding. The stairs reached the 9th floor, but Jiang Feng was hesitant to get off the elevator. Come down? Su Qingyu tugged on his coat. Jiang Feng hugged the elevator door and wailed, Teacher Su, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Where did you go wrong? Su Qingyu asked. I was wrong about everything. Su Qingyu hugged his arm and leaned back with her feet on the ground, her little face serious, trying to pull him out. Okay, I forgive you. I forgive you for everything. Really? Jiang Feng looked at the door of the room. The door will not be hidden in the 300 knife and axe hand waiting to drop the cup for the number of it? Su Qingyu tilted her head. What? Seeing her reaction, Jiang Feng finally put down his heart. Su Qingyu math problems do not know, but the only lie she cannot learn, because will not is not. Jiang Feng is happy, open the door. He straightened his collar that was tugged crooked by Su Qingyu, and looked at the door in a calm manner. Dripping. Still fingerprint unlocked, the door opened. Suddenly, a white shadow sprang out. I go, what's the situation? Jiang Feng subconsciously took a fighting stance. Woof. An energetic dog bark filled the entire space. Jiang Feng fixed his eyes and realized that it was a snow-white samoyed. It lifted its front feet and rested on Su Qingyu, spitting its tongue and grinning happily. Both ears were perked up and its tail was wagging up. Scared me, so it's a samoyed. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Dubai. Jiang Feng didn't react for a moment. Huh? Su Qingyu squatted down and rubbed Dubai's head, repeating earnestly. Her name is Dubai, and she's a girl. Oh, Jiang Feng waved his hand at her. Hello, Great White. Woof. Great White woofed and suddenly turned her head towards him and pounced. Jiang Feng was knocked into his arms by Great White, and with an unsteady center of gravity, he sat down on the ground. Great White flopped around in his arms and stuck out his tongue to lick him. Stop it, it's itchy. Su Qingyu squatted to the side, resting her hands on her cheeks, and smiled lightly. It seems that she likes you a lot, Big White. Jiang Feng laughingly rubbed Big White's head. This person of mine has always been approached by animals since he was a child. Chapter 17 The Logic of Jealousy. Really envious. Su Qingyu poked Great White's buttocks, his tone was a little jealous. I have raised it for so long, and just after meeting it, it was abducted by you. She was now happy and a little bit empty in her heart, and a little bit aggravated and wanted to pout. This kind of feeling just had once today. It was when she saw Jiang Feng talking and laughing with the girl beside him. only the feeling then wasn't as deep as it was now. Zhang Feng rubbed Debai's head, and when he saw that she was jealous, he also rubbed her head in passing and comforted her. Don't be jealous. It's just that I have a sense of freshness. In terms of feelings, it's definitely you, the owner, and her that are deeper. Jealous? Su Qingyu froze, even Zhang Feng's boldness in rubbing her head was forgotten. I'm jealous? She raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Under what circumstances would a person be jealous? There are many. Zhang Feng thought about how to explain. For example, if you see your favorite person or dog close to someone else, you will be unhappy. Su Qingyu blinked, and her CPU was running at high speed. In the next second, the girl panicked and stood up, nervously retorted. Nonsense, only did not get jealous. What like? No, there's no favorites. She yanked Big White away and walked quickly through the door. She left Zhang Feng outside the door with a dumbfounded look on his face. You stay here, well, don't run around. Oh. Su Qingyu patted Great White's head and settled the dog in the living room after. The girl turned around and hid back in her bedroom. Zhang Feng approached the open door of the room and looked inside. A snow-white dog's head was revealed on the sofa, grinning with its tongue out towards the door. Hello, where's your mom? Great White giggled and didn't speak. Just as well, if she spoke, it would be a big problem. Zhang Feng tentatively stepped in with a foot. Debai, I'm coming in? Debai gave a bark, seemingly signaling him to hurry up and come in. Zhang Feng walked into Su Qingyu's 450 square feet of small home, not forgetting to close the door. For this living room, it's really spacious. The sofa is arranged in a circle around the coffee table, and there is a huge TV set embedded in the wall on the opposite side. Elegant texture of the wooden floor, next to the whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. The windows offer a direct view of the river, with willows and pedestrians lining the banks. The whole room unexpectedly used the cream style that was popular nowadays, looking simple and cute. Zhang Feng quite liked this style of decoration. Why don't we decorate our home according to this style in the future? Mr. Jiang, who didn't even have a house, began to scheme about future decoration. Inside the bedroom, Su Qingyu took off her skirt and shirt and changed into a slender black long skirt of the same style as Lu Ruyan. Her delicate collarbones and delicate figure, paired with this elegant and noble long skirt, set off her entire person in an imperial lady fashion. However, this cold and colorful imperial sister, at this time, did not dare to go out. Su Qingyu was lying on the bed, her long hair flowing in a wantonly disheveled manner. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, only revealing her red lips that were lightly bitten by her shell teeth. Thoughts were flying in the girl's mind. Attempting to use the logical units of her brain to process things that could not be explained by logic. She thought about Great White and the strange jealousy in her heart today. She liked Great White, so she would be jealous when she saw her close to Zhang Feng. Then the same reasoning could be deduced that she would be jealous when she saw Zhang Feng getting close to a girl, indicating that. No, there must be a problem with logic somewhere. But if in case. She meant in case, the logic was fine. Wouldn't that mean she liked Zhang Feng? Su Qingyu's clear eyes stared at the ceiling, CPU burned. However, even assuming that the above conclusion holds true, in terms of degree, she felt that she was still a bit more jealous of Debai. So, her fondness for Zhang Feng, her fondness for Great White. Doesn't that mean it's not really a favorite? The girl rolled over, stretched her arms out in front of her, and flopped down on the bed. She raised her head, the lower half of her face was buried in the covers, only revealing her watery eyes and flushed cheeks. In that case, there's no need to move Zhang Feng in, she thought with a sense of relief. The end of the girl's bed was piled high with a variety of Muppets that had been her friends since childhood. Since having this little home, the girl had moved all her favorite things in. So if she liked Zhang Feng a lot, she would need to move him in as well. She was originally worried about what if Zhang Feng didn't want to live here. Now it seems that she doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. Su Qingyu figured it out. Her small face was buried in the quilt, her white feet flopping back and forth on the bed with pleasure. But if one day really want to move him in. The girl stopped fluttering, revealing a look of serious thinking. Where should I put him? The end of the bed cannot fit, right? Put next door? Knock, 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 knock. Su Qingyu hurriedly shrunk under the quilt and hid her crooked thoughts. Mr. Su, have you changed your clothes? It's time for us to go. Oh, here it comes. Su Qingyu drilled out from the quilt and stepped on a pair of crystal short heels. The glistening pink toes playfully shrunk, and a few tiny green veins on the back of her feet were hidden. Standing in the doorway, Su Qingyu took 2 deep breaths, and her expression returned to being cool. As a result, she just pushed open the door to the room and saw the wide-eyed man and dog on the sofa. Once she didn't hold back, she snorted a laugh. Zhang Feng looked at the girl who was covering her face to hold back her laughter, and then looked at Dabai who was giggling with his head cocked. Is it that funny? Your mom has a weird laugh. 1. Jiangdu Famous Gate, the entrance to the lobby. The original male receptionist was fired, and the replacement hadn't been arranged yet. The fat supervisor in a suit went straight to the top. On a hot day, the supervisor's forehead was sweating, but he refused to move a step. The door swiped open and a child walked out. Young Master Sun, come out for a walk. The fat man was sweating profusely, nodding his head and smiling. Young Master Sun glanced at him and silently walked away from the distance. The female receptionist next to him complimented, "You are really dedicated, Mr. Sun." That's not true. The supervisor took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. You look good and learn well, don't have crooked thoughts, don't learn from Xiaochen, do you know? Female receptionist nodded, Supervisor rest assured, I know how much I weigh. Supervisor still want to admonish a few words, the rest of the light to see the hall glass reflected in the silhouette, immediately stood straight. Ms. Su, good noon. Zhang Feng just went out the door and was startled by this guy. Nonsense, who wouldn't be afraid of a pig's head with a face full of oil coming up? Where's the guy from earlier? Zhang Feng asked curiously. The supervisor wiped his sweat, don't worry, he has been fired. What do I care? Zhang Feng turned his head to look at Su Qingyu. As a result, Su Qingyu turned her head to look away, whistling with her mouth. It's not blowing yet. You're too vain. Moreover, this whistle of yours and Zhang Kor's ringing finger aren't from the same school. Zhang Feng didn't ask any more questions. Let's go, if we're late, we'll be late. Su Qingyu nodded, thankful that her acting skills were superb and fooled Zhang Feng. Still driven by Zhang Feng, the two of them headed towards Sci-Tech City. When traveling on the viaduct, Su Qingyu opened the window. The wind poured in through the window, blowing a few strands of the girl's hair onto Zhang Feng's face, tickling it. Is the girl sitting next to you in class your girlfriend? Su Qingyu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Chapter 18. What's so urgent that you have to call? In class, is the girl sitting next to you your girlfriend? One sentence made Zhang Feng cold sweat. After 2.5 seconds, he reacted. No, I'm weak-minded a hammer. Zhang Kor and I, it's a pure revolutionary friendship. Zhang Feng replied frankly, it's a friend of mine. Su Qingyu glanced at him, coldly asked. Do you like her then? Zhang Feng almost blasted into the sky with his foot on the gas. Cough cough. Zhang Feng as if choking asked, why do you think so? Su Qingyu's body sank into the seat, twisting up her face to look out the window. That girl is quite pretty, lively, cheerful and generous, and you are still very close. Normally, don't adolescent boys fall for girls like that? According to Su Qingyu's observation, adolescent boys would, more or less, be attracted to the good-looking and rowdy girls in their class. What's more, Zhang Kor that wasn't generally good-looking. It was a good-looking girl that Su Qingyu, an absolute beauty, recognized. To say that Zhang Feng didn't like it at all would be a bit of nonsense. But to say it's like it. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment and replied seriously. Like is like, but it doesn't seem to be that kind of like. If you want to say, it is more like the kind of sister, let her fool around, as long as she is happy. Zhang Feng knew he shouldn't have said that. In front of his favorite person said to another girl like, this is not looking for death is what? Although he didn't mean what he said, the keyword was there, and it was time for the opposite side to trigger the streak next. According to what was said in the secret manual, this was a situation that he should immediately deny and change the topic. However, he still felt that he should follow his heart and tell the truth. The air in the carriage suddenly fell silent. Zhang Feng looked ahead, his grip on the steering wheel silently tightening. This way, Su Qingyu opened her mouth and broke the stagnant atmosphere. Zhang Feng looked sideways, but saw Su Qingyu looking at herself with a little smile in her eyes. This way, I feel relieved. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. No, you just believe it? The corner of Su Qingyu's mouth slightly curved, because I can see that you just did not lie. How can I tell? There are a lot of techniques, such as lying eyes will look towards the upper right, frequent blinking, speed of speech and so on. Su Qingyu's eyes were cold and clear. Zhang Feng was once again impressed by this woman's intelligence. If he had done what the secret book said just now, he would probably have been recognized by her and kicked out of the car by now. That's right, how could such a smart person be pinned down by a book on the ground? Zhang Feng decided to go back and throw that book back to the library. It's useless. It's better to follow your heart. Sincerity, really, is always a must-have. At the same time, 619 dormitory. 3 people were holding a book and were reading it hungrily. Get out of the way, your muscles are blocking me. Zhou Hao squeezed in. I haven't finished reading yet, don't turn the page yet. Wang Lin turned the book back to the previous page. You're too slow to read. Li Song stood that page up and laid his head sideways to look at the back. On the other side, Zhou Hao and Wang Lin also followed and tilted their heads to read the book. The 3 people were like this in a very strange posture, looking at strange books. Suddenly, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. Is Zhang Feng here? Their SA party to sign up for. Class President Xiao Zhongjie walked in and was instantly bewildered at the scene in front of him. You guys are. 2.5 minutes later. Crap, God book ah. The book of God. Xiao Zhongjie tilted his head to look at the book and called out crap. Right, buddy, didn't he lie to you? Wang Lin patted him on the shoulder. I'm telling you, Zhang Feng just read this book, and now he's traveling with the schoolgirl and the beautiful teacher. Xiao Zhongjie was bluffed, so strong. That's for sure. Li Song pushed his glasses. Right, old Xiao, what did you just say? You were looking for Zhang Feng? Oh yeah, almost forgot. Xiao Zhongjie slapped his head, took out his cell phone, clicked on the school class president group chat. Inside was a notice. The day after tomorrow, the school celebration party, before 6 p.m. today, each class must report a program up. The auditions and rehearsals will be held tomorrow, and the school celebration party will be held the night after tomorrow. Please see the attachment for details. Xiao Zhongjie sighed. You also know the situation of our class. Polytechnic class is full of big men. Except for basketball, they can only cook, and only Zhang Feng can sing well. I want him to apply for a program. When the time comes to be brushed down in the audition, it will be fine. Wang Lin said, things understand. I give Zhang Feng a call, ask him. Ask is to ask. Xiao Zhongjie was a little apprehensive. Although it is not a big deal, but the housemates, they cannot just agree for Zhang Feng. Beep beep. The cell phone in Zhang Feng's pocket suddenly vibrated. What kind of emergency is it that you have to call? Zhang Feng wasn't going to care and was going to concentrate on driving. The calls to Zhang Feng's cell phone were either advertisements and sales pitches or Wang Lin. It's 2020, but Wang Lin still can't learn to use QQ for chatting. When something happens, he calls. In his words, typing is too troublesome, it's still convenient to call. 1/3 of Zhang Feng's calling time every month is occupied by Wang Lin. The rest was advertisement, sales and takeout. Just as Zhang Feng was concentrating on driving, he suddenly felt something moving in his right pants pocket. Zhang Feng looked down. A small hand had reached into the pocket and was groping for it. It's not convenient for you to answer the phone while driving, right? I'll do it. Su Qingyu leaned down and said. Zhang Feng. Julie. So itchy. He subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but Su Qingyu slapped his thigh. Don't move, I can't touch your cell phone. Zhang Feng likes to choose pants with deep pockets, so it is convenient to load up things and not worry about dropping them. However, he did not consider that this would happen. As Su Qingyu's small hand probed inside, Zhang Feng became more and more uncomfortable. Luckily, Su Qingyu finally touched her cell phone. Found it. Zhang Feng was finally relieved when Su Qingyu took out her cell phone. What's the password? 741,741. Harmonized to piss you off, to piss you off. Zhang Feng thought that in case his cell phone was stolen, he could still discuss the other party when he unlocked it. Hello? The phone is connected. The phone is connected. Zhang Feng quickly adjusted the trajectory with his hand while Su Qingyu was on the phone. It couldn't be helped, teenagers were just on fire. After waiting for half a day, just as Wang Lin was about to hang up, the phone was connected. Hello? A cool female voice came out of the microphone. Chapter 19. I'm going to be a mama. The 4 people in the bedroom looked at each other. How can a woman's voice come out when you're calling Jiang Feng? You made a wrong call? Xiao Zhangjie asked. How can it be? Wang Lin said proudly, I've called this number more than 100 times. Su Qingyu on the other side heard the opposite side of the gibberish, did not know what to say. So she opened the speakerphone and let Jiang Feng translate. Dazhuan, why are you calling? I'm busy here. Xiao Zhangjie was just about to open his mouth, but Wang Lin beat him to it. This is not important, Jiang Feng, who is next to you? Without waiting for Jiang Feng to stop, Su Qingyu spoke faintly. This is Su Qingyu. A dead silence came from the other end of the phone. Just 5 words, to the dormitory 3 brothers and sisters psychological caused great damage. It can be called the second big storm. No, buddy. You hooked up with the colonel's flower even though, how did you hook up with Ms. Su Qingyu as well? Xiao Zhangjie saw the 3 of them as if they were silenced by Galen, so he saw the needle and said. Jiang Feng, there is a program that I signed up for you. I have to hang up beforehand. Jiang Feng thought about hanging up the phone in a hurry and casually replied. Xiao Zhangjie hung up the phone. Turning his head, he saw the other 3 people, as if stimulated by something, have begun to study frantically. No, this also roll? Xiao Zhangjie silently cursed a roll dog in his heart, and then followed to get together to study together. This study, how a beautiful thing. The 3 people in the dormitory had a blazing fire burning in their eyes, vowing to follow in the footsteps of old man Jiang Feng. When the divine power is accomplished, they will enjoy the cherry blossoms of Jiangda University. On the other hand, Jiang Feng didn't know that there were 4 people holding the book he was going to throw back as if it was a treasure. He looked to the side of the obediently seated Su Qingyu, some toothache. Just now you actually do not need to open your mouth. This time, the 3 sons are going to be stimulated to call out to their father again. He hasn't been able to explain how he suddenly became Su Qingyu's class representative, and then also went to the meeting with her. Who knew that Professor Su looked high and cold, but was actually a scared little girl? Su Qingyu glanced at him and pouted imperceptibly. What? What? Are you afraid that your friends will find out about your affair with me? It's not that I'm afraid of. And what do you mean and your matter? We are clearly a very serious matter between us. Looking at Su Qingyu's unhappy appearance, Jiang Feng suddenly laughed. She would still be upset over this kind of thing. She's still a professor, she's obviously an adolescent little girl. Little professor. What are you laughing at? I didn't laugh. I'm laughing. Ming Ming laughed. Ask Ming Ming. My name isn't Ming Ming. Jiang Feng. The little professor looked at him with a bulging face. Ha ha ha. The little professor is really funny. At this time, pouting and sulking Su Qingyu did not know that she had an additional title of little professor. And this title, in the future, will accompany her for the rest of her life, along with the person who came up with this title. After going around in circles, she finally arrived at the venue. The entire huge science and innovation city, cannot say overcrowded bar, can also be said to be deserted. No, where are the people? Jiang Feng was confused. The little professor stood on his tiptoes and looked in. They are all meeting inside. Ah, the meeting has already started? Didn't you say it was still early? Professor level are all on stage in the afternoon. Su Qingyu looked sideways with disdainful eyes. Don't you know that the main character is always the finale? Jiang Feng was overwhelmed by the inexplicable middle-aged style of the young professor. He willingly bowed down. So what are we going to do now? The little professor looked to the side of the roadside stalls, eyes bright, a small hand. First eat billion things. After buying pancake nuts, pancakes and cold noodles one after another, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Feng could not help but sigh. I didn't realize that the little professor was also a foodie. Eat, 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 eat. Being able to eat is a blessing. But I didn't expect Su Qingyu to belong to the kind of player who loves food and dishes. Curved tight belly, appetite is naturally small, did not eat 2 bites on the full. The small professor has a handful of pancake fruits, a handful of pancakes, and a few bites of each. The long-haired imperial sister Su Qingyu looked at Jiang Feng with an innocent face. Don't look at me. However, under the attack of the little professor's cool eyes blinking and blinking, Jiang Feng could only sigh and took the 2 cakes over. Who made the little professor so imperial, yet so cute? Su Qingyu's little eyes turned from shock to adoration as she watched Zhang Feng finish one cake in 3 to 5 bites. In the world of foodies, people who can eat and will eat cuckoo are always the near synonym of bull. She ran to buy another hand cake and handed it to Zhang Feng. Here, not enough there. There is a kind of I feed you, cake enough momentum. Zhang Feng, thank you. The little professor looked at Zhang Feng's big mouthful of pancakes, his little expression gradually pleasing. At this moment, Su Qingyu realized the joy of watching an eating show. Just when Zhang Feng was about to finish eating, Su Qingyu turned around and was still ready to go buy it. But he was pulled by Zhang Feng. Enough is enough, I'm already full. The little professor retracted her footsteps with a look of regret. For a moment, she actually ignored the hand that Zhang Feng grabbed her with. Zhang Feng also realized that he actually held Su Qingyu's wrist. The hand was warm and cool like jade, white and smooth like cream. It's a bit addictive to touch. When else are you going to hold it? The little professor's face was flushed, and his eyes blushed with shame, which was very beautiful. The last time he grabbed his hand, the little professor was still thinking about kicking, but this time there was no precursor to kicking. Zhang Feng suddenly had a brain twitch and joked. Little professor, you got me pregnant, you have to be responsible. Zhang Feng regretted it when the words came out of his mouth. It's all Koer's fault. What's the point of telling cold jokes? There were passers-by beside him, and when they heard this, their expressions grew comical. You, what are you talking about? The little professor's face turned even redder, her eyes were misty with water, and her little feet moved slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly dodged away. However, he didn't expect that the little professor wasn't going to kick, but twisted his head and ran towards the inside of the venue. Zhang Feng hurriedly chased after him. The little professor stomped into the gate. Zhang Feng also wanted to enter, but was stopped by the security guard. Sorry, there is an academic conference going on inside, no one is allowed to enter. No, not again. Do you know whose class representative I am? Zhang Feng asked, how did she get in just now? The security guard said, that's Professor Su, how can I not recognize her? She's so pretty, I'll recognize her once she's here. Zhang Feng. Do I have to wait outside all the time? If I had known, I wouldn't have been so poor just now. Just as Zhang Feng was chagrined, the sound of Didida's footsteps came from inside. Looking up, the little professor walked over with a cold face. Let him in, he is my man. The security guard nodded and looked at Zhang Feng with eyes full of praise, even giving him a thumbs up. I don't know if I misunderstood something. After seeing Zhang Feng come in, the little professor turned his head and walked away, high and cold. Zhang Feng casually found a topic to break the ice. Teacher Su, just now your kind of statement is easy to misunderstand. Su Qingyu twisted her head, puzzled and a little naive. Aren't you my man? Zhang Feng did not know what to say. Yes, but it can't be completely, this problem it. I will be responsible for it. The little professor suddenly said coldly. Zhang Feng, ah? Su Qingyu looked at his knocked-up stomach and said seriously. I will be responsible for it. Zhang Feng. No, wait, what will you be responsible for? Little professor's mouth overflowed with a smile. I'm going to be a mama. Zhang Feng. Little professor, actually, I'm a cold and ruthless killer behind my back. I'm very high and cold. Stare. Chapter 20 Genius Girl just learning math bailout every day. No. Zhang Feng suddenly realized that the problem was a bit serious. You can't have a child like this. I was just joking. Su Qingyu, who grew up with math, could be said to be a blank sheet of paper in certain aspects. As for your comment that she hasn't studied biology? Sorry, haven't really studied it. It was enough for the genius girl to just learn math every day to bail out. And a biology teacher considers much more. In short, in a nutshell. She, Su Qingyu, physiological knowledge, 4-0. Looking at the little professor with a look of anticipation of having a child soon, Zhang Feng was numb. How should he explain? How to explain is not quite right. He can't be a physiology teacher and teach Su Qingyu how to have a baby, right? That wouldn't be BT. So, Zhang Feng had to point to his stomach and say, Look, my stomach is getting smaller again. The baby flew away. The little professor took a serious look and was skeptical. Fortunately, she did not ask any more questions, and with a thoughtful look on her face, she walked into the conference studio. This was a conference hall that could hold nearly 1,000 people. When Jiang Feng looked around, there were all the sparse hairstyles of powerful people. There were also a few shiny halos, sitting in the front row, looking like the big shots of the big shots. Right in front of them was a huge screen, and on the podium in the lower left corner, someone was talking about the theories they had researched. Spectrogram analysis in random matrix theory. A bunch of icons and formulas, just like a heavenly book. Jiang Feng was a little dizzy after looking at it for a couple of moments, but the little professor looked at it for a couple of moments and came straight to the point. This research topic is good, but he's doing it a little bit too spacey and generalized. The girl's eyes are clear, her temperament is light, and the temperament of a big brother is born. Jiang Feng wanted to secretly pinch her face, but was discovered by the latter. The little professor didn't stop him. It was just that when those ethereal eyes looked at you, any blasphemy was gone. Professor Su, you are finally here. A well-mannered, middle-aged man with thick hair walked over. He was smiling, but his eyes couldn't help but look up and down, as if he was admiring a work of art. The little professor moved a step to the left and half of her body hid behind Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng knew that she was guilty of social terrorism. She had never been able to cope with this kind of person. Jiang Feng moved one step right, completely blocking the uncomfortable line of sight. The man had to converge his eyes on Jiang Feng. You are. Jiang Feng said indifferently, before asking someone about their identity, shouldn't you report your own identity first? The man laughed as if he had heard something funny. You don't recognize me? I am Pang De, the president of the Jiangdu Math Association. Jiang Feng replied in a loud voice, my name is Su Qingyu, Professor Su's high math class representative. President Pang De obviously froze for a moment and reacted only after a long time. What kind of nobody dares to get in my way? He tried to go around Jiang Feng to grab Su Qingyu's hand. Professor Su, I've reserved a seat for you at the professor's chair in front, come and sit together. Jiang Feng embedded his wrist and looked down with a smile. No need, we'll just be in the back, the air is better back there. Pang De face angry face, let go, I let you let go. He forcefully drew back his hand, Jiang Feng suddenly let go, he jerked back a few steps and hit the wall before he didn't fall. He covered the back of his head and glared at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked concerned, Chairman Pang told me to let go so I let go, how is it, is the wall alright? God damn it, is the wall alright? Is it actually the wall that you care about? Su Qingyu hid behind Jiang Feng, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. I'm sorry. After issuing high praise, Pound violently turned around and left. The little professor poked her head out from behind Jiang Feng and spat out her tongue towards his back. Slightly. She grabbed the corner of Jiang Feng's coat and stared at his broad back. Thinking about how good this class representative is, I was right to bring him here. Chapter 21. Can your girlfriend read it? Two people sat in the back row, quietly looking at the big screen in front of them. Only, one's eyes were full of intelligence, while the other's eyes were full of wisdom. After waiting for about half an hour or so, as an old man with half-white hair took the stage, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became profound. It's the turn of the professor-level speeches, said the man next to him. Next up is the most cutting-edge research in the math world. We can't even reach the heights in our lifetimes. Math is not like literature. The text is not the first, you say you write something how awesome, others will only hummy on my line. Math this thing, will not is really not. The next person wanna break the head cannot understand, you cuckoo too to solve it. No need for you to say, we all know that you bully. When the old professor recounted his subject, the doctoral students around him were all at a loss. Su Qingyu blinked her eyes and nodded from time to time. As for Jiang Feng? He was looking at the little professor. The little professor's eyes were fixed on the screen, his long eyelashes rustling lightly from time to time. Elegant jaw, curved nose, cherry lips as thin as cicada wings. The side of the face is like an exquisite silhouette, every part of the beauty of the ingenious work of art. Compared to the math problem, the scene in front of her was more eye-catching. Suddenly, the young girl's eyes gently turned and looked sideways. When the two sides' eyes contacted for a moment, they coincidentally flicked away like an electric shock. Jiang Feng looked around awkwardly. Peeking was discovered, so embarrassing. The little professor redirected her sight to the front. It was only that the originally focused eyes had become erratic at the moment. The skin of his cheeks, which was like white porcelain, was also like porcelain tinted with haze, with a touch of redness. Why is he staring at Meow? Is the thing I didn't read too much discovered? Heartweek.jpg Arriving at the level of the professor, even Su Qingyu was not able to read it immediately. However, once you read it, you will have a general framework in your mind, and the rest of the details need to be scrutinized and understood. The young professor didn't realize that Zhang Feng was simply looking at her. She thought she was being seen through for not reading too much. So sheepishly, she hurriedly shifted her gaze. The two guys with their own little minds were too vain to look at each other. If Jiang Qir was here, she would probably go crazy again. What are you guys doing? All adults, don't act like elementary school students. Just when the two people were avoiding each other's eyes, a man next to Zhang Feng opened his mouth and said, "Brother, you still bring your girlfriend to the meeting?" Zhang Feng, You may not believe it, in fact, I was brought here by her. Get to know me, I'm Gong Wei, a doctor from University of Science and Technology. You look quite young, graduate student? Zhang Feng nodded. Pretty much my name is Zhang Feng. As we all know, 4 years of college learning is equal to learning for nothing. So there is no difference between the first year of college and the first year of graduate school, they are all equally clear and stupid. Gong Wei came over and whispered. Not me, you bring your girlfriend to this kind of place to date, people girls how boring see cannot read. Gong Wei a dog-headed military officer look. Brother over the man, teach you a few tricks, cat cafe, amusement parks are the perfect place to fall in love. In reality, there is always such a single person magically. They have never been in love, but they are always keen to help others to plan. Zhang Feng asked tentatively, I'm going to take the liberty of asking, how many girlfriends have you had? How presumptuous are you? Gong Wei broke the defense, talents like us are dedicated to scientific research. How can we waste our energy on such things as children's love? Zhang Feng nodded. Understood, 0. Gong Wei is talking at length about how he is not as wise as the river of love, the widowed king all the way to Shuabo. Suddenly, the host on stage called out to Su Qingyu. Thank you Professor Li for sharing, the following is Professor Su Qingyu Su on stage. On the big screen was an extremely dazzling resume. Age 16, enrolled in the junior class of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to study mathematics, graduated in 2 years. Graduation grade, all A's, received the highest honor from the college. Age 20, completed his PhD degree in mathematics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Research interests, number theory, algebraic geometry, and topology. Age 21, appointed as a lecturer at the Department of Mathematics at JCU. Offered undergraduate and graduate courses. Invited to speak at the top academic conferences all over the world. Age 22, promoted to Professor of Mathematics at JCU, received several important research grants. Professor, Department of Mathematics, Edagawa University. Received several important research grants. The list of academic achievements during her teenage years is huge. Not to mention the pile of journal papers that follow. GEMS, CPAM, BAMS, and so on, these difficult journals are a handful. It was only at this moment that Zhang Feng clearly realized. This girl who softly taught herself problems, who would gamble and pout at herself, and who ate hand pies together with herself. In the field of mathematics, exactly how outstanding achievements, talent. Gong Wei, who was chattering on the side, was also shocked. Good bull. Outsiders look at the fun, insiders look at the doorway. Gong Wei had gone through a lot of trouble to get his doctorate, and was already a genius amongst ordinary people. However, he is now 28 years old. Su Qingyu, a professor at the age of 22, looked out of place among the crowd of old men. For Su Qingyu, it really deserved the saying. Genius, just the threshold to see me. Zhang Feng felt that he was really offended when he called her a genius girl in the beginning. It should be the genius of geniuses, the universe's invincible genius beauty girl. Next to the resume, there was also a big headshot of the little professor. Wearing a suit and tie, his small face was serious. Gong Wei commented, this Professor Su is good looking, but looks so stern and fierce. At first glance, it is the kind of extremely pushy tutor. Zhang Feng said, she just saw the camera is too nervous, only tense little face. How do you know? Gong Wei retorted. However, he suddenly seemed to notice something. This Professor Su, how do I look more and more familiar? Where have I seen him? I am not fierce. The passing girl suddenly dropped a sentence and walked down the steps towards the front. Gong Wei looked up sharply, only to see a silhouette with long flowing hair. Turning his head again, he realized that the seat next to Zhang Feng was already empty. Where is your girlfriend? Gong Wei asked blankly. Zhang Feng pointed to the girl standing in front of the curtain. She went up. Gong Wei, like a dream, eyes stagnant, slurred. Why, will, go up? I don't know, probably because it called her name, right? Gong Wei, as if waking up from a dream, eyes wide open, mouth burst out a word as if the beginning of chaos. Ah. A loud and clear ah instantly resounded throughout the conference hall. The people in front of them looked backward, only to see a dull-eyed man with his mouth wide open. The teenager next to him spread his hands with an innocent face. Chapter 22. There is a fairy in the mountains, and the wind in splendor. On the stage, a long black dress Su Qingyu red lips lightly opened, and the clear and cold voice echoed through the microphone in the entire conference hall. My research for the Quantum Langlands program explores the development of the Quantum Langlands program. New quantum symmetries and new geometric objects are discovered, enriching the understanding of quantum geometry in the existing field of mathematics. A man with a worrying hairline, who looked to be in his 30s, could not help but exclaim. Truly worthy of being the empress of the mathematical world, the strike is a thunderbolt. The old professor with gray hair 2 rows in front of him turned back to the doctoral student he had brought with him and asked with slanted eyes. Did you understand it? He didn't get it, but you got it? The man shook his head. It's because he can't understand it that he thinks it's awesome. The old professor's mouth twitched. If you can't read it, shut up, don't leave it here to be humiliated. Said the old professor turned back to look at the stage. Then his daughter is 2 years younger than Su Qingyu. The heart cannot help but let out a sigh of emotion. Compared to this girl, all the people here are really a handful of years to live to a dog. Back row, since Gong Wei came to his senses, he has been pestering Zhang Feng to pay homage to the master. No, brother Jiang. You teach my little brother how to talk about love. Zhang Feng waved his hand and excused himself. I cannot, really cannot. You are almost 30, call me an 18-year-old young man called brother, is it appropriate? You can talk about Professor Su, but you still say you won't do it. When I think of my previous question to Zhang Feng, your girlfriend can read it? Gong Wei was embarrassed and stubbed his toe on the ground. As soon as he grabbed Zhang Feng's arm, he very seriously bowed his head and requested. Coach. I want to learn to fall in love. This is the request of my life. Looking at Gong Wei's thinning hairline on top of his head, Zhang Feng couldn't help but soften his heart. Okay, I will recommend a few books to you. Doctoral Students Love Marriage Guidance Program. How to Harvest Rich Women's Hearts. After Zhang Feng reported the name of the dish, generally say a few books name, Gong Wei's eyes burst out of the blazing bright light. He didn't even open the meeting, and directly took the door from the back door. The speed of that frantic run made the security guard at the door think that he had stolen something, and almost had to report Jay. Zhang Feng looked at Dr. Gong's wildly running figure, spat out a breath. I can only help you up to here. As for how Gong Wei through the 2 chakras, and more than 40 years old divorced dean of women in love and married. That is purely, the master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual. And on the stage, Su Qingyu's sharing also ended. Thunderous applause erupted in the arena. The little professor walked off the stage with a flourish and took a step towards Zhang Feng. She picked up the steps, and when she lifted her legs, her slim skirt outlined delicate curves. Her long hair reached her waist, and her pair of cool eyes looked calmly at the crowd. She was already used to the applause and honors. It wasn't until her line of sight touched the teenager's gaze that the light in her eyes, which was like a quiet lake, wavered slightly. She pursed her lips and squinted her eyes lightly as if she was showing off to him. Zhang Feng gave her 2 thumbs up with one hand. The little professor smiled sweetly. That moment of radiance was magnificent. All the people who watched this scene had the girl's smile imprinted into their hearts irresistibly. They coincidentally looked at the ocean inside. Just who can marry this world's only Wonder Woman? 8th. Zhang Feng suddenly had a little itchy nose and sneezed. The meeting came to an end. Finally, since this conference was held in Jiangdu, the president of Jiangdu Mathematical Association, Pang De, will deliver the closing speech. Honorable guests, thank you. A bunch of official platitudes were smelly and long, and managed to draw the crowd's disgust. And amidst the chatter of the people around him, Zhang Feng gradually gained a deeper understanding of Pang De as a person. To be able to become the president at the age of more than 40, naturally, it wasn't by how high his academic level was. It was even said that his academic level was a pile of defense. Even Gong Wei was estimated to be better than him. But people will mix the circle. Networking operation, human relations, play that called a slip. Sometimes have to admit, compared to the serious people, or will mix the circle of people easier to climb to a high position. And such people, not a few. The small professor's hair is very smooth, 2 ears from the hair out of a corner. Zhang Feng reached out to cover, we do not listen to AO, polluted ears. The little professor nodded his head adorably, only to feel that his covered ears were a little hot, and even his face was a little hot. Strange, and did not eat spicy, why would it be like this? Thinking about eating spicy, the little professor was a bit greedy. Zhang Feng, she tugged on Zhang Feng's coat, let's go eat hot pot tonight? Zhang Feng is looking forward to seeing the little professor. Zhang Feng was looking forward to the little professor's tongue being spiced up, it would be very cute. After Pound's nonsense, the meeting finally came to an end. Just as the two of them were packing up their things and preparing to leave, a heavily made-up woman wiggled her butt and walked over. Her looks were quite good looking in the academic circle, but everything was afraid of comparisons. Placed next to Su Qingyu, who was invincible even in the entertainment circle, she was like Cinderella by comparison. Professor Su, let's have dinner together later. Our professors here in Jiangdu have organized a dinner party. He Menglei revealed a hypocritical smile, her eyes hiding a fire like jealousy. Originally, she was the star of the show. At just 40 years old, she became an associate professor with the help of her lover. Coupled with her social skills, she was always at the center of the academic circle. However, all of this had changed since Su Qingyu's arrival. She was younger than her, prettier than her, and her family background and intelligence were many times stronger than hers. To say that Su Qingyu is her Pro-Max version is considered an insult. The two people simply cannot be put together to compare. In the past, to her attentive men, a moment all lost interest. It's like seeing a true immortal, and then it's hard for them to be interested in mortal colors. What's even more annoying is that her lover, Pang De, has hinted to her many times. Let her invite Su Qingyu to come and have dinner with her. A strange shame. But she had to do it, because without Pound she is nothing. Chapter 23. There is a mouthful of me, there is a mouthful of you. He Menglei smiled and invited, come to the Jiangdu side of the mathematical bulls, eat a meal together to contact feelings. Su Qingyu was a little hesitant. It wasn't that the little professor saw through He Menglei's hypocrisy. It was just that she wanted to go to a hot pot with the class representative. He Menglei was anxious, if Su Qingyu rejected her, it would be troublesome. So she hastened to add, this kind of meal is also good for you, after eating we are friends, and your application for the future will be better. So she hurriedly added, this kind of meal is also good for you. Su Qingyu nodded. Her social fear, originally also embarrassed to refuse other people's seemingly normal invitations. Zhang Feng looked at the happy He Menglei and felt something was wrong in his heart. Then I'm going to take him along. Su Qingyu pulled Zhang Feng's sleeve aside. He Menglei was hesitant, it's not good to bring him to a gathering of professors, right? She also noticed the conflict between Zhang Feng and Pound just now, and was a bit afraid to let Zhang Feng come along. The little professor twisted his face, I won't go if he doesn't go. He Menglei inwardly struggled for a moment, finally said, well. This guy won't make trouble on such an important occasion, right? The little professor patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and came over to whisper, don't worry, if there's a bite of food for me, there must be a bite for you. So righteous? Of course, you're my class representative. Zhang Feng looked at the smiling little professor beside him, his eyes flashing with a gentle but resolute gaze. Since your honor is so righteous, don't worry. Then don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect you, even if I have to give up everything I have. Who made you my little professor? Lijing Hotel, 17th floor, Yunya Pavilion Room. When Zhang Feng and the little professor walked in, the box was already half full. It was basically full of old men and women with gray hair. When these old professors saw Su Qingyu walking in, they all coincidentally revealed expressions of relief and appreciation. It was as if they were looking at their own promising juniors. For them, old people who had traveled most of their lives, Su Qingyu was not much older than their granddaughter. This was coupled with Su Qingyu's dull innocence of being uninitiated. Whenever they saw this girl, these old professors would always feel a sense of doting on their granddaughter. Little fish is here, eat more today. A grandmother wearing presbyopia glasses said with a smile. Su Qingyu nodded, her expression serious, don't worry, I will. Zhang Feng looked at the little professor's serious little face, as if he had already seen the end of her being full after 2 bites. He shook his head and smiled. Little fish, who is this male doll that came with you? An old man asked smilingly. The grandmother sitting next to him slapped him and covered her mouth and laughed. Need you ask? Definitely is the little boyfriend. Su Qingyu's face turned red. The little professor incoherently defended. No, he is the class representative of my. Said, she quietly looked sideways at Zhang Feng, but did not expect the latter is also similarly looking at her. The two gazes touched and parted, their eyes flickering, neither daring to look at the other. The surrounding old people glanced at each other, and all saw the aunt smile at the corner of the other's mouth. Okay, don't stand there, you two hurry up and sit down. When the time comes, remember to invite us old guys to drink the wedding wine. The old people didn't listen to Su Qingyu's explanation at all, and coaxed like children. Red-faced Su Qingyu and Zhang Feng had to take their seats. The two of them were seated next to each other, but each of them looked to the side, as if they were admiring the upscale layout of the Lijing Hotel. However, just when Zhang Feng thought this was an ordinary meal, the arrival of two people made Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly turn cold. Pound and He Menglei came hand in hand and sat on the main seat directly opposite the door of the private room. No wonder Zhang Feng always felt something was wrong just now. Indeed, all the professors in Jiangdu. Pound, this academic asshole, is not also considered a screamer. When Peng De saw Su Qingyu, who was sitting in the corner waiting for the meal to start, he was in a state of bliss. Good job, just leave the matter of your thesis to me. He Menglei pulled out a smile, the president took the trouble. Pound smiled, what did I bother? Anyway, he's just letting those postdocs under him work for him for nothing. There is a female doctor who seems to have been in a foul mood lately, saying that she wants to sue me? Oh, let her sue. I'm the dean of the college, who can she sue? As the two of them took their seats, Pound noticed a line of sight staring at him. He twisted his head to look, only to find that it was actually Su Qingyu's what the heck class representative from before. Why is he here as well? Pound frowned slightly. Forget it, ignore him. If he dares to make trouble, kick him out. Waiter, serve the food. The waiter, who wore a cheongsam and had a good appearance and figure, carried a silver plate and started serving the food. Su Qingyu sat in a dignified manner, her face elegant. It was like a stunningly beautiful goddess sculpture, revealing a cold temperament that no one was allowed to approach. However, only Zhang Feng, who was sitting next to her. Only then did he notice the little professor's expression as he waited blearily for the food to be served. Obviously want to eat but still pretend to be very cold. Cute pinch. If it wasn't for the crowd, Zhang Feng would really want to rub her little head. The dishes are ready, let's eat. Zhang Feng and Su Qingyu went down with their chopsticks, and both coincidentally revealed unspeakable expressions. Report eating. It's not as good as a hot pot. The little professor couldn't eat the good food and looked depressed. Since the surrounding area was a bit noisy, Zhang Feng came to the little professor's ear and said, how about we pretend to eat a couple of bites and leave early later to go to the hot pot? The teenager's slight exhale as he spoke made the little professor's ears itch a little. She scrunched her neck, and her ears turned red along with her face. The little professor thought about retaliating back. So she twisted her face to Zhang Feng's ear and purposely exhaled and huffed. Good, I know. A burst of tingling went down the auricle straight to the spinal cord, and then spread to half of her body. Zhang Feng was shocked and turned his head to look. But only to see the girl close to the small face, the corners of the mouth slightly upward, smug cat expression. Was this really not some kindergarten class pretending to be a professor? This kind of small thing all want to retaliate back. Wouldn't that be if I kissed you, you'd want to retaliate back? Zhang Feng slightly sidestepped, then silently crossed his legs. Although it was a small thing, but for a big lad like Zhang Feng, who was 18 years old, the matter was a bit big. What's more, the one who did this kind of thing is still that beauty upside down Su Qingyu. The key is that this sister still has a face of innocence and ignorance. Who could stand up to this? Just as the two people were biting each other's ears, the old people around them all looked on smilingly. Seeing them like this reminds me of when I was in college. I was also very popular back then. An old man stroked his beard and lamented. If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked to find out. This old man's name was Zhang Anghua, who had won many international awards in mathematics and was a titanic presence in the math world. However, it was this math titan who was directly hit in the face by the grandmother next to him. Really, I don't remember this happening? Show and Zhang Anghua helpless smile, don't tear me down. Ha ha ha. A bunch of old people all laughed in unison. This group gathered the entire Southwest mathematical academic strength of the elderly group, as if together back to the youthful days of Western Union University. The old man, too, was once young. Su Qingyu saw that everyone around her laughed, so she also followed with a droll face and haha twice. Jiang Feng looked at her with a smile. However, just when the crowd was having a good time, someone was unhappy. Pound had taken in Su Qingyu and Zhang Feng's intimate behavior just now. The knuckles of his hand holding the wineglass were slightly white, and there was suppressed anger under his eyes. He who regarded Su Qingyu as a fairy and wanted to get her at all costs. How could he allow a brat to stain and defile this piece of absolute beauty in front of him? Pang De, an old man in his 40s, had his face red warm with anger. Chapter 24 Little Professor Flying Kick. Pound walked over with a wineglass and a gloomy face. Professor Su, come, let's have a drink together. With that, he filled the wineglass in front of Su Qingyu. Zhang Feng reached out and held down the glass. Sorry, our little professor doesn't drink. Who are you to refuse my toast? Pound suppressed his anger. This yellow-haired kid in front of him was repeatedly getting in his way. Who does he think he is? Did he know that he could crush him with a single finger and cut off his academic path? Zhang Feng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him without changing his face. I'm nothing, I'm just her class representative. Indeed, he was just a mediocre college student. He didn't have a prominent family background, and he didn't have wisdom that was far beyond the norm. It can be said that he has nothing. But because he has nothing, he is fearless. Academic path, I do not care, what else can you threaten me? Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes, the anger of the horseman can also be blood-splattered 10 steps. Pound gritted his teeth, no matter what, this wine must be drunk today. He Zhang Feng said with cold eyes, you like drinking so much, right? Fine, I'll drink with you, I'll drink 2 cups, you drink 1. Pang De froze for a moment. Zhang Feng coldly laughed, this is not even dare, you're not a wimp, right? TMD, just drink. Pound picked up his glass and drank half a cup. Zhang Feng didn't change his face and directly downed a whole cup. The small professor on the side showed concern, and his eyes became fierce as he looked at Pound. Dare to bully my class representative, you already have a way to death. Zhang Feng threw her a reassuring look. I forgot to mention, I'm from Jibei. I grew up drinking. After another cup, Pang De's neck was already red. Zhang Feng drank 3 cups and still didn't blush. Again. Pang De was already intoxicated. After drinking 5 cups in a row, Pound couldn't even stand up. Zhang Feng drank twice as much as him and was also a bit tipsy. What's wrong? You can't drink anymore, can you? Don't you like to drink? Keep drinking. Drinking this much is not enough to feed the fish. Zhang Feng's continuous output gave Zhong Deng a complete defense break. Drink, 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 I'll drink your horse money. Pang De's face was red and swollen, his lips were white, and he cursed. This curse resounded throughout the box, and the crowd turned their heads in unison to look over. Lousy is letting Su Qingyu come to accompany the wine, what are you doing coming up here for nothing? IF%. Zhang Feng put down his wineglass and quietly watched the man's ugly behavior in front of him. His eyes were calm, rippling, and cold and scary. Pang De, you let a professor come and drink with you, do you really think you're the emperor of the academic circle? Zhang Feng spoke with a light smile and a harmless face. Not good. Menglei went forward and tried to pull Pound back so that he wouldn't continue his drunken speech. But she didn't expect Pound to push her away and continued to stare at Zhang Feng dead in the face. Normally, Pound wouldn't drink this much, plus Zhang Feng's age was just too deceptive. Seeing the young teenager's teasing expression, Pound's already shaky lychee completely collapsed. Don't I count? Casually blocking your rise, you pariah. Little born. Zhang Feng nodded, you're really good then. The shady level 10 words completely made Pound break his defense. He swung his fist towards the extremely beaten face in front of him. Zhang Feng got up and wanted to punch back, but he unexpectedly drank a bit too much and reacted half a beat slower. The fist in front of his eyes gradually enlarged, Zhang Feng instinctively closed his eyes. First take a punch from him, later punch back 3 times. However, the expected pain didn't hit. Zhang Feng opened his eyes and realized that Pound was already lying 2 meters away. I lost, what's the situation? But this is not the point, Zhang Feng hurriedly said. Just now it was President Pang who was drunk and disorderly and wanted to hit people, and all the grandparents can testify to it. Zhang Anhua Zhang old man raised his cup and laughed, I see it clearly. Li Xiuan old granny pointed toward the ground lying on the board of Pangde. Xiao Pang cannot drink on not drink, how to get drunk and still hit people? The words of the two old people, so that what a backward rake the things characterized He Menglei, could not help but put the words back. After all, Pound was beaten, if the black and white is reversed, said that the opposite side of the first shot can also account for a reason. But by Jiang Feng so screwed, not in vain was beaten? He Menglei looked at Pound lying on the ground, although the heart hate to take advantage of the chaos to step on a foot. But in the end, she still reached out and helped him up. Pound who stood up was still a bit dazed and starry-eyed. He only remembered the second before he was about to hit Jiang Feng. Su Qingyu, who was standing on the side of the Qianlong, suddenly raised her leg and kicked him in the stomach. He flew straight up. He even bounced twice after landing, almost spitting out all the wine he had drunk. He was 180 pounds. Although Jiang Feng didn't see the image of Su Qingyu kicking Pound, he guessed it. Once again, he had a clear perception of Su Qingyu's force value. Such a tough little professor, it's better for me to marry her home. This kind of pain, let me bear it alone. Jiang Feng pulled Su Qingyu's small hand and nodded his head towards the old people next to him to apologize. Grandparents, we still have some things to do, so we'll leave first. Jiang Feng's age was probably quite a bit younger than the grandchildren of these old people. Chapter 25 Fried Su Qingyu. Jiang Feng pulled the little professor towards the door. Elder Zhang glanced at Pound and said disdainfully, I think it's time for us to leave, so that no one treats us as minions. With that, Zhang Yinguo and a group of old people got up. Wait, you guys can't leave. Pang De gritted his teeth and said. Pang Da. Zhang Yinguo turned his head and reprimanded, letting you take the main seat today is only because you organized this game. We old guys aren't blind, what you've done, you don't deserve to be a scholar at all. Zhang Anhua turned around and left, finally dropping a sentence. Virtue does not match the position, there will be disaster, you take care of yourself. Jiang Feng walked out of the hotel door. When the cold wind blew, the alcohol came up, and his footsteps were a bit unsteady. Su Qingyu beside him rushed to help him, usually as cold as a quiet lake ice showed a trace of heartache. Why do you want to stand up for me? Obviously just cricket's a freshman student. Jiang Feng sniffed, twisted his head and smiled. Drunken teenager, at this moment, the smile is open and spontaneous, only to hear him say. Didn't T all say it? I am your class representative. The small professor stared blankly at the face of the teenager, half a long time before he turned his face sideways and muttered. Big fool. Jiang Feng stretched his head to look over, but found that the girl's eyes were slightly red. Like early cherry blossoms in early spring. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Jiang Feng very unsympathetic to come to a sentence, probing the appearances very punched. No, I'm not. The little professor puffed up her little face and glared over with red eyes. This scene was like being bullied by Jiang Feng and crying. What's wrong with a young couple? Elder Zhang's laughter came from behind the door. Jiang Feng followed the sound and found that the senior group had unexpectedly come out as a whole. Why did you come out too? Jiang Feng still had a good outlook on these old people. Regardless of where there were villains and wicked people, however, more of them were still ordinary people who weren't good or bad. You can't beat a group to death because of a few people. Also, don't be completely disappointed with this world because of a few villains. Zhang Anhua smiled and said, staying there is no fun, so I came out. This walk is standing on the opposite side of Pound, completely offended this association president. I didn't expect these old scholars to be willing to offend Pound for him, a nobody. Jiang Feng said, thank you. Zhang Anhua patted him on the shoulder, your kid's temper is like me, the amount of alcohol is also like me, there is time to come to the old man I drink ah. Seeing Li Xiuan on the side narrowing his eyes, old Master Zhang hurriedly added. But I recently quit drinking, so it is also possible to drink tea when the time comes. I'm sure you'll be able to do the same. Seeing that he was so understanding, Li Xiuan said with great compassion. When Xiao Jiang comes, you are allowed to have a drink. Really? The old man was surprised and happy. Jiang Feng realized that they were a couple. Strange, why would I say that? Jiang, you must come. The old man grabbed Jiang Feng and wouldn't let go. I'll be sure to come, I'll be sure to come. After receiving Jiang Feng's affirmative reply, the old man left happily. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he looked at the group of old men's backs. Su Qingyu beside him saw Zhang Feng shaking his head and thought he was dizzy. So the little professor gently raised her small hand and pressed it to Zhang Feng's forehead. Is it dizziness? My hand is cold, I'll ice it for you. Just now, when Zhang Feng was exchanging pleasantries with the elderly group, the little professor was like a child who cowered behind his parents during a New Year's visit to relatives, not saying a word. Combined with her cool imperial face, she was a proper high-cooled goddess in the eyes of outsiders. Coupled with her dazzling achievements, it is estimated that there will still be people with sensitive minds who think, is she looking down on me? But only Zhang Feng knows that the little professor is simply socially terrified. If he hadn't come today, relying on Su Qingyu's social skills alone, I don't know how this would have developed. Pang De came to persuade him to drink, but the little professor didn't drink. He still persuaded, and even tried to move his hand, and then, little professor flying kick. It all ends with the little professor flying kick, but it's sure to end with a backwards kick. And she's so dumb that she won't be able to explain. I guess she's too lazy to explain. There's a good chance she'll end up in a situation where she'll be turned upside down and isolated. No, it's not. It's not a big possibility, it's a certainty. Zhang Feng looked at the little professor who stood on her tiptoes and touched his forehead with her cold little hand, and couldn't help but rub her head. The little professor blinked in confusion. Why don't you bring me along when you come out for meetings in the future? I don't feel comfortable with you alone. The teenager at this moment appeared very reliable, with a reassuring sense of dependence. The little professor blinked, her small face colored with a blush. She somewhat good-naturedly said, "Good." She thought for a moment and then said, "Thank you." Yo, quite a quick learner, you can say thank you. Zhang Feng's whine strengthened his courage and rubbed the little professor's head again. Su Qingyu's soft and smooth hair was rubbed a bit fried. But she still quietly looked at the teenager in front of her, letting him do what he wanted. The little professor suddenly understood a little bit why Big White likes to be touched on the head so much. Because, it is indeed very comfortable. On the way back, it was Su Qingyu who drove the car. At this time is approaching evening. The light of the setting sun sprinkled on the viaduct, the asphalt road flashed with a golden scale-like light. The slightly cool wind from the half-open window scrambled to pour in, blowing the teenager's broken hair in front of his forehead. Zhang Feng rested with his eyes closed, and Su Qingyu occasionally turned her head to look at the teenager in the passenger side. I don't understand why I have to look at him, it's not like I'll lose it. But, always feel at ease to look at. Su Qingyu looked at the road ahead, a few strands of hair were blown away by the wind and ruffled to the side of her mouth. She just wanted to reach out and get rid of it, but she was awakened by the teenager who didn't know when he woke up, probed his hand and ruffled those few strands of disheveled hair behind his ear. His fingertips inadvertently traced across the earlobe, tickling it. This guy is really getting more and more skillful. The most irritating thing was that he actually felt a little used to it. The little professor puffed up the right side of his face. But this time it was a bit of dissatisfaction with himself. Obviously, before being pulled by the wrist or considering whether to kick him, how now? Now. The intelligent Su Qingyu professor, now confused. From small to large, all she came into contact with were classmates who were a good 7 or 8 years older than her, or even a dozen years older. It can be said that the genius girl, the first contact, and also the most contacted peer, is Zhang Feng. This, the cheap class representative who was sent to her by another girl. In the beginning, it was freshness, curiosity, and such. Later on, with more and more contact, there was a gradual perception that he was fun to be around. Then, the two should be considered to have become good friends. No longer teachers and students, but Su Qingyu has never been in contact with, between ordinary people's friends. Finally to now, Su Qingyu suddenly realized that this younger brother who was 3 years younger than herself. Surprisingly, he would occasionally give her an older brother-like sense of reassurance, so that one couldn't help but want to rely on it. And in the process, Zhang Feng also became more and more unrestrained. In the beginning, he was still honestly calling out Teacher Su, but later on, he simply didn't even call out teacher anymore. Little professor shouting, really no big deal. However, I didn't stop him. Probably because he thought it was useless to stop him, right? Anyway, he would still end up coming up with some crooked reasoning to refute it, and then continue to shout it with a deadpan face. However, she couldn't deny it either. In the bottom of her own heart, she actually somewhat liked him calling her that. At the very least, it sounded much better than some genius girl, right? However, no matter how she analyzed it, she could never understand her own heart. To gradually draw closer to the distance and relationship, to feel strange uneasiness, but also in the sight of the teenager's silhouette inexplicably at ease. This is, what's wrong? Professor Sue's small hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her small face very serious. Big crisis. One needs to go back and do a topic immediately to hurry up and analyze one's situation. The small professor kicked the gas pedal and sped up to 70 mph. As the sun set into the distant mountains, the wooden red Porsche roared along, slowly driving towards that unknown and fated future. Su Qingyu parked the car in the underground parking lot. The headlights were turned off, and the entire basement was plunged into darkness. The empty underground parking lot is filled with an odor that smells like a head. Usually when Su Qingyu is by herself, she is always a bit afraid of the empty and dark parking lot. But just ordinary fear, they can still go back. And today, good death, the lights happen to be broken. Good, so scary. Little Professor. Chapter 26 Yu Luo 2 Phase Sex. Zhang Feng unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled open the door to prepare to go back to school. Are you leaving? The little professor suddenly pulled Zhang Feng's sleeve. Zhang Feng looked down, the girl in the driver's seat looked at him blearily. Under the car's breathing light, it was pitiful and at the same time had a sense of dark seduction. Don't misunderstand. The little professor retracted his hand and defended with wandering eyes. I'm just worried about whether you can go back to school by yourself. Although Zhang Feng was a bit dizzy, he felt that he still had no problem returning to the dormitory. However, he immediately reacted, covering his forehead and pretending to be dizzy, saying, I can't drink too much wine, I'm going to faint. That's great. The little professor was happy for a second, reacted to the fact that something was wrong, and then she cleared her throat and said, That would not be good. She pretended to think for 2 seconds, and then reluctantly said, You go up with me, there is a guest room for you to stay for the night. Zhang Feng nodded, but in his heart, he had a kind of unrealistic feeling of excitement. This is staying at home? Isn't it a bit too fast? If Zhang Ko knew, I guess she would be dumbstruck with surprise. After getting off the bus, Zhang Feng walked in front. The little professor followed behind him, grasping his sleeve. A pair of big eyes went back and forth, like a wary feline that could only feel at ease by staying by the side of someone he knew well. Zhang Feng was a bit amused. He's afraid of the dark, no wonder he doesn't want me to go. However, Zhang Feng felt that with the small professor's force value, even if he really encountered a ghost, he probably would be able to beat. Little professor, where did you practice your taekwondo? So powerful. The little professor was startled by Zhang Feng's sudden opening of his voice, and fiercely came up and hugged Zhang Feng tightly without letting go. Don't be afraid, it's me. Zhang Feng's arm was held tightly in the girl's arms, and there was a kind of marvelous feeling of falling into it that couldn't be said much. Oh, the little professor sighed in relief. Probably feeling a little ashamed of her reaction, she added with a small, serious face. Let me make it clear first, I am not afraid of the dark. Zhang Feng glanced at his arm that he couldn't even pump, and nodded. Well, I believe you. In order to divert his attention, Su Qingyu answered Zhang Feng's question. I started practicing in elementary school, not only taekwondo, but also a variety of fighting techniques, karate also practiced a little. Zhang Feng hissed. It's okay, don't panic, I'm resistant to beatings. Inside the empty and dark parking lot, the footsteps of 2 people echoed. The bar. Actually, the parking spot is quite close to the elevator entrance. It's just that the further back the small professor hugged him, the tighter he hugged him. In the end, almost the whole person hung on Zhang Feng. To Zhang Feng, tired, all sweaty, dawdling for a minute before going in, refers to the elevator entrance, do not think wrong. Until the moment the elevator door completely closed. Only then did the little professor silently climb down from Zhang Feng's body, and resumed his high-cooled appearance setting. It looked, completely, like an entire form of a high-cooled imperial sister. Of course, it also just looks. Inside the elevator, the silence was incomparable. Actually, I am really not afraid of the dark. Suddenly, Su Qingyu opened her mouth to break the silence and emphasized once again. I know, you said it. Zhang Feng tried to hold back his laughter, but he still couldn't hold back his laughter. Su Qingyu was afraid of the dark, funny level, 10%. Afraid of the dark and still not admit it, funny level, 100%. Even if you don't admit it, you still emphasize it twice. Funny level, 1000%. Ha! No, can't laugh. Zhang Feng tried to hold it back, and his face was suffocating red. Did you laugh? Did you laugh? Don't you believe me? Suddenly, the light of the elevator went out. Yikes! A cute cry filled the elevator. In the next second, the elevator lights resumed. Zhang Feng looked down at the little professor who had jumped into his arms and didn't say anything. Despite not saying a word, it was as if he had said everything. June No's silence was deafening. The little professor lying on his chest had red eyes and a red face. I don't know if I was scared to cry, or if I was annoyed and cried. Su Qingyu's small hands grasped Zhang Feng's shirt, raised her reddish little face, her eyes were moist, and she bit her lip and said, "Don't say anything about being afraid of the dark." At this moment, she was simply adorable to the point of explosion. Zhang Feng's heartbeat directly missed a beat. Froze for 2.5 seconds, seeing that the little professor was on the verge of really crying out. Zhang Feng only came back to his senses from this wave of seductive attacks, and hurriedly zipped his mouth with his hand. "Don't worry, I close my mouth like a nuclear launching silo." Well. Su Qingyu nodded and silently left Zhang Feng's chest, her face red as if dripping blood. Although ashamed to death, the little professor still obediently pulled Zhang Feng's coat corner. It looked as cute as a lost little girl. Zhang Feng then realized. Su Qingyu was not only an Imperial Luo dual cultivator, but also had an Imperial Luo duality. In normal times, she behaved as a cold Imperial lady, randomly displayed her lowly form, and her probability increased when she had food. In the darkness, she continuously behaves as a little lowly, and may be accompanied by a series of behaviors including but not limited to hugging her arms tightly and jumping into her arms. Please note, this target is extremely cute and carries the risk of bleeding out and then going into shock from blood loss. If this target is observed, please contact me and the department will send a professional aka me to take care of the recovery. Ding! The elevator door opened. As Su Qingyu opened the door, Zhang Feng pondered, there shouldn't be any more blackouts tonight, right? In the next second, a turn of the head saw a notice on the electronic screen at the elevator entrance. The sudden accident at the distribution facilities in the Xiangwu district has led to a large power outage, and the self-provided power generation facilities have been activated. However, the voltage of the self-provided generator is unstable, intermittent power outages may occur. I implore all householders to understand. Zhang Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and took a deep breath. No way. Such a coincidence? Chapter 27. What years is it now? Observation and Analysis Experiment Report. Title: An Observation and Analysis Study on Su Qingyu's Individual Psychological Behavior. Author: Su Qingyu. Background and significance of the study. After Su Qingyu encountered an unexpected power outage in the parking lot and elevator, she showed obvious fear of the darkness and demonstrated a strange and shameful behavioral response. The purpose of this report is to analyze the abnormal psychological behaviors of the experimental individuals and to explore the special nature of Zhang Feng for Su Qingyu. Second, observation and analysis. 1. Emotional reaction of fear of darkness. Su Qingyu showed obvious fear of the dark environment, and after the power outage, her reaction included clinging to Zhang Feng's sleeve and jumping into Zhang Feng's embrace. Note, when the author wrote this, physiological reactions such as blushing and rapid heartbeat appeared. The reason is unknown and presumed to be a mental attack. 2. Security and dependence. Su Qingyu shows her dependence on Zhang Feng in an insecure environment, which indicates her trust and reliance on him. This reaction is known as attachment behavior in psychology. P.S. It's not attachment. Third, conclusion. This report observes Su Qingyu's behavioral dependence on Zhang Feng in the dark in detail, showing her complex psychology towards Zhang Feng. When the last character was knocked out, Su Qingyu, who was sitting in front of the computer, gently exhaled a breath. This was just a preliminary analysis report. The follow-up would continue to enrich and update the content, and she would even consider building a mathematical model to carry out the analysis of her abnormal psychological activities. After all, her current state, which had never been seen in 20 years, made the little female doctor a little worried. Why does everything seem to be out of place since Zhang Feng appeared? Do I have some kind of disease? Zhang Feng syndrome? Thump, 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 thump. The living room suddenly rang with a magical cell phone ringtone. Su Qingyu was startled and sheepishly turned off the Word document. She opened the door and poked her little head out. When she saw that Zhang Feng wasn't there, she silently breathed a sigh of relief. Oh right, he went to take a shower. I don't know why, but now she only needed Zhang Feng to appear in her field of vision. She would be very ashamed, and her mind automatically played the strange behavior she had just made. Wait, don't think about it. Su Qingyu patted her somewhat hot cheeks and walked to the living room to pick up her cell phone. When she saw the name of the caller, Su Qingyu blinked her eyes, inexplicably a little vain. Zhang Kuer. Time went back to half an hour ago, inside the student council office. At this time, the large office was overcrowded, with people coming in and out from time to time. Zhang Kuer was sitting at the end of the desk, with documents piled up in front of her like a small mountain. However, she was still giving orders in an organized manner, calmly handling various things. Has the performance venue been set up yet? Send someone to supervise the company's progress. Attend the leaders and remind them by text message. Don't forget the afternoon after tomorrow. This group of people is particularly difficult to serve. Have all the faculty performance lists been sent over? Where is it? Let me see. Zhang Kuer quickly skimmed through the list, and the surrounding officers stole glances at the focused president from time to time. Ah, President Kuer looks so beautiful when she's serious. But they only dared to take a glance, because one more glance would. Cough, no. It was that they would be caught slacking off by the president and be lectured. Don't look at Zhang Kuer on Zhang Feng's side, she was naive and looked harmless. When it came to work, she was privately called a tyrant by all the student council members. That cute little mouth could directly scold someone to tears when she opened it. Xu Menglin, who was sitting in the corner with nothing to do, would become extremely complicated whenever her eyes touched Zhang Kuer in the chairman's seat. She still couldn't figure out why such an outstanding Zhang Kuer would have green eyes for Zhang Feng. Could it really be that she had no vision? Zhang Kuer, who was browsing through the list, didn't pay any attention to Xu Menglin. Or rather, she didn't remember this person at all. Suddenly, Zhang Kuer's gaze condensed and the corners of her mouth gently lifted. The officers peeking from the side looked at each other. The chairman Sama actually smiled? This was rarer than the sun hitting the north side and spiraling up into the sky. After entering her workstate, Zhang Kuer only had more than a smile on her face when she saw information related to that person. On the list, a name she was too familiar to be familiar with appeared. Mathematics College, Department 20, Class 301, Zhang Feng, individual solo proud teenager. She smiled, put down the list, and dialed Zhang Feng's phone. Hey! A female voice came from the other side of the phone. Zhang Kuer immediately pricked up her ears vigilantly, her eyes becoming incomparably sharp. Where did the female goblin come from, dare to rob my dad? Zhang Kuer's tone was not good. Who are you? Su Qingyu. Cough cough. Zhang Kuer was almost choked to death by herself, and her original angry tone instantly became well-behaved. Ah, Mr. Sua, where is Zhang Feng? He's taking a bath. He's in the shower. The flat tone of the sentence, directly Zhang Kuer's CPU dry burning. Where are you bathing? He's not in a hotel, is he? I'm not watching during the day. What's going on? In my house. Good, not a hotel is good and so on? Your house. That's even more wrong. Are you sure it's only been one day? Where did this come to me? Zhang Kuer's eyes were stagnant, and the hand holding the cell phone was slightly trembling. She wouldn't have traveled again, would she? So it's actually a year later now, right? Xue Shuyan, the vice president at the side, was startled by Zhang Kuer's appearance. Kuer, what's wrong with you? Zhang Kuer slowly twisted her head to look at her and mechanically asked. Shuyan, what year is it now? Chapter 28. God says, let there be light. Hello? Su Qingyu, half a day waiting for the opposite side of the response, thought it was too small voice. So a small hand pressed, opened the speakerphone. However, this is exactly the beginning of the next million evils. With a buzz, the lights quietly went out. The sun had long since set and the sky was dark. The shadows of the furniture in the living room loomed, as if hidden in the darkness waiting for an opportunity to move. No, there really were dark shadows lying on the floor. It's going to rush over. The little professor yelped. Taking his cell phone, he rushed into Zhang Feng's room in a panic. Zhang Feng had just dried himself and was about to get dressed. A sudden blackout startled him. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng heard a panicked footsteps. Wait. Could it be? Wait. Before Jiang Feng could say anything, the bathroom door had already been pulled open with one hand. The little professor borrowed the faint light from his cell phone and accidentally glanced at it. Only one glance scared the small professor hands over the eyes, cheeks hot. The cell phone even fell to the ground in shock. However, this did not affect the little professor in the slightest to smother her head and drill into the bathroom one by one. After all, compared to Jiang Feng, she is still more afraid of the dark a little. After drilling in, Su Qingyu even backhandedly closed the bathroom door. As if there would be something dirty coming in if she didn't close the door. Taking advantage of the girl turning her back and closing the door, Jiang Feng hurriedly picked up the towel on the shelf and wrapped it around him. In the small dark space, the distance between the two people is less than an arm's length, and the breath between each other can be smelled. The most critical thing is that Jiang Feng only had a bath towel that could cover his butt. Jiang Feng was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "Why don't you go out for a while and come back in when I'm dressed?" Jiang Feng said tentatively. The little professor looked back. Although it was pitch black without her cell phone now, she couldn't see anything. But her unforgettable memory automatically restored the picture of that glimpse just now in her mind. Don't think. For the first time, Su Qingyu felt that the original good memory was not a good thing. Despite blushing and being shy to the point of explosion. But the little professor tugged the door handle to death and resolutely refused to open the door. No way. But Jiang Feng still wants to try to persuade. No way. There were moving black shadows outside. In the darkness, the little professor's voice trembled a little. Jiang Feng came closer to take a look. At the moment, Su Qingyu was biting her lower lip, and her big watery eyes looked as if she was about to cry out in the next second. It's hard to imagine that this is the Professor Su who was honored as the mathematics empress during the day. Okay, don't open the door, let's hide inside and wait for the incoming call, okay? The little professor sniffled, Jiang Feng had a bit of a headache. What is this called However, what he didn't know was. There was something else that was giving him an even bigger headache that was happening. Zhang Qier held her breath and listened carefully to the sound coming from the other side of the microphone. Her expression was incomparably focused, not even blinking her eyes. Fortunately, Su Qingyu had turned on the speakerphone before, otherwise she couldn't hear anything. Even so, since the cell phone fell outside the bathroom. With a door in between, Zhang Qier only heard a few vague words. Listening, the young girl's eyes flooded with bright light. Although she didn't quite understand what was going on. It seemed like it was something very impressive. Further on, nothing could be heard on the other end of the phone. It seemed that the opposite side had quieted down. Zhang Qier hung up the phone and pondered a little, the corner of her mouth suddenly raised. With a wave of her small hand, Lord Qier changed Zhang Feng's program to Jiang Feng, Su Qingyu, Duo Chorus, Eternal Myth. Although she didn't know what was going on, but you two are so close, it's not too much to sing a song together. She remembered that Dad's singing voice was still okay. As for Mom, she was even better. She can even do difficult math problems, so she can learn a song easily. We don't need an audition for this program. We'll pass. Okay, Chairman. Due to Lord Kagom's lust, no one dares to question this black box operation. Let me, as your daughter, light another fire for you. Zhang Qier rested her hands on her cheeks, shook her head, and swung her two little feet around. She was already looking forward to the image of herself on the podium, witnessing her dad and mom singing together on stage. Wait a minute. To put it this way, then she will not witness the first kiss of her parents, love, quarrel. Even she can reach an unprecedented achievement. To participate in the wedding of their parents, and most likely to be their bridesmaid. After all, Mom doesn't have many friends her own age, so she'll have to cover for herself. It's kind of fun to think about it. Looking at Zhang Qier with a bad smile on her face, all the student council officers shuddered. Qier-sama actually smiled again, for the second time. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. For a while, everyone was riveted to their work, not daring to touch the fish again for fear that they would be sacrificed to the heavens. It seems that this electricity will have to wait for a while to come. Jiang Feng was a bit speechless. Don't stop the electricity that looks at the occasion so much. Hello. If it wasn't for his understanding of Zhang Qier, he would have suspected that she was the one who sneaked off to blow up the power plant. How else could it be such a coincidence? Su Qingyu found a clean floor next to him and sat down. Silently hugging her knees, not saying a word. In fact, she wanted to hug this big living person beside her. But he didn't wear any clothes. Actually, she didn't mind this point. After all, her big white was also not wearing clothes. But Jiang Feng looked like he minded. Cheap. Su Qingyu buried her face into the crook of her arm, slightly bulging the right side of her face. Miraculously, when she knew Jiang Feng was around. Even when she was in the darkness, she wasn't that scared anymore. Jiang Feng had some sort of tranquilizer effect. The girl quickly came to a conclusion. A major discovery. Su Qingyu was ready to add the new discovery to her previous analysis report once the call came in. Do you want to chat? Jiang Feng said as he stood. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit down. It's because the bath towel is too small, and if he's not careful, it will open up and fall down. Su Qingyu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then she realized. Jiang Feng was not to buy, and could not see her movements in the pitch-black environment. However, she was still angry, so she had to keep quiet and play it cool. So, she gently tugged on Jiang Feng's clothes. It was like a layer of snow had slipped off a high mountain, revealing a leafy forest. Jiang Feng, ah. Little professor, hiss. What are you doing? Jiang Feng pulled back the shaky bath towel, ashamed like a yellow flower girl. The little professor knew he had made a mistake, so he honestly bowed his head and replied. I want you to sit down and chat with me. Jiang Feng couldn't be angry when he saw that she had a positive attitude towards admitting her mistake. However, he realized a problem. Assuming that they were going to be here for a while longer, then a bath towel was clearly not enough. Jiang Feng in a bath towel was like a plate of loose sand, it didn't even need to be blown by the wind, it would fall apart after 2 steps. Then you close your eyes first. I'll change my clothes. Ow. The little professor obediently closed his eyes. A rustling sound came from his ears. The little professor couldn't help but be curious and squinted his eyes open. It's so dark around us, we can't see a thing. It was pointless to close his eyes. So the little professor opened his eyes. Yes, that's right. That's right. You're right. In the very next second. The light, it came on. That scene, it was just like the Bible said. God said, let there be light. And so, there was light. And at that moment, Jiang Feng became light. Clothing in the artistic sense of light. Ah! A teenager's mournful scream resounded through the Jiangdu famous mansion. It shook the sound-activated lights on the next floor. Chapter 29: The Fall of a Genius Teenager. The waitress in the downstairs hall heard this déjà vu scream. The handsome face of that teenager during the day could not help but appear in her mind. TSK. She shook her head. Rich people play really flower, so handsome brother, also bear to lay such a cruel hand. Damn, so envious. Su Qingyu covered her eyes with both hands and closed them tightly to show her innocence. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth. There is a hammer use for you to cover your eyes now. Just now, due to the situation being too sudden, the two of you looked at me and I looked at you. They looked at each other and then went down together for 2.5 seconds. Only then did this woman redden her little face and slowly raise her hand to cover her eyes. Jiang Feng couldn't care less about his shame and indignation, and with the light, he put on his clothes in 3 tries. Hearing the friction of the clothes disappear, Su Qingyu's fingers parted, revealing her eyes, and asked, Are you dressed? After coming into contact with Jiang Feng's gaze that was 3 parts aggrieved, 4 parts stubborn, and 3 parts speechless, Su Qingyu seriously said, I didn't see anything. This guy, is it actually so natural now that he can open his eyes and talk nonsense? Jiang Feng covered his forehead. Actually, he wasn't afraid of being looked at by Su Qingyu. Just how to say it? The whole thing was too horse-catching. It caught him off guard and then broke his defense step by step. Normally speaking, shouldn't the identity of the male and female main characters of the story be reversed? Isn't this a classic romantic comedy perk scene? How did it come to him that the identity of the hero and heroine were directly reversed? Of course, he is not saying that he has any strange ideas. After all, the gender change, the comments were over 10,000. It's just that he kind of wanted to curse right now. TMD. If his life was a novel, then the person who wrote it must have a bubble in his brain. Jiang Feng sighed as he vented in his heart and looked at Su Qingyu, who was probing at the side. It looks like there shouldn't be any more power outages. Do you want to take a bath while you're at it? Jiang Feng asked. Don't. I just washed it this morning, it still smells good. The little professor stretched her snow-white arm out in front of Jiang Feng and said with a simple face. Don't believe you smell it. I don't think so. Jiang Feng firmly refused. Then I won't wash it tonight. The little professor said. It wasn't that she didn't want to wash, but she was worried. She went to take a shower. And then in case of a power outage. Little professor not hee. Su Qingyu didn't dare to imagine how exponential function she would be right now if she had suffered the same thing as Jiang Feng. Exponential function, also known as explosive function. At that thought, Su Qingyu looked at Jiang Feng with more than a hint of sympathy. She thought about it and said with a serious face. Don't worry, I'll be responsible. Jiang Feng, petri dish. Looking at the naturally dumb little professor in front of him, he couldn't hold back and gave her a chestnut. Ouch. The little professor covered her forehead and looked at Jiang Feng with tears in her eyes. You actually dared to hit the teacher. How dare you hit your teacher? What were you doing when you covered your eyes and peeked? I'm only 3 years older than me, what kind of teacher is this? Jiang Feng suddenly liked the feeling of being a criminal. Su Qingyu looked at him with an exasperated and bulging face. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Feng suddenly made a face. The little professor didn't hold back a single laugh. The puffed-up cheeks also leaked. Jiang Feng, don't knock me on the head in the future, it won't be smart. Next time for sure, next time for sure. Pushing open the door of the room, the little professor poked out a pair of eyes. The probing look, somewhat familiar, inexplicably made Jiang Feng think of Jiang Qi. What are you doing? Jiang Feng looked at the woman in front of him who looked like her head was stuck. Her small ass was facing herself. There is always a kind of vestigial feeling in which anime has been seen. Hush. The small professor twisted her head, put her index finger up in front of her mouth, her expression was mysterious, and whispered. When the power went out a while ago, I saw a black shadow that moves in the living room. I don't know if it is gone now. Jiang Feng also followed the probe out of the head to look around the weak, the corner of the mouth slightly twitching. He reached out and pointed. The black shadow you said, is it it? The gazes of the two of them landed together on the dog squatting on the sofa. Great White grinned and spat out his tongue, looking at the two heads poking out of the bedroom doorway. That expression was like saying, what game are you guys playing, mama? Su Qingyu. Ha, so it's Great White ah. The little professor scratched his head awkwardly. Big White snapped and ran over, circling around the door of the room. Jiang Feng looked at Big White and said in a serious tone. You mustn't be as dumb as your mom in the future, okay? Great White couldn't understand, but woofed. The little professor wanted to retort, but was a bit weak. Finally muttered in a small voice. I'm not stupid, I'm smart. Su Qingyu pulled open the door of the room, holding the Big White and slipped to the sofa. One person and one dog sat paralyzed on the sofa. The small professor tossed so much, exhausted quickly, even lazy fingers to move. Jiang Feng walked over and turned on the TV. Randomly clicked on an anime called from time to time, the sister Joguan Yuhi who replaces sincere words with a seizure. New in July, he hadn't had time to watch the latest few episodes yet. It's just that now there is a 63-inch large LCD 4K TV, so he can have a good time watching it. As he watched, Jiang Feng also paralyzed in the sofa. This sofa, it's so comfortable. Like it's going to melt people. Just as Jiang Feng was being brainwashed by the motor. His afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Qingyu lying on the sofa. The little professor of the moment was lying on her side, staring intently at the TV, her big eyes not blinking. Her exquisite undulating body was sunk into the sofa, and a pair of small feet rested on the edge of the sofa. The toes were round and slender, and the soles of the feet were thin, pink and white. Jiang Feng swallowed his saliva. This was the first time he felt that the characters in reality were actually more beautiful than the characters in the secondary yuan. For a veteran secondary character, this sentence was undoubtedly the highest praise. When the ed rang out but didn't switch to the next episode. Only then did Su Qingyu's gaze move away from the TV. The girl lowered her eyes and looked at Jiang Feng on one side. Hurry up, I want to watch the next episode. Jiang Feng was still in a daze and didn't return to his senses. Well. The little professor puffed up her face. Can't see the new episode, she's going to make a scene. Su Qingyu raised her foot and gently kicked Zhang Feng's thigh. What? It's time to play a new episode. No more. Zhang Feng spread his hands, this is the latest episode, it hasn't been updated yet. Su Qingyu, Sigma? The small professor melted into a puddle, as if the salted fish that lost its dream. Zhang Feng, funny, I didn't see it, you still like to watch anime? Little professor's eyes glistened, well, the favorite is cat and mouse. This is the first time I've seen this humanoid one. It's quite interesting. Zhang Feng. What we say may not be the same. Professor Little doesn't care, so when's the next episode? Next Wednesday. Wednesday. Su Qingyu drooped his little face, then there are still 5 days. Looking at the math genius girl who was counting the days on her hands, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He wouldn't have abducted a genius into a pit. The second dimension is a bottomless pit. Zhang Feng had already imagined the picture of the little professor reading on the sofa with a Coke. Genius girl degenerates into a scrappy girl. What evil degenerate plot? Zhang Feng hurriedly shook his head, shaking this strange fantasy out of his head. That kind of thing, don't. Chapter 30. Indirect kissing. No. Electricity seems to have been completely restored as well, there shouldn't be any more blackouts. So Zhang Feng asked, should we sleep? Sleep? The little professor blushed red for a moment and stammered but fiercely shouted. What do you want? What do you want to do? Sleeping will give birth to a baby. Having a baby is especially painful. If only Zhang Feng could have a baby. The little professor stared at Zhang Feng, his eyes gradually getting out of place. Zhang Feng was staring at the little professor's unsuspecting eyes, and he was getting a little hairy. What are you thinking about? Zhang Feng said in a bad mood, I'm saying it's time to go to bed. Each one of you should sleep. Oh. The little professor nodded. Look at that look, even a little disappointed? However, Zhang Feng knew that her disappointment was definitely not a disappointment he could understand. When facing Su Qingyu, he often couldn't understand her because his brain circuits weren't strange enough. The same feeling was the same when dealing with Zhang Ke. If he didn't know that Su Qingyu and Zhang Ke didn't know each other, otherwise he really suspected that these two were relatives. The little professor walked back to his bedroom with a day. Before closing the door, he didn't forget to say, good night, Zhang Feng. Looking at the girl behind the door revealing half of her body, waving her small hand in front of her chest. Zhang Feng's gaze softened. Good night, little professor. After Zhang Feng left, Dabai also got up and returned to his own nest. In the darkness, only a pair of glowing green eyes remained flickering. About 10 minutes later. Bar. The lights in the living room were pressed back on. The little professor who had changed into a nightgown, hugged a panda doll and stepped on shark slippers. Sure walked to Zhang Feng's bedroom door. Zhang Feng was lying on the bed, unable to sleep horizontally. It wasn't until he sniffed the unnamed aroma lingering on the pillow quilt. It was only as an afterthought that he clearly realized that he was going to sleep in Su Qingyu's house tonight. The home of that goddess in the hearts of countless people in Jiangnan University, Ms. Su Qingyu Su. When they slept, they were only separated by a wall. If the dormitory animals knew about this, they would be envious to the point of vomiting blood. Just as Zhang Feng was changing to his 18th position, the door of his room was suddenly knocked. Zhang Feng opened the door. The girl at the door was wearing a nightgown, her long black hair flowing over her fair milk-like skin. Under the illumination of the midnight light, it looked like a little girl ghost that was cute as hell. Zhang Feng's little professor raised the panda pillow high, blocking his face and whispered, "It's a little hungry." What? Zhang Feng froze for 2 seconds before reacting. Hungry? Indeed, dinner was not much to eat. Indeed, I didn't eat much for dinner, and just now the two of them had been tossing and turning for so long. I'm a bit hungry myself. Then I'll make some noodles and fry 2 eggs. I'd love to. The little professor's eyes were glowing, as if he had seen the savior. Hello, what's good? Zhang Feng pointed at the panda, isn't it hungry? Well, little professor rubbed his stomach, in fact, I'm also a little hungry. Zhang Feng, I'll just eat a little bit, okay? The girl raised her moist eyes and stared at Zhang Feng without blinking. Originally, Zhang Feng just wanted to tease her, but as a result, he was given a look by these big watery eyes. He looked a little guilty. How is it the same as if I abused the little girl and didn't give her food? Jiang Feng sighed. This guy, it's poisonous. Okay, it was supposed to be for you to eat. But you can't give it noodles. The little professor squinted her eyes and smiled happily, then sat down on the dining room chair and waited for the meal to start. She hugged the panda doll, her pale little legs and feet poking out from under her nightgown wiggling around. Jiang Feng skillfully lit the fire to cook. Cooking was actually very simple, a little bit of learning and you could do it well. At home, it was basically him frying his own food. After all, he knew what he liked best. As Jiang Feng waited for the water to heat up, his eyes inadvertently swept towards the little feet wiggling around under the table. Don't shake, the more you shake, the more hungry. Ow. It's not that shaking your feet to consume calories will make you hungry, but it is to show Jiang Feng that you are hungry. The little professor honestly sat on the chair, toes gently folded on the shark slippers, the soles of his feet thin pink shade. Can't be hungry. Jiang Feng silently turned the fire to the maximum. Finally, the food came out of the pot. 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles sprinkled with scallions with fried eggs dripping with sesame oil were placed face to face on the table. Cooking is simple, but making a simple meal delicious is not. Wow, Su Qingyu's mouth opened into an O shape. Jiang Feng, you are awesome. The little professor's worshipful gaze made Jiang Feng have being cool. Eat, eat. The little professor lowered her head, her hair hanging down. Looking at the steaming noodles, her heart was also warm. The house was big, but she could only live in one room by herself. So many dolls were moved in to dispel the cold of loneliness. And the teenager across the street was like a bonfire on a winter night, so cozy that she didn't want to leave. If only I could move Jiang Feng into my home like a doll. Su Qingyu was calculating her little thoughts while she picked up the noodles and put them into her mouth to chew on them. Good times. The girl said vaguely, her eyes glowing as she gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. If you want to eat it, I can still make it for you later, there's a lot more I can do. The little professor held a small bowl as big as her face with a look of adoration. Sure enough, if you want to catch a foodie, you have to catch her stomach first. Jiang Feng smiled, full of accomplishment. The night was as dark as ink in the early hours of the morning, sparse lights flickered outside the window. Inside the window, 2 people sucked and drank noodles, not happy. After sucking a large portion, the little professor quietly burped, his rosy lips glistening with a thin oily light. Satisfied? Jiang Feng asked. Little professor's gaze was resolute. I can still eat. Jiang Feng didn't understand where this tenacity of hers came from. Don't eat if you're full, eating so much at night is not good for your stomach, not to mention that you already have stomach problems. However, it is not easy for you to make a meal, I don't want to waste it, then let us do it this way. Jiang Feng brought her bowl over and poured all the noodles inside into his own bowl. It just so happens that I didn't eat too much either, so this won't be a waste. Indeed, ha. The little professor nodded, her eyes following the bowl with a thoughtful face. Jiang Feng continued to eat the noodles. For some reason, it seemed to taste a bit better. Just as Jiang Feng was holding the bowl and gurgling the dry soup, the little professor suddenly showed a dazed face and coldly came. Are we counting this as indirect kissing? Pfft, cough. Jiang Feng choked tears out. Chapter 31 Embarrassing, really fucking embarrassing. Su Qingyu hurriedly patted his back. Jiang Feng asked after taking a breather, Little professor, where did you know this word from? Seeing her glance at the TV, Jiang Feng instantly understood. It's the tomato that I just watched. Well, as expected of a female doctor, her learning ability is strong. Jiang Feng didn't dare to imagine if Su Qingyu had read all the books. Plus her inherent natural nerd plus Luo dual cultivation attributes. What kind of an ultimate complete life form will the little professor evolve into? This wave is a tribute to Don't ask so many questions, hurry up and go to sleep. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped little professor's whims. Ayo. As usual, each one went back to his own house. But this time it was Su Qingyu's turn to not be able to sleep. Does it count or not? Su Qingyu stroked her warm lips with her fingertips, her expression somewhat distressed. She is like this, if she cannot understand a problem, she must find a way to understand it. How about asking someone else? A silhouette emerged in Su Qingyu's mind. Jiang Qier. The girl beside Jiang Feng. She looks quite powerful, she should Understand it, right? While Jiang Feng was sleeping at his beautiful teacher's house, the three brothers and sisters in the dormitory couldn't sleep. After the sound of the creaking and turning of the bed, a voice suddenly and abruptly rang out. What do you guys say? Why isn't Jiang Feng back yet? Zhou Hao asked in a small voice. Silence, deaf like silence. Where did Jiang Feng go? That goes without saying. Having a schoolflower girlfriend like Jiang Kor, and then staying out at night. A fool can guess what Jiang Feng went to do. Epsilon equals Omicron ugh, sleep Li Song said with his eyes open. No, I can't sleep. Wang Lin rolled over and went to the balcony. You guys sleep yourselves, I will be fit for a while. The sound of humming and puffing sounded a bit annoying, and Li Song silently came with a solid word. Does working out help? Excessive fitness only attracts the same sex. The dumbbells thudded on the ground with a dull sound. After half a day of silence, a heavy word came from the balcony. Martyr, I want to fall in love so badly. The moon fell and the sun was born, and the night was dreamless. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. The unfamiliar ceiling froze for a while before Jiang Feng recalled where he was. The morning sun came in through the window screen, and the 26-degree air conditioner brought a slight coolness. This kind of big summer wrapped up in a blanket and blowing air conditioning, coupled with the feeling of waking up early and staying in bed, really made people linger. Knock, knock, knock. There is a knock at the door. Who's at the door? Little Professor. Even though he didn't understand why Jiang Feng called himself that, the little professor accepted the title of Little Professor. Jiang Feng put on his clothes and pulled open the door to his room. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of big white legs poking out from the hot pants. Slender and straight, white and a little eye-shattering. The upper body was a white bare undershirt, the bare was propped up bulging. It was hard to see that the original Little Professor was so material. The girl's dress was cute with a bit of sexiness, childish with maturity. Although the collocation was a bit strange, it perfectly fit Su Qingyu's temperament of imperial luo dual cultivation. Early in the morning, she showed Jiang Feng her spirit. Jiang Feng, it's time to eat. Okay, I'll do it. No need, I'm done. Jiang Feng was slightly stunned. The girl was satisfied with Jiang Feng's reaction, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Oomph, couldn't have imagined it. The little professor had a smug look on her face. Jiang Feng walked to the kitchen and took a look. Hua, there were really 2 bowls of noodles. I learned it from you yesterday, how was it? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Su Qingyu grunted twice. Jiang Feng suspected that if the little professor had a tail, it would probably be up by now. He just wanted to sit down and taste it, but he ended up being pushed by the little professor to wash up. This is the newly unwrapped toothbrush, this is the towel for wiping your face, wash up then eat. Jiang Feng bit his toothbrush and looked at himself in the mirror with a bit of fried hair, and had a strange illusion. It seemed like he could just live like this all the time and it wouldn't be out of place at all. The two of them should be taking classes on weekdays, and teaching classes on weekdays. She was up there lecturing and he was down there listening. After class, he drove to the grocery store with the young professor and discussed what they wanted to eat for dinner. After dinner, the two of them would then nestle together in the sofa to watch the fan, discussing and spitting out plots together. It was only when the bitter taste of the toothpaste flowed down his throat that Jiang Feng came back to his senses. What was he thinking about? Where on earth did this illusion of an old married couple come from? Shaking his head, he spat out the toothpaste and washed up. Jiang Feng realized that due to being distracted, he had forgotten which was the towel for wiping his face. It seems to be this one, right? Jiang Feng took a blue towel to use to wipe his face. Jiang Feng, have you finished washing? The little professor poked his head in. When looking at the towel that Jiang Feng used to wipe his face. Su Qingyu, Sigma. She grabbed the towel and said with a blush, how do you use this one? I forgot which one. Jiang Feng saw this reaction of the little professor and smelled a hint that things were not right. Could this be a towel for wiping something? Jiang Feng's eyelids jumped straight. No, not telling you. The little professor hid the towel behind his back. The girl's face was red, and she drummed her face and said fiercely. What are you frothing for? Hurry up and wash your face again. Otherwise, I don't want you. Jiang Feng washed his face and even used the face wash twice. The white one is the one that wipes the face. Oh. Jiang Feng dried his face before realizing that the little professor had run away. Ah, so embarrassing. Jiang Feng stood still and almost awkwardly snapped another big flat. That towel didn't smell like anything, and it even smelled a little bit good, who knows? Ah, no, it's really too embarrassing. Jiang Feng planned to bolt after breakfast. On the dining table, Jiang Feng ate in silence. The noodles under the small professor, although the steps were learned from Jiang Feng step by step. But the flavor was ordinary. If you wanted to cook a simple bowl of noodles well, you still needed to practice over time. However, making it like this for the first time was already pretty good. Su Qingyu inhaled a mouthful of noodles, always feeling that he had done poorly. Endured and endured. The little professor still couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Why is it that what I do isn't as good as you?" Su Qingyu is still an unconvincing person in her bones. The silence was broken, and with a topic, it was naturally less awkward. The noodles are cooked for a long time. This kind of wet noodles have to be cooked for a long time and will lose their elasticity, and there are too many green onions. Jiang Feng pointed out the problem a little bit. The little professor listened carefully. The identities of the two people were swapped at this moment. The student became the teacher, and the teacher became the student. "It's really hard to be a good cook," Jiang Feng said. "It's not easy to be a good cooking lady." Jiang Feng's line of sight lingered on the pinkness for a moment and then moved away without moving. "Actually, the first time to this extent is already very good." Jiang Feng comforted. Chapter 32 School Ceremony Goodbye First Love. Ding dong. The sound of receiving a message came from the cell phone. "Old Xiang, I helped you pass your program with a black screen, so you don't have to come to the audition today. Also, I've changed it to a duet between you and Ms. Su to help you create opportunities. No need to thank me. Here's a picture of the program." Jiang Feng? What's happening? It seems like yesterday, Xiao Zhongjia did say that there was some kind of program or something to sign up for. But once upon a time, Jiang Feng and the others would just blindly sign up for a filler and sit back and wait to be brushed. However, the difference is, this time, there's an extra President Coer. I'm KAM. There's something shady going on. I, Jiang Feng, am against shady practices. Jiang Feng hurriedly sent a message asking her to withdraw, and even called her. But the other side has been playing dead. The main hit Wang Ba read the scriptures, do not listen to it. In the matter of chasing Su Qingyu, Jiang Qier is more active than him. Okay. The opposite side finally spoke. Be a good boy and go sing with Ms. Su. When the party is over tomorrow, I'll give you a big surprise. Jiang Feng frowned and typed, "What surprise? You're not thinking of any more bad ideas, are you?" Jiang Feng frowned and typed, "What surprise? I'm so cute and honest." Okay, let's not talk about it, huh? I still have a bunch of things here." Looking at the quiet chat box, Jiang Feng sighed. Turning his head, he realized that there was a delicate little face on his left side, staring at his phone silently. The proximity was so close that he would almost kiss it if he twisted his head a little too much. "Why are you walking without a sound?" Jiang Feng's heart was pounding. "I don't know if it's from being scared or what." "Singing?" Su Qingyu looked over in confusion. The pair of watery eyes looked at Jiang Feng at arm's length, with a feeling of sucking one's soul in. She pointed down at herself, her small mouth slightly open. "Me? Is the sound control there yet?" "Lighting control, don't shake your eyes. Now guide the audience to the stage, and pay attention to order. Attention, this is not a drill. This is a war. You just need to lose your brains and follow my orders unconditionally." On the main console, Jiang Qier wore a headset on her head and commanded the entire arena through the mic at her mouth. Like a female general giving orders on the battlefield, she was majestic. Chu Menglin, dressed in a white dress, sat on a folding stool and rested. She was responsible for welcoming the school leaders to the VIP seats. After all, other things aside, she was also a beautiful woman. Although nowhere near as good as Jiang Qier and Su Qingyu, the two face value supermodel characters that is. "Menglin, take a sip of water." A boy in fancy dress handed Chu Menglin a bottle of water. "Thanks." Chu Menglin sized up the man beside her. Su Xueming, a rich second generation who was pursuing her. His looks were ordinary. Barely considered not annoying. However, he had money. And he was quite good to her. Attention, Blackboard. By treating her well, I mean he's willing to spend money for her. Setters, keep your eyes peeled and don't be fooled. So, want to consider him as a new boyfriend? She looked at Su Shueming, who was chatting with his friends in the distance, with a thoughtful look on her face. Brother Ming, come to see sister-in-law. Go go go, not yet. Don't pretend, I see you two hanging out and buying things all day long. Su Xianming waved his hands repeatedly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't close. For them, the beautiful Chu Menglin is already considered a goddess. Jiang Qier, who was wearing headphones, walked by and frowned when she saw the student council officers chatting. You guys, what are you chatting about, so happy? Jiang Qier's eyes were like an ice lake, her small face cold. In the middle of summer, the surrounding temperature seemed to be a few points colder. No, didn't he chat about anything? A few big men were trained like quails. Even Su Shueming, who is not an officer, also followed and bowed his head. That's not right. I'm not her subordinate. I'm not her subordinate. He gathered enough courage to raise his head, and the moment he came into contact with Jiang Qier's eyes, he couldn't help but gulp again. Are you in the student council? No, not. Su Shueming, as a usually arrogant and domineering rich second-generation dude, actually stuttered. If you are not, then go out and do not disturb our normal work. Good. Jiang Qier turned around and left, her hair cascading around her waist, swaying. The crowd looked at Jiang Qier's departing figure, and their gazes looked like they were turned on to automatically follow. Fierce is really fierce, but good-looking is really good-looking. Just now, they were subdued, half because of the president's aura. The other half was that the chairman was so good-looking that he looked dumbfounded. Is this the Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus Rex King? Beautiful and fierce. Su Shueming wiped his sweat. Everyone thought in unison. If the chairman was a little more gentle, it would be perfect on Earth. Then, they saw. That President Koer, who was as cold as an iceberg to them, suddenly became cute in her expression. She looked around at her outfit and nervously straightened her hair. She then nodded her head in satisfaction and jogged towards a wooden red Porsche parked on the side of the road. The crowd that saw the scene couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Chairman, is she possessed by a ghost? That look, that little action, that happy look. Unheard of, unseen. What's that after Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus Rex becomes gentle? That's the ideal of the world. Su Shueming and the others stretched their necks to see which dragon tamer was so capable. The cab opened and walked down a handsome-looking man. This isn't much more handsome, someone's little voice pressed. However, his words had actually betrayed his heart. The girls to praise each other very beautiful may be polite words. But if a guy said that the other person was a little bit handsome, then he was probably really handsome. They just watched. The president of Koer, who had disciplined them so much that they couldn't lift their heads, smiled and smiled in front of that boy, revealing a gentleness that had never been seen before. Who the hell put lemon in my mouth? Not to say, the heart of a pure love male university, quietly broken. Su Shueming stared at that male. The more he looked, the more familiar he became. When he saw Chu Menglin next to the car, a bolt of lightning crossed his mind. He snapped his eyes wide open. Wait? Isn't that who? Seeing a red car pull in, Chu Menglin hurriedly stood up. This road was specialized in picking up the school's professor leaders. So having a car coming in was proof that it came to life. She needed to be responsible for leading the leaders to their respective seats. Chu Menglin walked towards the car. Suddenly, a silhouette surpassed her and stood in front of the car door before her. No, how does this still bring robbing jobs? Classmate, this is mine. However, when the girl in front turned back, she immediately couldn't speak. Jiang Qier glanced at her. Yo, isn't this my dad's visionless ex-girlfriend? What your? This is mine. Both of them. She muttered. Seeing that Chu Menglin didn't say anything and stood in place in a dumbfounded manner, Jiang Qier withdrew her line of sight somewhat inexplicably. Jiang Feng parked the car and just pulled open the door. A small head stretched in. He Feng demon. Jiang Feng was startled. You female is not. It's me, Kuer. Don't be so shocked. Jiang Qier almost blurted out. So close. Almost exposed. Chapter 33. It's clearly me who came first. The co-pilot Su Qingyu glanced at Jiang Qier, who immediately became very honest. Zhang Feng was confused by the way she moved like a mad rabbit and was as quiet as a quail. Little professor, let's get off first. Good. Su Qingyu was wearing an evening gown-style long dress today, while Zhang Feng was wearing a casual suit. This was a gift from the little professor to Ko-er's grandpa. But it's a pity that he's nearly middle-aged and a bit fat. He never wore it once, so he just left it at home. However, the good daughter to send a gift, well, just see also happy. Then was the small professor to Zhang Feng to wear. At first, Zhang Feng refused, but the small professor attaches great importance to this first performance on stage. She said she wanted Zhang Feng to change into it. Her words were, "Anyway, he can't wear it, so I'll send him a bigger one later." I don't know, small professor his father knows, how will react. Zhang Feng inexplicably a little vain. This how to give back the little cotton jacket hole leaky winded. Su Qingyu feet on a pair of high-heeled shoes, the back of the foot green veins if hidden. Slender white swan neck hanging a bright ruby necklace. This is 18 years old, Su Qingyu dad is also Jiang Qir grandfather birthday gift. Dressed to the nines. Even though Jiang Qir had been watching for so many years, she was still shocked by her mom's beauty. Mr. Su, you look good today. Jiang Qir skillfully took Su Qingyu's arm and somewhat intimately stuck together. So close. The little professor of social terrorism had not been so close to other people, and his eyes looked at Zhang Feng for help. Okay, don't just stick up when you see a good-looking person, female hooligan are you? Zhang Feng grabbed the two women's arms with one hand and separated them. Damn it. Let me hold them for a while longer. It's not easy to see mama. Jiang Qir whispered broken. What? Nothing. Jiang Qir spat out her tongue and tried to get away with it. I'll take you to your seats. Okay, where is it? Zhang Feng looked around, then saw Chu Menglin standing on the side. A girl in a white dress, outsider in general. Her eyes were extremely complicated as she looked at Zhang Feng, as well as the two girls beside him who were one match for the other in terms of earthly beauty. Why did you all come around Zhang Feng after I left? Why did you all come around Zhang Feng? It was clearly me who came first. But it was snatched away by Jiang Qir without reason. Even for this reception, you're stealing mine. Zhang Feng glanced at her and withdrew his gaze as if he hadn't seen anything. There was no flaunting, no taking advantage of the opportunity to taunt, nothing was done. It was as if this first love that he had once given his all to love was a stranger. Jiang Qir noticed the suddenly silent Zhang Feng. Turning her head, she glanced at Chu Menglin. The little professor also noticed the white-skirted girl on the side. She instinctively felt as if this girl wasn't quite right with Zhang Feng's previous atmosphere. Then, without knowing how, she quietly moved a step and subconsciously grabbed the corner of Zhang Feng's suit. My. Chu Menglin read the implication in the eyes of the somewhat socially terrified girl. She smiled miserably. She knew Su Qingyu. Or rather, who in Jiang University didn't know Su Qingyu? Just like no one in Jiang didn't recognize Jiang Qir. These two were like the highest mountain and deepest river in Jiangda, no one could climb them. But now, these two women, both surrounded by Zhang Feng. Chu Menglin's heart was blocked with panic. Jiang Qir's eyes dribbled, circled around behind Su Qingyu, and then grabbed the little professor's arm, letting her hold on to Zhang Feng. Chu Menglin's face instantly turned pale. It was as if she had received a strike of the descending dragon's 18 palms and suffered extremely heavy internal injuries. Deception was too much. Zhang Qir's kind would fall into the category of chasing and killing. Although it was immoral, it was cool. Dad doesn't care, but her daughter can't take it. Okay, let's go. Jiang Qir pulled the two of them to find a seat, leaving behind a furious Chu Menglin. Only after Jiang Qir left, Su Xueming dared to come over. Menglin, just now that was not broken up by you that Zhang Feng. He suddenly stopped talking. Because he saw that Chu Menglin was staring at him with red eyes, and the corners of her mouth were oozing blood from her bite. What's wrong? Su Xianming was startled by her. What he didn't realize was the words he had just spoken had undoubtedly given Chu Menglin the final blow. K.O. Su Xueming, don't bother me anymore in the future. She coldly opened her mouth. Su Xianming was stunned. Why? Did I do something wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong. Chu Menglin looked at Zhang Feng's departing back and pursed her lips. It was me who did wrong. I shouldn't have broken up. I want to make up for this fault, I want to chase him back. She turned around and left with a resolute gaze. The white dress fluttered, leaving behind only a tearless Su Xianming. No, what did I do? Here it is. Su Qingyu sat down in the seat with her name on it. Next to her was Zhang Ke's name. Zhang Feng looked around and didn't see his seat. Where's mine? I'm the student council president, Miss Su is a professor, you're unofficial, go over there. Zhang Ke pushed Zhang Feng, trying to get him to hurry. Your seat is in the player's seat, go 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 go. Don't push me. Zhang Feng looked back at the little professor and instructed, if there is anything, call out to me, I am over there. Well. Su Qingyu inexplicably had a little reluctance. After seeing Zhang Ke's news yesterday morning, Zhang Feng had stayed at her house for another day and a half in order to practice his song. They had been staying together for the past 2.5 days. Suddenly separating, it was still a bit uncomfortable. It was like a kitten leaving its familiar nest. Okay, nagging. I'm here. Don't worry. Zhang Ke sent Zhang Feng away and sat herself next to Su Qingyu. The little professor was a little nervous. She and Zhang Ke had met twice, plus this time. Yet Zhang Ke looked like she knew her well. This was the most difficult situation for social terrorism to handle. However, although she was nervous, she didn't hate it. On the contrary, in the bottom of the little professor's heart, she inexplicably had a feeling of closeness towards Zhang Ke. This feeling also existed in Zhang Feng. Strange, why? Was it because they were both surnamed Zhang? The little professor shook his head and didn't understand. Finally sent him away. Let you pickpocket the two of us just now. Zhang Ke smiled triumphantly. Now, no one will disturb my reunion with Mama. Do you hate him? The little professor asked. Who do you hate? Zhang Ke reacted, it was her own actions just now that made her mom misunderstand. No, how could I hate him? Zhang Ke waved her hands. Su Qingyu nodded, oh. Looking at her mom's appearance of a good boy at the moment, Zhang Ke felt fun and fresh. Little professor, can I call you that too? Zhang Ke gazed into Su Qingyu's eyes, her cheeks close at hand. The little professor got nervous and whispered, you can call me if you want to. Good yeah. Amazed face. Finally, I, Zhang Ke, am also someone who can call little professor. Little professor is a kind of similar between dad and mom's love name. Previously, Zhang Ke followed the hilarious shouting together, always be mom training. Now, finally can rightfully shout small professor. Wow ka. Zhang Ke let out a villainous-like laugh. The small professor on the side shrunk towards the inside of his seat. This girl is so lively. It's a double of the opposite type of me. Yes, in this day and a half, the little professor dragged Zhang Feng to watch the fan again. Well, the little professor wanted to say something. What's wrong? Zhang Ke. Just call me Ke. Well, Ke, the little professor hesitated. Do you know what indirect kissing is? Chapter 34. You won't even look at me now? Ha! Zhang Ke was dumbfounded. Mom, why did you say that? The simple as white paper Professor Su even will ask out the indirect kissing thing too. This 2.5 days in the end, what happened? I want to know. Indirect kissing, well, of course I know. Zhang Ke carefully observed Su Qingyu's expression, speculating on the possible situation. I just don't know, which one are you talking about? Nothing. The little professor looked down at his toes, his voice like a fine mosquito. It is that he drank the noodles that I drank, and even the soup was clean. Hiss. Zhang Ke slapped his thigh. Dad, you dry good mouth, eh? This drink, to the mom drink enlightenment are. Next, it's time for her to give her daughter an assist. Are you talking about Zhang Feng? Well. The little professor's head even lower, ear roots also followed the red. That delicate face was currently colored with a touch of pink, like chalcedony. In that case the problem is serious. Zhang Ke rested her chin with a pensive expression. Serious? The little professor was shocked. Sigma. There's a legend that the opposite sex who kisses indirectly for the first time is the other person's heavenly destiny, the person who is destined to be together. Together. Well. The little professor's little face was red and flushed, like a boiled prawn. The small feet could not stop swinging back and forth, as if the brain CPU had been overloaded. Zhang Qir nodded, satisfied with Su Qingyu's reaction. Dad, being a daughter can only help you here. As for where to get the legend. Legend this thing, isn't it just passed on, it becomes a legend. Zhang Feng was sitting on the player's seat in boredom when he suddenly sneezed. Strange, who's counting on me? There's always a feeling that something's not right. Just then, a white figure gently sat on the chair beside Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned his head and the expression on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhang Feng. Xu Menglin bit her lower lip, a soft glow in her eyes. Xu looked at the boy she used to be. In the past, Zhang Feng would definitely not be able to stand this kind of gaze from her and would start to feel heartbroken. But now. Zhang Feng casually glanced at her and withdrew his gaze. Compared to the little professor's natural cuteness, Xu Menglin's acting was too fake and too cliched. No, she couldn't be compared to the little professor at all. Seeing Zhang Feng ignoring her once again, Xu Menglin's heart flushed with a touch of sourness. Are you unwilling to even look at me now? Actually, you can't let go of your feelings either, right? Why else would you not even dare to look at me? Zhang Feng glanced at her strangely and then withdrew his gaze in slight disgust. He didn't understand why this woman could be so confident. Perhaps he was still nostalgic for the beauty of his first love. But what he missed was only the memories in his own heart. Not the Xu Menglin in front of him. For him, once that first love was already dead. Xu Menglin quietly waited for Zhang Feng's post. The teenager glanced at her and then didn't react again. After waiting for a long time, she then realized Zhang Feng's meaning afterward. Didn't you say I didn't dare to take a look at you? Now it's a glance. Xu Menglin sat aside, her pure white skirt was blown by the wind, lifting a strand of hair towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng silently sat far away to avoid it. Do you dislike me that much? Xu Menglin's heart was about to explode with aggression. Obviously she had lowered her voice like this, why was he still so cold? She looked at Zhang Feng with red eyes and bit her lip. Why don't you say something? Why don't you say a word to me? The shouts drew the gazes of several players around. A pretty girl with red eyes, aggrievedly questioned a boy why he ignored her. These days, do all the pretty ones have to be reduced to licking dogs? What kind of god is this guy across the street? Zhang Feng frowned, and after a long time, sighed. Mr. Chu, this is the players' table. You're unofficial and not a contestant in the show, there's no place for you here. Xu Menglin froze and even forgot to cry. Shu students, here is the contestant's seat. There is no place for you here. The teenager in front of him looked very strange. He was no longer the boy who would be too good to be true. Xu Menglin's nose was sore, and tears flowed down. Seeing the girl in the white dress start to shed silent tears, the surrounding spectators all got high. This was much more exciting than a performance or something. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Wasn't this person a psychopath? Sitting next to someone without their consent and saying some inexplicable things to herself. Ignore her, then she makes a scene. Ignore her, then she cries. Zhang Feng, get up. Okay. You're a psychopath, you're the boss. You can't mess with me, can't you hide from me? Zhang Feng walked away silently. Xu Menglin, who was concentrating on crying, didn't even notice the teenager's departure. When she got tired of crying and took an intermission. Only then did she realize that the object she had released her magic attack on. At some point, it had long disappeared. Xu Menglin froze for 2.5 seconds. In a flash, the crying became even more intense. Zhang Feng bought a cup of Coke. Just as he got it, a small hand snatched it away from him. Are you annoyed, He thought it was Xu Menglin, but it turned out to be Koer. With a hurt look on her face, Koer sniffled and spoke in a diabolical manner. Since brother is too annoyed with me, I won't come. In the future, when it comes to asking for a daughter-in-law, brother shouldn't bother me either. Zhang Feng shook his head, you know I'm not talking about you. Zhang Koer changed her face in a second and resumed her quirky appearance. She patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, her small face is full of praise. Not bad, old Jiang, the face of the ex-girlfriend sitting still, the attitude is very correct. She just finished bluffing the small professor to sneak to find Jiang Feng, the result is to see a good show. I have to say, Dad's attitude of treating his ex-girlfriend as if she were dead can be given full marks. He's not just sitting on his ass. Jiang Feng bought another bottle of Coke and sighed. I'm bored to death. Koer thought about it, and then in the palm of his hand and the neck crossed a bit, the expression of seriousness with the Secret Service agents like. Need I do away with her? Jiang Feng almost spit out a mouthful of cola. Jiang Feng almost spit out a mouthful of cola. Koer smiled cheekily. Actually, I'm a futurist, so eliminating people isn't that hard for us. The second half of the sentence is a joke, the first half is true. Well, weren't you the little fox fairy who repaid the favor before, and now you're a future person? Koer puffed up her face. I'm really a future person. Yes, I believe you. Jiang Feng looked like a perfunctory middle-aged girl. Koer puffed up, all wanting to throw the verification report in her pocket directly in his face. The show is over, don't go out. Give you good fruit to eat. Little Koer waved her small fist and snatched the Coke from Jiang Feng's hand. One in each hand, holding 2 bottles of Coke, he walked away aggressively. Chapter 35. The contract has become, you have to be responsible for Meow. Koer put the Coke, thud pestle on the table. Coke? The little professor's eyes glowed and her pink tongue licked her lips. Obviously seductive to the extreme action, but a face of innocence, really foul. She originally liked drinking Coke. It was especially better to drink it when chasing fans. Kagome smiled cheekily, knowing that her mom couldn't resist the happy water. She pushed one of the opened bottles of cola towards the little professor. This is the one Jiang Feng just drank. Su Qingyu, eh? Actually, I forgot to tell you. Jiang Kier had a mysterious face. That legend just now, not only do you need the other party to achieve indirect kissing, but you also need to achieve it yourself in order to do so. So, do you drink? The girl pushed the bubbling black water in front of the little professor. Like some kind of medieval evil witch. Especially since this witch was uncharacteristically beautiful, the magic was even more inscrutable. The little professor was bluffed. She stared blankly at the bubbling water in front of her, her clear eyes flashing with a light more brilliant than a gemstone. Jiang Kier patted Su Qingyu's shoulder. I have to go host first, see you later. Said, she turned and left. Leaving behind only a small professor who was struggling with his thoughts. To drink, or not to drink? This is a question. For the little professor who believes everything he says, the sparkling water in front of him is no longer ordinary sparkling water. It was comparable to Snow White's apple and Cinderella's crystal slipper. With one eye closed, she slowly extended her hand, hesitating as if touching a bomb. Finally, when her fingertips were about to touch the mouth of the bottle, she still silently retracted her small hand. Little professor. A familiar call pulled Su Qingyu back to reality. Ah. She slightly opened her small mouth and looked towards the teenager who suddenly appeared by her side. What's the situation? I clearly haven't even drank yet. How did I summon him out? Kagome said she's going to host and asked me to accompany you. Oh. The young professor looked even dumber with a preoccupied look on his face. Although he was usually dull, the little professor now seemed extraordinarily dull. Is something wrong? Jiang Feng probed her bare forehead with the back of his hand. There's no fever. The little professor didn't react to being touched, but just stared silently at the bottle of Coke. Jiang Feng looked over. Isn't this my bottle? I'm thirsty. With that, he went to get the Coke. As a result, it was the same ending again. A small Snow White hand, with a swift cheese. Taking the Coke from Jiang Feng's hand with a tiger's mouth. Jiang Feng couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. This Coke-grabbing hand speed, are you and Jiang Kier from the same school? This is mine. Koer gave it to me. Su Qingyu held Coke in her arms, looking like a little brain axe protecting food. Milk fierce. Yours, I won't grab it from you. Jiang Feng sighed. It seemed like he couldn't arrive at owning cola for real today. The little professor still seemed to be worried about Jiang Feng robbing her. So she unscrewed the cap, clasped the Coke bottle with both hands and drank half of it. Then let out a small burp. Can't drink anymore. Can't drink anymore, can you? Zhang Feng shook his head and took the remaining half bottle of Coke from her. He drank it in a few gulps. After finishing it, he realized that the little professor was blushing with her head down, peeking out to look at him. Zhang Feng then realized that he did this. Seems to be a little ambiguous. In fact, these days, he always ate the leftovers of the small professor. I'm used to eating. But I haven't seen any reaction from the little professor before. What's wrong with her today? The venue's lights suddenly went out, as if the show was about to start. In the dimness, the little professor stretched out her fingers and gently tugged on Zhang Feng's sleeve. The girl came to Zhang Feng's ear, exhaled like an orchid, and said softly, "The contract has been made, you have to be responsible for Meow." Chapter 36 Little Professor Xiang Xian Li Hai Ting Feng Fu. Zhang Feng didn't know why he suddenly thought of this matter. When he heard the words of the little professor, countless thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind. Born at a rapid pace and annihilated at an extremely rapid pace. Constantly being born and annihilated like the beginning of the universe. In human terms. When he heard that sentence, Zhang Feng even came up with the name of his child with her. The first name that popped up on the CPU was actually Zhang Kor. Zhang Feng hurriedly shook his head and said that this is no good, change it. Zhang Yuku, Zhang Xiaoko, Zhang Ku. Before Zhang Feng could finalize the name, Su Qingyu silently shrunk back into her seat. The cool eyes looked toward the stage, and the evening breeze ruffled the hair of the little professor and drifted toward Zhang Feng. At this moment, the evening breeze was intoxicatingly gentle. This time, Zhang Feng didn't hide. The faintly scented strands of hair scratched his cheeks and tickled. The touch of the hair on his cheeks did not dissipate for a long time. Looking at the girl's hazy silhouette, which revealed the last rays of the setting sun, Zhang Feng's rummaging thoughts gradually calmed down. In this one moment, everything seemed to be unimportant. Zhang Feng placed his right hand on the handrail, his arm slightly resting against Su Qingyu's shoulder. The incessant evening breeze blew, as if it wanted to melt people together in the wind. Honorable leaders and teachers, alumni guests present, and all students. Good evening, everyone. Dressed in a long light golden dress with exquisite makeup, Zhang Kor walked out with her feet on high heels. Sure. She was already good looking. Now, for the sake of stage effects, she wore the thickest makeup she had ever worn in her life. The powder, to the face poof shot eyeliner eyebrow pencil all greeted on. The makeup artist said it was normal makeup, but Koer said, I can't stand it. She was born beautiful, but she didn't know that ordinary girls had to go through so many steps to put on makeup. Troublesome. Just as she was saying the 107th troublesome sentence in her mind, the makeup artist finally let her go. Zhang Kor ran away with her skirt, picked up the microphone and mounted the stage, like a god of beauty descending from the earth. I am today's host, Zhang Kier. In this wonderful time of autumn and the fragrance of the laurel. It's just the same old crap, same old introductory remarks. If a bald leader were to speak, we'd probably all be bored and playing with our cell phones. But if it were Zhang Kier. As far as Zhang Feng could see, basically everyone was looking at the dazzling figure on the stage. There were even a lot of people holding up their cell phones to record, as if they were coming to see their idol's concert. It was only at this time that Zhang Feng clearly realized the terrifying power of Zhang Kier's 3 words. Looking at the beautiful girl on the stage who was calm, confident and atmospheric. It was hard for Zhang Feng to connect her with the jumpy girl who had just snatched 2 bottles of Coke from him. Good guy, there are 2 more faces. Zhang Feng wanted to send a message to ask her. Are you really not being taken over? But considering that she might give herself a kick in the pants after she got off the stage, Zhang Feng gave up on that plan. It's so beautiful. The small professor next to him suddenly spoke. Zhang Feng followed the sound and saw the girl looking at the stage with slight envy. When you go on stage later, you will definitely be beautiful too. Zhang Feng said sincerely. The little professor shook her head. I will definitely be very nervous and tense, maybe even stuttering. Then the song also ran out of tune, hands and feet, the microphone can fall to the ground. Little Professor Xiang Xian Li Hai Ting Feng Fu. The more she talks, the more scared she gets, and her little face turns white. Finally, in the ha-ha-ha sound of everyone, the wolf left the stage. It won TB. Zhang Feng suddenly reached out and held little professor as slightly shaking palm. Cool, soft, and small. If you are nervous, just take my hand and have me beside you. In case you forget the words, I will sing for you. Su Qingyu felt the temperature of the wrapped hand. Her heart felt like it was wrapped in a quilt. The fantasies of the brain gradually settled down. This way, let me teach you a trick of psychological suggestion, it should work. The young professor raised his eyes and looked expectantly at the teenager in front of him. Just think of it as if you are giving an academic lecture, and all the people sitting underneath are the ones who are here to listen to your report. The little professor's eyes were adorably confused. How is this the same? Is there anything different? Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Mathematics uses numbers and formulas to convey ideas, while songs use tunes and lyrics to convey emotions. If you put it that way, the little professor was bluffed, it's really somewhat similar. Right. Zhang Feng continued. In fact, that day, when you were eloquently talking on the stage and reporting on your thesis, it was really beautiful. Long hair flowing, eyes bright, moist cherry mouth gently spit out the complicated formula theorem, open up the boundaries of human knowledge. It wasn't just external beauty, the soul was also shining. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the little professor's face turned red, and he stammered and said fiercely, You, what are you talking about? What's so beautiful about reporting on scientific research? Zhang Feng gripped the little professor's hand that was shyly trying to break free and turned his head. Seriously looking at her eyes, said, What I said is true, I think you at that time. Probably the most beautiful person in the world. If a man complimented a woman as the most beautiful person in the world, then the probability was that he was lying. But if you add a possibility, then he really thinks so. The little professor didn't struggle anymore, her small hand lying quietly in Zhang Feng's big hand. Really? Really? You don't want to lie to me. You're so smart, can I lie to you? That's true. The girl in the evening dress happily whistled in her heart. The calves that were whiter than the moonlight under the hem of her skirt gently swung as she repeated this sentence in her mind. Zhang Feng praised me for being the best looking under the sun, he. The little professor is number one in the world. Claire is as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. Oldly, come on, there are 2 more seats here. Wang Lin easily occupied 2 seats with his big muscles. Li Song yawned, what's the point of watching this laborious show? Might as well go back to reading novels. Right. My favorite virtual anchor is also about to start broadcasting. Zhou Hao was also unwilling to stay in this environment full of present chargers. Zhou Hao doesn't want to stay in this environment of all the current players. Compared to the boring current players' showtime, he still thinks that the steel plate cat lady anchor is more interesting to break the defense and scream. Don't be in a hurry, I inquired that the host of this party is Jiang Qir. Wang Lin hugged his chest full of pectoral muscles and smiled confidently. Guess, will Zhang Feng, who has been missing for 2 days, show up? Li Song and Zhou Hao looked at each other and sat down decisively. Today, the 3 of us will squat here to guard Zhang Feng. Li Song's eyes flashed with a cold light. Right, old Jiang is too unrighteous, disappearing for 2.5 days. Today, even if we have to tie him up, we have to tie him back to the dormitory. Chapter 37 The Eternal Myth. Backstage. Zhang Feng, who was going to be next, was suddenly a bit nervous. Before, he was so focused on comforting the little professor that he forgot that it was his first time to perform at this kind of large-scale concert. The last time he performed was last time. It was the elementary school's June 1st cultural performance. When the program was performed on stage, the host needed to wait behind the curtain, so Zhang Qir slipped in here to Zhang Feng when she was fine. Is it okay? Zhang Qir looked at the face of nervous dad, worried. No, nothing. Zhang Feng actually also stuttered. Being so nervous one do. Zhang Qir pulled over the little professor and whispered a few words in her ear. The little professor glanced at Zhang Feng, then nodded. What did you teach her again? Zhang Feng warned, you don't want to teach the little professor in my house bad. What's your house my house? Claire spat her tongue out at him, what's in your house is in my house. Zhang Feng looked at the joyful girl in front of him, and an unspeakable feeling rose in his heart. Before on the stage in the limelight Claire, how to say? There was always a sense of remoteness. It was like seeing one's classmates, appearing on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. And now, the girl in front of him who was so lively that she was somewhat offline. It was the Zhang Qir that he was familiar with. It was as if this childish and immature side of her would only be shown to him. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled in a self-deprecating manner. This kind of idea is also too self-centered. Remember? I'm not going to be able to do that. The little professor looked at Zhang Feng and nodded, remembered. Then go, little professor. Ku-er patted her shoulder. Looking at the little professor who was staring at him like a cold killer, Zhang Feng had a bad feeling rising in his heart. What did she say to you? No, don't tell you. The two people on the stage wearing comic robes, one fat and one thin, finished their performance. Bowed together, thank you all. The stage then goes dark and the venue erupts in sparse applause. Yeah. It's my turn. The girl in the long light gold dress took the microphone, shouted dying to die, and rushed out of the curtain with her high heels. Finally, a second before the lights came on, she stood in her designated position. Zhang Qier on the stage took a deep breath, the corners of her mouth lifted up a smile, and she confidently and calmly began to introduce the next program. Tonight, the starlight does not fail to catch up with the people in this night full of joy and memories of the school celebration. We will bring you a special song, Eternal Myth. This song symbolizes that no matter how the years change, our love and attachment to our alma mater will always remain the same. The girl at the center of the stage has a cool temperament under the attention of 10,000 feet, charming the schoolmates at the bottom. Sister Kur, I'm your. Zhang Qier's set of silky smooth moves completely gave Zhang Feng a dumbfounded look. Brother Lei, obediently blushed without a gasp. He didn't notice that the sneaky little professor who was on the side suddenly stood on his tiptoes. Bo. Zhang Feng only felt a slight heat on the side of his face. When he looked sideways, he only saw the little professor with his hands behind his back, taking a step back, his eyes wandering. Yes, it was Ku-er who told me to do it. Behind the dim curtain, the girl's blush was more beautiful than any evening sunshine in the world. Noticing Zhang Feng's straight gaze, the little professor weakly said, I am innocent, you cannot blame me. Oh. Why blame you, but it is also quite strange to say thank you. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Anyway, cheer up. Aha, go for it. The little professor waved his fist with a red face. Kagom's host's introduction has reached its final sentence. Now, let's greet the wonderful performance of this song with applause, and let the love and blessings resound through the clouds. Accompanied by the applause and lights, Zhang Feng gently held the little professor's hand. Men and women in gorgeous dresses picked up their steps. What is this myth? It's Xiao Su's program, right? A scholarly white-haired old man said with a smile. Yes, principal. The deans of the colleges beside them all nodded to each other. It seems that the best program of the night is already available. You guys, don't think too much, I don't mean anything else. Principal Li shook his head. Sometimes it's like this, one word from you and the people below can figure out 18 meanings. I and Xiao Su, her father, are old acquaintances. This girl has been smart since childhood. He held his glasses and laughed. I didn't expect her to participate in this kind of activity. The dean of the School of Mathematics hastened to say. Professor Xiao Su, she usually focuses on scientific research, occasionally expanding her interests is also a good thing. President Li looked at the curtain slowly unveiled, gently eeked. There is a boy? He pushed his eyes, and after taking a closer look, his eyes widened slightly. Still holding hands? Why hasn't Zhang Feng shown up yet? Wang Lin swatted the seventh mosquito that bit him. Li Song glanced at him. You said yourself that you want to come to catch him, so quickly out of patience? According to relevant studies, where there is a female master, there is a male master. So Fatty reasoned, as long as we squat at the place where Zhang Kor appears, we're sure to catch Zhang Feng. Hey, wait. Wang Lin found another mosquito. I didn't get it with my shot. I shoot again. I crouch. Crap. Wang Lin is startled as the wily mosquito slips away buzzing from his soon-to-be closed palm. What for? He turned his head in displeasure. As a result, he saw two ghost-like faces. Li Song reached out and broke his head, looking forward. When he saw the scene on the stage, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Afterwards, the words came out in a proper and majestic manner. No, yes, buddy. The lights were a bit harsh, and the audience was a bit noisy. From afar, he could hear someone yelling something about buddies. Zhang Feng took a deep breath to eliminate distractions. The small hand in his hand clenched his hand. The two of them looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. The intro sounded, into the beat. The doorway of time and space gently opened. I traveled through every possible future. Every clue, every memory. All point to the cone of light that belongs uniquely to you. Chapter 38 Suching You. The flood tide rises, the hourglass of the years is inverted. I am on the other side of time, quietly watching over you. Even if the world is turned upside down and the stars fall, my heart remains firm and beats only for you. At first, I was nervous. But when the first line of the lyrics came out, Jiang Feng's heart suddenly settled down. All day yesterday and during the day today, he and the little professor had been practicing this song. Jiang Feng already knew it, the rest was about tuning the pitch as well as the rhythm. As for the little professor, not let Jiang Feng realize what genius meant. During the first time, Jiang Feng pointed out some of little professor's problems. By the third time he practiced, he had already caught up with Jiang Feng's standard. By the fifth time, she was already singing flawlessly. By the seventh time, she had already reversed her teaching Jiang Feng, directly reversing the Big Dipper. The little professor was so smart. Plus Jiang Feng felt he wasn't stupid either. Then their child would probably be smart too, right? Jiang Feng sang a wrong beat while practicing the song due to being distracted. As a result, he was lightly whipped on the arm by the little professor with a whip. The whip was the 10th time when Jiang Feng took the initiative. He felt that he needed some prodding. Although the little professor didn't understand, she still followed Jiang Feng's request and changed into the professional set of skirt and black silk she wore in class, tuning Jiang Feng's tone and rhythm. Jiang Feng felt that the little professor in the form of an imperial lady was only one glasses away from perfection. But he didn't have any such props. Just like that, under the little professor's prodding, on the level of Jiang Feng's song alone, performing it at the school assembly was almost enough. Enter the chorus. The little professor's cool face, illuminated by the spotlight, was reflected on the retinas of every audience member. Oh, you are my eternal myth, warming my heart in every morning and night. No matter how fate arranges it, my love remains unchanged. In the myth of love, you are the verse of eternity. Ho ting, te ho ting hot. Ho chop. Mr. So, ho ho can. I can tell with my eyes if this song is good or not. The warm atmosphere in the arena went straight to the clouds. The little professor is as beautiful as a painting just standing there. Not to mention such a talented girl with such a hopcon singing voice. I cried, Miss Sue, even if she is beautiful and has a high IQ, how come she sings with such a grandiose voice too? It's as if the heavens took all the goodness and shoved it all into Su Qingyu's arms, with her mouth yelling for her to take more and more. God closed a door for her, and then the air conditioning TV Wi-Fi are well installed, and even gave her a chilled watermelon. Nuani Anjiang, you open your eyes to see your pinch of small mud point up. A group of people at the bottom cried out. It's Jiang Feng's turn to sing the chorus. Oh, you're my eternal myth. Feel your breath in every heartbeat. Even if the world ends and the stars go out, my love is like a star, always shining on you. The cries at the bottom instantly became much smaller. Many people even stared at him with envy and jealousy. He was actually able to hold Miss Sue's hand. Who would have dared to think of this in the past? Not to mention holding hands, even a single word with Professor Su could wake him up in his dreams with a smile. Wang Lin was furious when he heard the bursts of boos coming from all around him. He stood up violently and shouted with all his strength. Jiang Feng! Jiang Feng! Jiang Feng! The sound was so loud that it echoed in the originally not so noisy venue. Jiang Feng was so scared that his hands shivered. I went, where did the Nantung come from? It took a while to hear that it was Wang Dazhang's voice. How did this guy also come? Moved, he also bared his teeth a bit. How am I going to explain this to them? Yes, I stayed at Teacher Sue's place for 2 days. I wonder if they will cry with envy. Coming to the epilogue stage. Jiang Feng abandoned his distractions and held hands with the little professor, facing each other in a double chorus. When the final psalm is sung, our love becomes the brightest starlight. In the eternal myth, our story is the immortal love that transcends time and space. The two of them looked at each other and saw each other's reflection in each other's eyes. As the finale ended, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Su Qingyu! Su Qingyu! Su Qingyu! The little professor was startled by this sound of support and subconsciously wanted to hide behind Jiang Feng. But the tight grip in her hand stopped her in her tracks. It's okay, there's Jiang Feng. In the midst of a loud and enthusiastic cheer, there were a few cries of Zhang Feng mixed in. Hoarse and trembling with excitement. That's my brother. Sleeping in the next bunk over from me. The consistently calmly song shook Zhou Hao and shouted at the surroundings with a red face and neck. He was as excited as if he was standing on the stage. Zhou Hao was about to be shaken by him and vomited. In a trance, he saw the moon in the sky seemingly turn into Zhang Feng's big face. Then he really threw up. Chapter 39 Little Professor Her Dad? The lights dimmed. Zhang Feng pulled the small professor, whose pace was a bit stiff, back to the backstage. Listening to the three words "Suching you" that still echoed in the arena. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. You all call her Suching you, but I call her Little Professor. The little professor hugged Zhang Feng's arm in order to stand still. Staggering as if she had drunk fake alcohol. Too excited to calm down, her body was a bit off. In fact, Zhang Feng was also like this. It's just that men have to do it even if they can't. Not bad. Zhang Qier, who was passing by, high-fived both of them one by one. It was too late to exchange pleasantries. She winked at Zhang Feng and walked up to the front of the stage to continue hosting. Zhang Feng read her eyes. Don't forget, I'm looking for you after the show. What's going on? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be curious. There wasn't a moment to applaud Mom and Dad's performance. Appearing in the center of the stage was host Zhang Qier. The program continued and the arena returned to its previous state of sparse applause. In fact, the finale of the program at the back was still very exciting. It's just that everyone was too excited just now, and now they can't get excited. Especially Wang Lin, his voice was muffled. When I catch Zhang Feng, I must make him buy me 5 boxes of golden voice. Okay, you hold your tongue for now. Your voice is almost catching up with the bumblebee. Old Principal Li put down his cell phone and smilingly sent the video just now to the person whose note was Su Hongye. Xiao Yuer is getting better and better, look at her performance. The opposite party sent over a message at a rapid pace with only one symbol. A small question mark, but represents the old father's heart turned upside down vibration. Su Hongye looked at his daughter who was singing in the video, and his eyes flashed with relief. This daughter has been very understanding since she was a child. When she was young, when she was busy outside due to her career, she didn't cry or make trouble. His daughter had been very smart since she was young and had always been his greatest pride. The only regret was that she was a little too closed off, and didn't have any fun-loving liveliness from a young age. Now, it is actually possible to perform on stage in such a big occasion. Su Hongye wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He then looked at the other person who appeared in the video. A male. His gaze was firmly fixed on the brat holding his own daughter's hand in the video. Irritation and doubt filled his eyes. Where the hell did this boar come from? My own family has worked hard to raise 21 years of watery little cabbage. Said Arch on the arch. He slammed the golden heather table. Someone, prepare the car. The secretary came in from the door, puzzled. Boss, tonight in GX ministry leaders of the meal still have some time, you want to go now? What to go? Su Hongye's eyelids twitched. He noticed the suit on that kid. Wasn't that the gift that his precious daughter gave him last year? TNND, how did he let this wild boy wear it away? Su Hongye gasped and gnashed his teeth. If you don't go back home is stolen. Starry sky covered the branches, the performance has been carried out to the end. Thank you to all the leaders and teachers, alumni guests, as well as students and parents and friends. Zhang Qier made a final curtain call. There are no parents, right? Chu Menglin picked a speech disorder, she said it wrong. The people next to her couldn't stand it any longer, and a petite girl said in displeasure. Can you stop? How many times have you been picking on President Kuer during this performance? Since Chu Menglin did not know what reason, cried Emile. Following the entire performance, every time Zhang Qier appeared, she would egg-pick bone sarcastic a few sentences. Once or twice, it was fine, no one took any notice of her. But she seemed to be getting more energized. Her little mouth kept blazing. Chu Menglin was speechless, and then disliked back with a bad face. If you have a problem, you're not allowed to talk about it? Is this student council her Zhang Qier's place to speak her mind? You. As Vice President Shui Shuyan glanced at her, said lightly. Chu students know very well, then the next time the hosting work for you to come? Chu Menglin's corner of her eye twitched, bit her lip, and stopped talking. She has her own ability to count. Such a big event, the whole host down smooth and emotional. Zhang Qir's personal ability was already at a professional level. But she just wasn't happy. But she was not happy. She was not happy that the woman was glittering on the stage, and she was even more unhappy that she was sitting in the corner like a Cinderella. The atmosphere backstage became silent and gloomy. At this time, Zhang Qir walked down from the front stage. Chapter 40, Are you really not going home with me? It was too late to remove her makeup, and she immediately commanded all the people to start moving. The Ministry of Transportation, to guide the evacuation of the crowd. The Ministry of Information, photographs have been taken, and if so, why don't you hurry to write a press release? I want to wake up tomorrow to see the school's anniversary column on the school's website. The Logistics Department. Clad in a long light gold dress, Koyer looked like a queen, methodically directing the operation of the 6 departments. Quickly, quickly, all move. The petite girl jumped down from her chair, ready to work. On her way out, she also glanced at Xu Manglin, who had an ugly face. Just you, can you be compared to Chairman Koyer? The scorn in those little eyes made Xu Manglin's face even uglier. Tonight, she felt like the entire world was targeting her. Indignantly, she sat on a chair and didn't work, trying to salvage the last of her dignity for herself in this way. Unfortunately, no one even noticed her. Zhang Ku'er and Xue Shuyan hugged, then sat paralyzed in the chair and said, tired and exhausted. Xue Shuyan helped her pinch her shoulders and laughed, tough on us Ku'er. Haha, itchy. Ku'er smiled and set aside her hand, okay, you go ahead and get busy, I will rest here for a while. I'll rest here for a while. Zhang Feng, are you really not going home with me? The little professor tugged at Zhang Feng's sleeve and looked at him blearily. To her, Zhang Feng was already as important as Big White. Not willing to let him go. The girl's eyes were too innocent. Zhang Feng almost couldn't control his legs and got into the little professor's car. Some other day, some other day. That's good blah. The little professor regretfully got in the car. While Zhang Feng was fastening her seatbelt for her, she gently tugged on Zhang Feng's ear, close to instructed. Must come oh. No. Zhang Feng straightened up and rubbed the little professor's head. I'll see you in class tomorrow, won't I? The little professor nodded happily, right. Can you drive back by yourself? No problem. The little professor held the steering wheel with both hands, eyes full of confidence. In fact, I'm very good. I'm actually quite good at it, as long as I drive it like a bumper car, not a go-kart. That's fine. The Porsche started slowly and drove into the campus at night. Although only 2.5 kilometers away, but Zhang Feng is still a little uneasy. He then smiled a little to himself. This overprotective problem of his own Obviously Su Qingyu is even 3 years older than him, but he always treats her as a little sister who hasn't grown up. But it's not my fault, right? Little professors are like that, they make people feel protective when they see them. Thinking about all this, Zhang Feng arrived backstage. What exactly is Ku'er looking for me for? At this moment, the backstage was empty, only Zhang Qir and Xu Manglin remained. Why is she here? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Noticing Zhang Feng's gaze, Ku'er also realized that there was still a leak. Aren't you going to work? Xu Manglin didn't say anything and stubbornly didn't go. She had just gambled and intentionally not left, but now that she saw Zhang Feng come backstage to have a rendezvous with Zhang Ku'er, she was even more unable to leave. Ku'er skimmed her mouth. She thought about it for a moment, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. Zhang Feng, she cried out pitifully, help me take off my shoes, I'm too tired to move. Said, she crossed her small feet that were wearing thin high heels. The ankles were slender and the calves were taut, emphasizing the elegant curves. Zhang Feng did not move. Hurry up. Didn't you help me take off my shoes in the past? Zhang Qir began to be unreasonable, vaguely have to make a scene, to cry. When have I ever helped you take off your shoes? Zhang Feng sighed. He knew that she was deliberately angry with Xu Manglin. Okay, don't shout. Zhang Feng walked over and yanked off both of her shoes. His Ku'er glared at him. You can't be a little lighter. Zhang Feng's eyes responded, I can't. Looking at the man and woman in front of her, Xu Manglin bit her lower lip. You guys almost got it Showing affection should also pay attention to the fact that there is a living person next to you. Seeing that she is still standing still, Jiang Kir can only use the necessary skills. Jiang Feng give me a rub on my calves, so tired. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. Ko Er winked at him, cooperate ah. Chu Menglin couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up violently and walked out in a rage. The guy who was in the way is finally gone. Ku Er cheered. Speak up, what exactly is it that you're looking for me for? I'll tell you if you squeeze my leg. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, don't force me to beat you up ah. Domestic violence. Kora's schoolmate began to make a scene. Whoa, no love, no love. After a while, she saw that Jiang Feng was still unmoved. She pouted, a look of aggression. Really, Father Big not in the middle. What? Jiang Feng froze.